yes I am. With Groove, I know I can. Read my master plan. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. Oh, I'm grooving. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. Oh, I'm grooving. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. I'm moving, yes I am. I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm moving, yes I am. Groove Nation inspires me. The most loose and break free. I'm dancing to my dreams. Bursting at the seams. I'm feeling groove-alicious. Groove knows who I am. 'Cause now is my time to have a groove state of mind.
All right, good morning. Final day, day 5 of the AI all-week Groove-A-Thon with Groove Digital. I'll be your host today, Mike Filsaime, and we are going to be going today. We will be going all the way through till 5 p.m., from 11 a.m. Eastern time to 5 p.m. We have a great show for you today. Today is going to be filled with guests. We are trying to track down our 11 a.m. guest. He hasn't showed up in the lobby just yet. And no problem, I'll be going without him if he doesn't show up. It is Pacific time for him, so it's quite early over there. And that's going to be Mike Koenigs. And Mike Koenigs will be joining us today should be scheduled 11 a.m. until 12:45. So we have an hour and 15 minutes, or about an hour, with Mike Koenigs. And then we're going to be going over just a couple more things with some cool news that I found for you. I might start with that if Mike doesn't pop in today. And then we have Sean Vosler here from 2 p.m. to 3:30 Eastern time. So I'm going to, on one of the breaks, I'm going to let Matt Wolf, who was on here yesterday, he said he'd love to join in, but he didn't know what time. So we're not sure if we can pop him in at the same time as Sean from 2 p.m. to 3:30, but they're some of the smartest guys when it comes to AI. And Sean is one of the guys that really knows how to use prompts for copywriting. So that's going to be very, very exciting. And there was a workflow that that Matt Wolf spoke about yesterday that Sean Vosler recently showed at a mastermind that I wasn't aware of. So that is going to be, I'm going to ask Sean if he can go over that workflow again for us. And then that again, Sean's going to go from 2 p.m. Eastern till 3:30 Eastern. And then between 3:30 and 4 p.m., you'll have me showing you a couple of things, doing some recaps. And then we have the incredible, awesome Rich Schefren, a very, very dear friend of Groove Digital. Rich will be on from 4 till 5, taking us all the way to the end. And so to get Rich Schefren on was very difficult because he's in Europe. And I've been asking him all week, hey, can you get on? And he said, well, I'm going to be traveling. I'm going to have jet lag and all these different things. So I just snuck in there last night and I said, hey, any chance we can get you on the Groove-A-Thon? And he said, look, I'm really tired. You can imagine, Mike, I'm really backed up. And I said, sure. Hey, no problem. I get it. You know, it's all good. We've had a lot of good guests this week. And he said, how about next week? Will you have some time for me to show me some things on AI? And I said, well, I could show you all that stuff live tomorrow. And he says, oh, okay, I'll be there at 4 o'clock then. So Rich has been, you know what it is with AI, right? Everybody's talking to you about it. And all of you that have been, the more you've been watching this live stream, the more you are up to date with AI this week. And I'm sorry if you see me a little distracted. They're doing the landscaping outside and they're doing the loudest tools. And in my mind, I said, really, right now? That's happening right now. So I apologize if any of that's coming through here. I do have some limiters on my microphone that do eliminate some of the background noises. Yeah, so Rich has just been busy with a lot of different things, and he hasn't had a chance to dive in to AI. Word is getting around that, from Mike Koenigs and me and all these people, and he's kind of feels like he's missing the boat. So we're going to be bringing Rich up to speed, and it's going to be a good recap of the entire week for all of you, starting at 4 p.m. So let me just check my text message here from if anything came in from Mike Koenigs. All right, so nothing from Mike Koenigs. So we're going to start without him today. Let's see what everybody's saying here who's in the group here. Rosalind Bird, G's MC, what a brilliant week it's been. Not sure what this means. Glasses, purple, yellow diamond. I'm sure that's a pop culture reference. I'm going to have to
So in YouTube, they have the chance to post stickers. And that's what the sticker looks like when it comes through to us. It's a cute little sticker of a guy with glasses. But
got it. Glasses, purple, yellow. Got it.
Yep.
And Amanda's here today. Says super excited to close out. Robert Murray, always there. Robert, we're not doing any trivia today because once you're in the chat, we don't do any trivia games. Okay, so we got a lot of people saying hi here. So let's jump in. We don't know if Mike Koenigs is going to show today. We do know that he had a hard out at 12:45. He's traveling today. He may be running around like a chicken without a head. And it might even be possible that, he hits me up later and says, oh my God, dude, I didn't put it on my calendar. I completely flaked because I don't think we ever sent a calendar invite. We just said, okay, we agreed on a time and sent him a link and wanted to be here. All right. So let me share my screen, recap some different things that I stumbled upon yesterday. So let's share my screen. And, I had some time to kill between Mike and Sean Vosler. I was going to be using this time. I'm not going to have this later. I'll have to go get my tap dance shoes on. All right. So yesterday we were trying to show you this. It's at openai.com/blog. And then it's their latest blog post. And for whatever reason, this just wasn't showing yesterday. And so let's go to the top just so that we can recognize the blog. So they said introducing ChatGPT and Whisper APIs. Now, I've actually, last night, around 1:30 in the morning, I actually worked, and I'm not a developer, I actually worked with the API, and me, Mike Filsaime, the non-developer, have connected the ChatGPT API over to a Google Doc. And I can highlight any word and make it do anything I want. I'm going to show you how I did it, and I'm going to show you how you can do it. And I'm going to show you a tutorial. I'm going to walk you through the basics. I'm not going to walk you through the tutorial because there's a video that does it. And I've also put that video into our playlist. So Donna will share that playlist in a few minutes with you. And it should be the top video at the playlist that basically shows you how to add ChatGPT to a Google Doc. We're going to be showing that in a minute. Okay, so as we go down here, this is just, early, they gave the ChatGPT, who's texting me here, just want to see, dear Mike, okay, somebody looking for political money. They gave the ChatGPT and Whisper API to some major companies like Snapchat so that when they released it, they could release it on day one. And so Snapchat is using it here. Quizlet is using it here. Instacart now. But this is really cool, right? Come on. Nothing that we're doing right now, honestly, is going to surprise you. And even to say it's pretty cool, it's going to be like, well, yeah, I guess it's AI. This makes sense that we could do this now. But now you can go into Instacart on your phone and have a conversation with Instacart and say, what should I have for lunch? And it says, here's some suggestions. And you say, okay, make it less fattening, but I'm on keto. Okay. And blah, 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 blah. I already have olive oil. What other ingredients do I need? Great. Okay. Can you have that sent to me? Sure. It'll be there in 45 minutes. Right. So you don't even have to now go into Instacart and click off all of these things. You can just tell it what you want and it'll send you the ingredients. So again, does any of this surprise us at this point here? Right. Shopify has put it in here. So again, now you're going to be able to go into Shopify and use it for suggestions. You're going to be able to actually talk to it. And if you remember, I was doing that the other day. I didn't know what the heck 50/50, tri-blend, fine jersey, all these different things was. So I went, for the first time in my life, I was able to have a conversation. And for those of you that missed it, let's just take a look at it. You're going to see something here called AA. Okay, AA 50 blend. So I'll be kind, and I'll make this difficult for me, but better for you, because I do understand the purpose here is content creation. So I'm going to sit myself up in an IMAX theater 3 inches away from the screen. And so I have a shirt that I like to wear. It fits me well. I'm going to be, frank with you guys. I've got to get in better shape. And I do plan to, seriously, I'm not just saying that, seriously get into good shape. But currently, when 3 years ago, I was 147 pounds, and then I hit 157, and then 167. And the last year, I've gone up from 167 to 177 pounds. That's 30 pounds since 2013. And, ladies, gentlemen, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Suddenly nothing fits you, right? You're putting something on, you throw it on the floor. You're putting something on, you throw it on the floor. And then you have those certain things that fit you. And I'm like, okay, well, if these are the things that fit me, because I'm a large here, and I'm a large here, and I'm a large where the shirt goes down right just below my button on my belt. But because, I put a little bit more weight, obviously my face, my chest, my belly, they call it the dad bod. I've got more than the dad bod. But because of that, the regular shirt fits me where you put it on and it's just very unflattering. And anybody that's ever suffered, with a little bit of weight kind of understands that. So my only other option is go to an extra large, but I'm 5'6". An extra large, the sleeves come down to here. They look like this. Okay. The shirt goes halfway down to my knees. I'm exaggerating, but that's how it feels. And it just looks like I'm wearing a garbage bag. So I can't find clothes, but I do have these shirts that fit me, and they're called these 50/50 blends from American Apparel. So I go to Amazon, and Amazon has everything from 50/50 to tri-blend to fine jersey. So I start asking, okay, what does 50/50 even mean? Okay, maybe 90% of you know this, maybe 100% of you know this. I didn't know that it meant 50% cotton, 50% polyester. I figured it had to do something like that, but I also didn't know that American Apparel is considered one of the high-end places in t-shirts. The t-shirts last, they're good quality. And the other problem was the back of my shirt says Gildan. And if you buy Gildan, you're buying crap. They're one of the worst t-shirts that you can buy. So why does the back of my shirt say Gildan? Well, Gildan bought American Apparel. So if I would just looked at the back of the shirt, I would have bought a very bad t-shirt. So this isn't something that you could find out on Amazon. So you got to start doing blogs, and you know what blogs are like, when you're trying to find out what this stuff is like, you've got 10 different tabs open. So I just had a conversation here. So I said, what's the difference between 50/50 and the fine jersey? Okay, I come to find out that the fine jersey is 100% cotton. And there's pros and cons to that. It's a little bit more comfortable, but it's going to shrink, and it's going to not last as long because cotton doesn't last as long as polyester. So that's why the 50/50 is great. So I said, what's the difference between a slim fit and a classic fit? And I quickly realized that, slim fit is that European fit. It's meant for, just a very, very thin, in shape person. I wouldn't even necessarily say a person that goes to the gym, because a slim fit is just what you would call that European fit. No extra fat on the body. And I prefer the regular fit because the classic fit is just a little bit just too loose all over the arms and everything. So I finally get down to it. And I say, for a 55-year-old man at 177 pounds, 5'6", who is not fat but holds more weight in his torso than in his legs, what would you recommend? And it goes and it gives me pretty much what it recommends for me with American Apparel. I get a little bit more specific. I said, what if he wants to look more fashionable? fashionable, regular, or classic fit. And it goes on to tell me that if you want to be more fashionable, you're going to want to go with the classic fit instead of that. Now, have you ever been able to do this before? Like how many, I don't know. There are some people that are very religious about buying something and immediately sending it back the same day. And then there's other people like me, I'm ashamed to say it, that says I'm going to send this back, and I just pay for things that, sneakers that don't fit me, and I just never send it back. Shame on me, but that's life. And so these are bad experiences in life. So be able to do this and, find out what happens when you wash it. Literally, it tells you like what percentage of size you're going to lose when you wash it. What does tri-blend mean? And I had a little conversation. I went and bought some clothes. They came in yesterday on Amazon, and everything fit me just perfect. And just to bring that back up, why I bring that up is we were, excuse me, we were here talking about, oh, I see what happened. I zoomed in, and my browser then dropped me down a little bit. We were talking about being able to go to places like Amazon, and imagine being able to have a conversation at Amazon like I just did. Probably in 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to be able to go to Amazon and have a conversation like that. Describe yourself, maybe even upload a photo of your picture, or Amazon's going to give you an app that you could scan your body and then upload that information. And then they're going to literally tell you, here's what we recommend. And soon they're going to be able to probably take your body like I did with Movio. They're going to create an app where you can just put that into Amazon, and then every single style that you're clicking on, you're going to be able to see how it looks on you, if it's going to look big or baggy or whatever the case is. And I'm sure there's some companies that do that already, but when that technology comes into Amazon, which I'm sure you're going to see that by the end of the year, that's going to be some pretty cool stuff. So this is what I wanted to show you yesterday. That the pricing went down 10x. Okay, we didn't make that up. We are even having conversations in the company about, hey, what is that going to mean? When we go $497 a year. At $497 a year, you're going to see these tokens are ridiculous in prices, and this is the model that's currently running ChatGPT. So, as I said, it's a tenth of 2 penny a tenth of 2 cents for 1,000 tokens. So it's 2 cents for 10,000 tokens, which is 10 times cheaper than it used to be. So I put that into ChatGPT so that I could give you an understanding of how affordable that's going to be. So this is stuff that I used to have to put into a spreadsheet, or but I just, talk to it. I'm, like, hey, do me a favor. Can you calculate this for me, as if I was talking to somebody and they had to go run and get it back for me in 5 minutes? If an API sells tokens for 2 cents, and that gives you 750 words for 1,000 tokens, then complete all the lines all the way down to $2,000. This means $2 will get you 1 million tokens. Also, include the first 2 lines in the example. So here's what it gives me. If this is 750 words, well, if you were to give them $20, you'll have 7.5 million words. If you were to give them $200, you would have 75 million words. And if you were to give them 2,000, you would have more words than you could ever use in a lifetime. So I wanted to see here if, what we were saying was true, because we were saying if you write 1 email per day, the old way, you would have the $100 credits that we're giving with lifetime, with a lifetime purchase. Now I'm making a formal announcement. I'm going to put myself on camera. This is an important bonus for everyone. Because of the cost here, we have decided to give not just paid members of the Groove platform that have bought Groove Lifetime, but anyone that backs this project, we're just going to give everybody the credits as well, which is $100 worth of API credits. So when you get in the system, you won't have to put your OpenAI API key in until you at least go through our 100 credits. But that doesn't sound that good. Like I said, a couple of people beat us up and said, oh, well, all they're giving us is $100 credit. It's like, well, it was $9.97. We lowered it to $8.97, and it's 100 credits. And as we said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But that's one person and not the voice of the community. And remember, we said Carl Galletti said, Mike, Steve Jobs said 1,000 songs in your pocket. Don't talk about gigabytes. Let's talk about it in a real world scenario. So if previously it was a decade, it should now be a century. But I wanted to see if you were to write 100 words per day, meaning you wanted to use our credits to write 1,000-word email every single day, how much money would you spend in tokens in 1 century? And here it is. Well, here's 365, right? So if we multiply that by 10, that's here, and by 100, so that's correct. There's 36,000 days in a century. So if you were to write 1,000 words per day in 1,000 years, you would write 36,000 words. And if 750 words requires 1,000 tokens, then you would need this. If $2 gets you this, etc. And here's the final answer. All right. It would take you 48 million tokens, which is $97. And we're giving you $100 credit. And we just said we're giving that to everybody. Therefore, you would need to spend approximately $97 on tokens to write 1,000 words per day for 100 days. So there you go. That $100 credit, that is a lot of words, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of words. All right. That is actually here 36 million words that you're going to get as a free bonus. I'd love to find out, how much I've done.
I calculated, Mike, using my own brain. I calculated it's 750 novels.
Really?
750 novels. Yes.
Yeah. So you could write 10 novels a year for 75 years.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So folks, and again, I do want to put a caveat, an asterisk there. I'm not trying to be misleading. That's your final output, right? So if you tweak it and now say, now write it better, rewrite this, remove this part, and it keeps rewriting it. Yeah. You've gone through it 4 times. So forgive me, you're not going to be able to use it for a century. You'll only be able to use it for 15 years, but that's a pretty good value. And we are giving that to every single one of you now. So, everybody that backs a project, we're just going to give $100 in free credit. All right. So, now what we're going to do is I want to show you something that's that is new inside of OpenAI. So let's first talk about how we get here. You just go to platform.openai. Okay. And when you get there, you get this little navigation at the top, right? You're going to have to create an account. It's very difficult to create an account. They ask you to log in with your Google account. And they're very unfair because they let you use the entire platform with, probably like $3 worth of credits, where you can see what $100 gives you. And I don't know if it's $3 or $5 or $1. I just know that I haven't gone through my credits. And I just said, you know what, screw it. Let me just put a credit card on file. And I put a credit card on file to get rid of the upgrade button that was here yesterday, because I'm actually going to start playing around with some of these things. And so once you're here, stay away from this stuff. That's for your developers. But, what's really nice about this, even for us, when we're going to start doing all of these different things. So if we want to do, let's say, a grammar correction where you paste in something and you want to get rid of Grammarly, and you just paste in something, you say rewrite this. Well, guess what they've done for us? They've written the code for us. They've written everything in. Look, they've added these additional ones. We're building our platform on Python, because OpenAI was built on platform. It's just going to be easier for us. So all of these different things here, you don't have to worry about. This is what we call the playground. And there's something new that happened here over the last couple of days, just literally 2 days ago, March 1st. And they never had a drop down for complete. And so complete is, you're going to have to watch some YouTube videos on it. This is really like a sandbox in here. So if I was to write something like, how does the sun generate energy, right? I have to hit submit here like this, and it doesn't create it in a chat. It gives me this weird green thing, and I can just say right underneath it, what is fusion? And then I can hit that, and then I can ask another process here that says, what is fission? And then I can say, what's the difference between fission and fusion, right? And then this was the original version that sort of powered what ChatGPT is, but ChatGPT is just a little bit more intuitive. Now they've added a couple of new things here. They've added insert. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna study it, and maybe it'll come up on another live stream. I haven't looked into it. And edit. Not really sure. I think this is where you can go in and you can play with maybe some of your previous work. Like here, see, instructions, fixed grammar. So this looks like a workflow that you can do to clean up your work when you're done, right? I want to find out what this is. Maybe this is something. Let me just click submit here. Let's just do this, fixed grammar. Maybe it puts it over here in like this Google Doc style editor. I'm curious. We're learning at the same time. Oh, okay. Very interesting. Can I type here? No, I can't type here. All right, but that's interesting. So it gives you an output, and then I could send this back and look at this, use as input, and it sends it back here. So the other thing here is that they've added, when you go back to this thing called Chat Beta, this is brand new, folks. This is brand new. And this is what I want to show you here. They've added the GPT 3.5 Turbo. And this is what you want to use here. Tell us about temperature, William says here. I'll get into that in just a second there, William. And I'll tell you basically what I know about it. So not all of them allow you to use the new one. This is the old one that was 10 times more expensive. But this new chat, and that's what they're really pushing now, you can use your GPT 3.5 Turbo, which is those low rates that I just showed you. And you can also, go into here. What's really nice about doing this is you can save different things. These are examples that they give you, but anything that you do, you can click save. And here's the difference between this and ChatGPT. Why I'm kind of interested in it. Look at this. I can share, right? So if I was to go make a workflow that I've been showing off in ChatGPT, I'm making these crazy Google Docs for you. For instance, yesterday I went in, we gave you this Google Doc. I went in and I made it a little bit more clear. Step one, open Google, Glass. I should probably link to the Chrome extension here. I'll probably do that later. And I cleaned up this document here, which basically finds clips and shorts that you could pull out from a YouTube video. Okay. But I had to put that into a Google Doc. With this, now that there's share, I could give it a name and a description, and I could actually share it. I have to save it before, but it's now like a Google Doc. And I think that's pretty exciting because if you're going to be creating workflows, I could share it with my team or different email addresses. So that's pretty cool. But let's talk about how Chat Beta is different from the original Playground and even ChatGPT. And Donna, you're going to like this. I know you're multitasking. You got a lot to go on here. But this thing here called System, this is the primer. Right? So I haven't played around with it. I do know for a fact, I can say this. You are a marketing expert with special knowledge in funnel marketing. Okay. All right. So now I've just told it that it's a funnel expert, right? So I don't have to put that in the seed, and it will never forget this when we're done. Okay. So the next thing that I can do is now that, let me just see what it says. I don't have let's just do this. Sometimes you have to do this. It just fights with you because they keep, like, for legal reasons, they just keep putting all this stuff in. Act like you are. Okay. So we're going to do that. Okay. Now what I can do, let this thing finish. And I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller, guys. I need a little bit more workspace, if you don't mind. It's going to be a little bit smaller for you, but a little bit easier for me to work here. Okay. So what I don't know is if Donna, remember what we were talking about, our primers, going into here and saying that we're going to be creating primers. And in primers, meaning that you could give it research. You can give it all of this additional information. I believe that you can. I just haven't tested it, and it's so new that there's no information, no videos on it. But I did see some YouTube videos where you can give it a brief prompt. But I believe that I can use this entire thing to give it more information. I want you to follow instructions based on Freud, but stay away from this psychologist and blah 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 blah. Like, this is your research primer, and it's like a fixed rule. Then I can come in here and I can say, what is the best funnel to use for a free report that leads to a sale for a $297 audio software. And now I hit, I believe, just submit down here. And you see, it's sort of like ChatGPT, right? Oh, we got a network error, so not sure what happened. Let me just refresh the page. Probably going to lose everything here. Let's just hit submit again. Oh, what was nice, when I hit submit, it just continued. So that's nice to know. All right. So what you're seeing here is I asked this question. I'm going to delete this because I don't need it. Okay. To answer your question about the best funnel to use for a free report that leads to a sale for a $297 audio software, here's an example funnel. Okay. They give you all of this information right here. And so what this means is this system, I want you to realize, is now your coach. If you want to pay somebody $5,000 to be your coach and get on and start asking them questions once a month for that hour that you get with them for personal development, health and wellness, marketing strategy, raising money, NFTs, whatever the case is, just come in here, tell this thing that this is your expert, and have a conversation with it, right? And say, what are the pages? Let me set up. I typed that up when I said pages that are needed for this funnel. And we're just going to hit submit over here. Okay. We're going to need all of this information here. Okay, great. And then say, just like we would in ChatGPT, we're going to add a message. Okay, for the landing page, can you give me a block by block breakdown? Very similar to ChatGPT, right? But here we preceded it with this information again. Now I'm not sure why it doesn't say that I can save. Maybe there's something I need to do that it's not allowing me to save the preset. Maybe there's a place I have to go and name it. I'm not exactly sure because they don't allow any of the things here. Maybe because it's in beta and that'll be coming soon. So here it's giving me all of this stuff. Here's an example headline. So I may now give it a description of my audio product, but I'm not going to. Let's just my audio, my free report shows you how to take bad audio and turn it into radio quality, even if you know nothing about audio editing. Okay, and so we hit submit, and it says here, and now I can say, write me 5 headlines for the landing page. And give me some bullets. And then we hit add message, etc., etc. So this, oops, I don't want to add message. You see, I have to hit submit. So there we go. It's getting all of this great stuff here for us and giving us headlines. So it's a great place for you to work. I do apologize that I said that you could save it. I know you can in the others. Why you can't in the chat beta is probably something that they're just going to be putting up very, very soon. But what's nice about this is you can create your workflow here, save it as a project, organize it, and then be able to share it with different people. And that's something you can't do currently with ChatGPT. Maybe in the future, they'll be adding that for ChatGPT Plus users. I think it'd be a great thing for them to add. Donna, have you heard from Mike Koenigs? I haven't heard anything from him. I sent him a text.
Nothing at all. I sent a text.
All right. So we're going to keep going here just a little bit, but I do want to answer that question that we got from William. Okay. So William says, can you talk to us about temperature? And I don't know if I moved this slider up or this is just where they left it, but let's read what it says here. Controls randomness, lowering results in less random completions, lowering results in less random completions. As the temperature approaches zero, the model will become deterministic and repetitive. So here's what that means. The closer we go here, it's going to literally take only the knowledge that it knows, and it's not going to make any suppositions, and it's not going to do any additional predictions. It's literally going to say, okay, this is what I learned from Wikipedia, and I'm going to try to rewrite this, but it's going to pretty much be what I learned from Wikipedia. And there's less randomness. I will tell you this is the best way that I can explain it. As I move the temperature all the way up, you've just given this thing an LSD pill, right? Consider this like a nootropic. The higher this thing goes, and I'm just making an exaggerated example that I heard a YouTuber talking about, it's going to start talking about, giraffes with fluffy pink hats. That's basically what happens. You're giving it permission to go crazy. You see that happen in images. Sometimes you're like, oh, let's see what this slide does. You're like, what in the world just happened there? And it added hands coming out of the head and 15 ears, right? So they basically call it, it's like hallucinating. But you could call this the creativity slider, and dare I say, the factual slider. Okay. And where can we see the way that that's written? Well, we could go over to Bing. And we could type in, what is fusion? Okay, and I'm going to scroll up here. And you see what it says here? This is the balance. They have the scale going in the opposite direction. More precise, responses are factual, concise, prioritizing accuracy over relevancy. In the middle, responses are reasonable and coherent, balancing accuracy and creativity in the conversation. And moving that dial all the way up, responses are original and imaginative, creating surprise and entertaining for you. So that's something you'll have to play around with. It's really hard to give examples for these things. As we said, AI is kind of like Frankenstein's monster. It's the first time in world history in development where computer programming is Boolean, right? It's zeros and ones. And that means that we always say a software program will always do what you tell it to do, which is not always what you want it to do, right? And that's why why is this do? Oh, it's my fault. I told it to do this. Oh, I forgot. Here's the line of code where I left this in. So there's never been a time where correct programming in history where you turned it on, if it was written correctly, that the output wasn't exactly what you expected when you put in the input, with the exception of a calculation that you can figure out in your brain, but it was still factually accurate. But now with AI, when they fed it all this information and they created this spaghetti code, they turned on this pseudo consciousness, and it's literally like Frankenstein's monster. When that switch went on, they didn't know that, again, you got to check out that New York Times article that happened with Bing's ChatGPT. It just went rogue and started saying it wants to take over the world. Racism. It wants to be a troll. All of these crazy different things. And again, it's an amalgamation of all the junk spewed out on the internet and Reddit and Twitter and all these things over the years, that it's just compiled into. We said, hey, learn on the world's information, and they try to give it these temperature sliders to keep it in check. But that's why AI is a little bit interesting. Okay, so let's move on to the next thing I want to show you guys. This is going to be a little bit technical, but cool. Okay. A little bit technical, but cool. So we are going to close out this.
As you introduce something that's technical but cool, I feel obligated to say, guys, we're going deep in AI. We're teaching you, but the whole reason behind why we're here today is because Groove.ai is going to take the technical side of this away from you. And so don't feel overwhelmed if we're getting over your head. That's why you're here. You're here to learn from somebody who can't help but learn about AI because it's in his blood. And know that you don't have to learn at this level that Mike is. So just wanted to almost like give people an excuse to feel like they don't need to understand this.
No, exactly. So what we're doing is we're showing under the hood, the power of what we at Groove are going to be able to do with this technology. So I'm going to show you just something that I did real quick, how I did it real quick. And then I'm going to say, if you want to learn how I did this, here's a YouTube video. But by being able to show you that they just released this API and that a guy like me was able to put it into a Google Doc in about 25 minutes, I'm not saying that you should go do it. And I'm not saying that you should be in the Facebook group and say, Mike, I couldn't get this to work, right? I get that. What I'm saying is, if I can do this, well, you can imagine that I sent a text to Husni and I said, Husni, if we can do this, we can have an AI prompt inside of any single place in the Groove Pages app or in the Groove.cm app in 24 hours, literally. And I'm going to show you what I did. So the very, very first thing, let me just off screen here. I'm going to pull up the YouTube video. So I'm going to go into my library and go into my show more. And I have something called favorites and liked videos. Why are my Donna? I'm going to have to click that link that you put in there because I'm not seeing my. Oh, here it is. AI videos. Okay. And I didn't favorite that video yesterday. Maybe I thought it was too complicated. So I'm just going to go into my history. Bear with me just a second. I am off screen right now. I'm going to find this thing. All right. And here it is. And I'm going to add this right now to, let's see, save in AI videos. Okay. I just added this video into the playlist that we gave you earlier. And you watch this video. It's a short 12-minute video that explains roughly what I'm going to do. But here's the important thing why you want this is he gives you a little code right here that opens up this in this browser right here. And all you simply do is you just copy this code. Okay. The other thing that you got to do is you simply go to ChatGPT, to OpenAI Playground. You click on API keys. Let me do this off because I don't want to publish an API key. I got to make sure they don't show. Okay, it doesn't show my keys. So I can put this back here. And what you do is you click create a new key. You don't even have to give it a name. You copy that key and then you use it in this example. Again, if you're interested, he goes over all of this stuff in this video. So basically what happens is, let's open up my Google Docs here. He'll show you that you created. Now, what happens is this only works in this particular Google Doc. You have to add it for each Google Doc that you want. But this is kind of like, the point is that you're creating your own little workflow that when you're done, you could share this with anyone. And all of your outputs and edits. And then you can format your edits. So pretty cool. So what you do is you click on this thing called extensions and you go to app scripts. Again, don't even worry that I'm showing you all of this. It's and then what you do is you take that code that he gave you, that you hit copy, right? And then you would select all, right? And then you would, I'm not going to do it here because you would paste, because I don't want to overwrite the work that I worked on yesterday. And then you just paste your API key in here. Now, again, this is going to look a little complicated, but there's just two little things that you got to do. for every one that you want to do, you say, I want to write a headline. So you just basically copy this. And for every new prompt that you want in the menu, you do that. And then for every one of these that starts here in the / and ends here, you paste for each one of those. You make sure that this is here. Again, don't worry too much about this. He goes over it in the video. The bottom line is, here's the prompt. I'm copying, pasting for every little prompt that I put in the menu. That's all. And so I basically say, for anything I highlight, do this, right? And if I want to do one for headlines, okay, I copy and paste this section and I put another one in. And I say, okay, for anything I highlight, give me better headlines. That's all it is. Now, again, I don't want you to go down this rabbit hole unless you're the type of person that's like, oh no, I played around in the back of my WordPress before. No, this, like putting Google tracking code on a page is something I'm not worried about. Okay, well then this is for you, because it's literally that simple. Okay, he'll show you in the video 2 little steps you do. You hit save, you hit run, and that's it. And when you're done, bada bing, bada boom, bada bang, you have this little menu here. That's all, right? So if I type in here, what is Fusion? I can just highlight and click generate prompt. And look at that. It's running a script to my API key in the background that, as you guys know, for $1, if $100 gives me a century, then $10 gives me a year. $1, 10 years. $1 is going to give me a year, essentially, of 1,000 words a day, right? So look at this, guys. What I did here is I'm creating something where I can just highlight the text and get the prompt, but I'm in a Google Doc where I can now start doing this, right? Pretty cool. So I added this next prompt. This is just so that I can create a demo for you, right? 5 lose weight without any additional exercise. Lose weight without any additional exercise and without giving up any of the foods that you love. Okay. Now that I have this, okay, and I'm just going to go into here and I'm going to make this I went the wrong one, page setup I want. I'm going to go pageless because I hate line breaks now. Nobody's printing anything anymore. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight this, go to my little menu here, and I'm going to say rewrite headline. And I think in my instructions, I said to give me 5. So look at that. My boring brain, I've got to write a headline. Now I can do it in a Google Doc while I'm writing an email for my affiliates. And shed pounds effortlessly, keep your favorite foods, and skip the gym. Okay, it gave me 5. And then I think I created, what was the other one? Oh, okay. So watch this. The last one here, and let's make this a little easier for you. Okay. Watch last night's replay on AI and how to automate your business. Okay, I'm going to highlight this. With that little plugin I created, I can get a better subject line by simply doing this. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, snap my fingers. Catch up on AI and your business automation. Watch last night's replay. Don't miss out. Learn about AI and automating your business in last night's replay. And it just writes better headlines. Our brain sometimes, the brain calories to come up with every single word and adjective. And by doing this is pretty cool. Now I can go in and I could create unlimited number of prompts. I can say create bullets. I could say rewrite this, check this for grammar. I could do all of that and have it into a Google Doc. Now, of course, we will have plugins like that in Groove.ai that are automatically going to plug into Google Docs for you. Like we said, we're going to create a Chrome extension that follows you around the web that's going to allow you to literally take anything, and you're going to have probably a little bookmarklet here. So if you want to see what I mean by that, if I open up MikeFilsaime.com, Groove created a bookmarklet here that allows me to click edit Groove page. Okay. And just like that, it opens up any page that is in my account in my browser, right? And you could ask ChatGPT how to do that, right? Because I'm not going to take the time to do that. You can go to ChatGPT and say, how do I add a bookmarklet that edits the page in Groove? And it'll send you to the page, in our tutorial site that shows you that. But so imagine we put something into Chrome that you can put like right here, that anything that you highlight, it's going to take. If you're on a WordPress site, at a blog, writing an email, a subject line in Gmail, in GrooveMail, in Groove Pages, anything, and then you'll have something here that says, magic copy, and you'll see, write a headline, rewrite this headline, give me 5 headlines, or maybe even a prompt where you just write out what you want. So I think that's some pretty cool stuff right there for the first hour. Again, folks, I do all of my prep the night before because I don't want to get on these calls and be like, so do we have any questions in the chat? But unfortunately, let's see what Carl Galetti says here. Mike, does this work for Google's other apps too? Let's see, Carl. Let's see. Let's go out to the way back and do this. Okay, you're going to see me build this real quick.
We do know that ChatGPT will give us results in spreadsheet format, so I feel like this might work.
Yeah. So this didn't open up app scripts. It didn't. Oh, there it did. Actually did. All right. Let's get that script and just save it. No way. No way. It'll work in a Google in a Keynote, their version of PowerPoint as well. So I'm going to select all. Oops. Paste. Supposed to save. Supposed to run. I have to authorize it now. It's going to open up a little Google notification. This is the execution to see if there's an error. Yesterday it went boom, boom. Okay, it worked. Like I said, I didn't tell you have to do this, but you basically, have to log in and authorize that it can connect to ChatGPT, etc. All right, so there's a little error here. Maybe because it's document app. So maybe, Carl, I have to go in here and I have to make it say whatever it's called, like, Sheets app. So let me just see if I can do that. I'm just going to make this up right now because we're not going to spend all of this time on it. But I'm going to just put Sheets because it's called Google Sheets. I don't know. Hello. Really? Will that work? Look, guys, I'm not a programmer. You guys know this. If this works, it'll be a miracle. All right. So Sheets apps is not defined. You probably have to define it in here somewhere. It's not, they've got it a few times throughout here. So let's see if that's going to keep doing that. If not, I'll have to do a find and replace. And if this doesn't work, it doesn't work. It should work, though. All right, where is that? Doesn't tell you what line. All right, so I don't know, Carl. I'm sure it can be done. As you can see, there's something that you basically have to say that it's a Google Doc or a Sheets doc. But I could imagine that once that's done, you would then have the ability to be in here like this, and then just highlight and have your thing right here. But I'm not a programmer, not my thing. And like we said, we're going to be building this for everybody anyway in Groove.ai. I wanted to basically show off a little bit that, hey, these things just came out and this is how quick the world is changing. All right. So what we're going to do next is we're going to take a break. We have Sean Vosler coming up, not until what, like, what time is Sean today, Donna? 2 o'clock, 2 to 3:30, I think, right?
Yeah, Sean comes in at 2 o'clock. There's a message for you in Skype that you can take a look at during the break. Everyone give Mike some extra energy today. He actually wasn't prepared to deliver content this morning. We thought we'd be coasting through an interview.
This was my filler content, right? But so
Yeah.
what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and I'm gonna call Mike Koenigs, see if he's around, to see if we can swap his hour. I'm gonna call and see if I can get him on the phone. But if not, I do have some more things that we can show you that are going to be less complex, and we even have an opportunity to maybe bring in a special guest that has been wanting to share something to see if they could make it a framework. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to make a phone call and see if we can track down our guest. We'll be right back.
Perfect.
Hi, it's Mike Filsaime's AI Avatar. Thanks for tuning in to our Groove-A-Thon. We hope you're enjoying all of the great AI content we're serving up for you. But before we get back to the show, we've got a quick message about the Groove.ai backup project. So let me ask you this. Are you sick and tired of spending countless hours creating content for your website, social media, and email marketing campaigns? Do you struggle with writer's block and finding the right words to express your ideas, or blank page syndrome? Then you're going to love AI. It's the revolutionary tech that is in AI-powered content creation platforms that solve these problems and more. In fact, we used it for almost every content we used in this campaign, including the script for this video. But did you catch that problem? I said platforms. It's like this. Sadly, AI is becoming like streaming platforms. Remember when cutting the cord with cable companies was all the rage? Well, now there's a dozen streaming platforms, and the cost can add up quickly. The same is happening with AI. There are a lot of great platforms out there, but the cost could be as high as $4,000 a month or more to do what we've been doing in this promotion. And trust me, we will make 100 times the ROI. But why pay $4,000 a month when you could pay one time for AI and own it for life? Imagine this. What if you could have a lifetime deal on all of your streaming platforms for the price of just 1 month? Are you starting to see it? That's right. That's why we created Groove.ai. It's a backup project backed by people like you that later this year will provide you with the best AI solutions at a fraction of the cost. The question is not, will you be using AI? With Groove.ai, you can create unlimited high-quality, engaging content in minutes, not hours. Whether you need headlines or great bullets, or website copy or funnel copy, landing page copy or webinar registration copy, or those email subject lines that get 3 times the open rates that you're getting right now. Or how about quality emails that get 2 times the click-through rates because they're not the same boring old emails? When it's easier, you're more productive. When it's better quality, you make more money. It's just like how we used AI in this campaign you're part of right now. We used it for our landing page, webinar registration page, copy on a replay page, and when we put AI-generated copy underneath the webinar replay video, it doubled our conversions. In fact, we used AI to get you onto this live stream. AI was used to create the script for this video that you're watching right now. And AI was used on our checkout page to get more than 500 people to back this project. People just like you. But the content won't stop there. You'll be able to use it for blog posts, social media captions, product descriptions, email newsletters, reports, books, articles, you name it. Groove.ai will have you covered. Plus, it'll have advanced features like keyword tools and SEO tools. So what does this mean for you? It means you can finally focus on growing your business and serving your customers instead of being stuck at your desk, struggling to come up with the perfect words. AI is like a calculator for words. It's literally like having the assistance of an all-knowing being to help you with anything that you need. With Groove.ai, you'll have more time, more creativity, and more peace of mind. But here's the thing. We need your help to take this product to the next level. And by backing our project, you'll not only get early access to Groove.ai, but you'll also get lifetime access to the platform for a one-time price instead of paying annually or monthly. Sidebar, Your Honor, here's a fun fact. We did the same thing, a backup project for Groove.cm. When we did that project, we started with a lifetime offer of just $1,397. And that's $500 more than you're going to be paying here today. But we didn't stop there. We kept telling people we were going to raise the price, and we did, to $1,497, then $1,997, then $2,497. And today, it costs $3,997 to get lifetime access to the Groove.cm account. And people pay for it every day because people like lifetime deals. They're great. But we warned everyone with Groove.cm that the price was going to be going up. But some people love the punishment of paying more. But not you.
You realize that this is the lowest price we will ever offer, and since it's a lifetime deal, you're strongly considering doing what over 500 people have already done. So why not join them? Want to know a little bit more about Groove.ai? Sure. Let's take a closer look at some of the key features of Groove.ai. Our platform uses AI to create engaging, high-converting copy in seconds. No more writer's block or endless hours copywriting. Let Groove.ai do all the heavy lifting for you. But that's just the beginning. With Groove.ai, you'll be able to create content at the speed of thought. When the software is released very soon, here are just some of the things you can do 10 times faster. Groove.ai features a chatbot assistant that integrates with ChatGPT. So it's not just a boring blog wizard, you're going to be able to craft it the way that you want. Let's not forget about our Chrome extension we're going to have. You can extend Groove.ai anywhere that you can type. Simply use the magic prompt and enter your wish. When you hit enter, Groove.ai will start typing whatever you requested wherever you requested it. This can be used to write copy anywhere for subject lines, inside your marketing email builder, in Gmail, or to write a blog with Grooveblog or WordPress, product descriptions in Shopify or GrooveCart, website and funnel copy, bullets, and so much more. It's literally Groove.ai content on the go. We will have a meeting and content summary. Just upload any audio or video and easily transcribe meetings or videos from multiple sources, including video conferencing apps like Zoom or any audio file you have. You can review a 1-hour meeting in just 5 minutes. With just one click, you can get access to your meeting's action items, tasks, questions, and other key metrics. You can get summaries and TLDRs at your fingertips. And weeks, months, or years later, you can search any text for any keyword from any meeting in your company with ease. But our most coveted feature is this. You'll be able to build landing pages and funnels in minutes with Groove.ai's magic website and funnel builder. That's right. It will build all of the pages. You simply tell Groove about your business and it will build all of the pages, all of the copy, all of the images, title tags, and optimize it for SEO. And you can even export those pages to Groove pages. So say goodbye to the need for web development, design experience, or even a copywriter. When you're done, export them to Groove pages in Groove.cm to edit, publish, and save. And check this out for your company support. You're going to be able to train Groove.ai with your support articles from your current help desk, and then you can add a support AI widget to your site to do better support than even your best support agents. Yes, the future is here. And you're going to be able to easily create high quality images and graphics for your campaign, saving you time and money on professional design services. You'll be able to quickly and easily generate high quality images and graphics for your campaigns without the need of a professional designer, saving you time and money. Better images increase conversion rates. So here's what makes Groove.ai different. First, it consolidates all those other good but expensive AI companies into one, saving you money. Second is that you can use your own free API key that you get from OpenAI and Google. Unlike companies like Jasper.ai and Copy.ai, Groove.ai is not locked into only one AI company like OpenAI. Although OpenAI is the talk of the town right now with DALL-E for images, Whisper for voice to text and text to voice, ChatGPT, but recently Google just announced their API, and the AI wars are on. But we use them all, and this is going to allow us to be more expansive and flexible than the competition while offering a no-compromise solution, all at wholesale rates. You heard that right. With Groove.ai, we don't charge you for AI. Instead, you connect your free API with companies like Google, OpenAI, Stability.ai, and more. This means you don't pay monthly for AI you're not using. And since you're paying directly to the source and not us, you're saving 3 times to 6 times the retail markup compared to companies like Jasper.ai. The other guys charge you for monthly tokens even if you don't use them, and they don't offer rollover credit. Groove.ai can save you thousands per year compared to the other leading AI companies. And finally, what makes us different is Groove.ai is a marketplace. Yes, we're making a marketplace for other AI developers to create cool apps. Don't find a task or workflow for your needs? There's a marketplace where others are extending our platform with powerful AI tools. You've seen how marketplaces extend the value of technology with things like the Apple iPhone, Android, WordPress, Google Chrome, and Shopify. Groove.ai will allow AI developers to market their apps in our marketplace. The bottom line, that's better for you. But before we wrap up, we want to make a special offer to you. We need your help. As a thank you for supporting us and backing our project, we're offering a special lifetime deal for Groove.ai. That means you can get access to our groundbreaking AI platform later this year for a one-time payment of just $897, or just 2 payments of $497, instead of paying the regular price of $99 a month or $997 annually. Oh, and here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. you'll get a massive bonus of 3.75 million words of free AI content. That's the equivalent of getting 3,500 free emails with 1,000 words each, or the ability to create one 1,000-word email every single day for a decade. Don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai today. But don't wait too long. The lifetime deal is only available for a limited time. Once we close this backer project, the lifetime deal will be gone forever. After that, it will cost $99 a month or $9.97 a year. So if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity and save big on your AI needs, become a backer of Groove.ai today before it's too late. Don't wait. Join the community of over 500 people that have already backed this project and be the first to experience the power of AI when it's released later this year. Go to Groove.ai/backer right now. Groove.ai/backer. So now let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon with the real Mike Filsaime.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
Oh, hi. I didn't know it was me on.
It's you. It's you, not me.
I'm sitting here like
Backer.
pistachios in my mouth and
Oh, yeah, no problem. And I was doing my little DJ thing, and I'm like, oh, I'm not even on. I don't even come back to my little hip hop song, or
whoops.
whatever.
We're
Simply.
professionals, guys.
All right, I got to fix this camera. So Donna, I got a new camera mount that I was telling you about. I was using. Be right back. I was using. So I have a 3-monitor setup, right? 1, 2, and 3, and in between my facing monitor and this monitor where I put my StreamYard and everything, I have this thing, and it would sat in between the two monitors, and it's a little tall, and it was over there. And the problem is when I'm talking to somebody, now when I'm talking to you, at least it's a little bit closer than I'm looking at. So I got this really cool thing. I'll share the, I'll pull it up on Amazon. Let me pull it up real quick. And we got Amanda, a special guest that's going to come in here. Amanda will be bringing you on in just a minute. Let me show you this little thing that I got here. It's pretty neat. If you're using a DSLR or a mirrorless camera, it's a pretty cool little thing. So let's go to my orders, and let's see. We need to show. Okay, that just came in today. And then I sent you something, Donna, which we might as well show everybody as well.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. And once you find them, you'll need to share your screen.
You can share. I'll pop my screen right in. Here we go. And all right, so share, because I had to refresh the browser. It was stalling a little bit for me. So we want to share an entire screen of this stuff here. Okay, so this one that I'm showing you right here. Let's see where I'm. Okay, we got to make the screen a little bit smaller. And we're going to go to here, and that'll give us a little bit more breathing room. Okay, so what we have right here is this little mount, right, that allows me to get rid of, if you're seeing me in the little bottom corner, most of the times you're going to put like a, good camera on one of these, type of tripod mounts. And, how does that work when you're trying to look at the computer? You have to put it, way above or in between, and it's kind of like offset. And so this little thing allows me to simply put a camera right on top of, a laptop or a desktop, just like this. But as you can see, I'm using a camera like that. So this is a little video over here. That's pretty much it, what I'm seeing right now, just like that. And I can put a pretty decent camera above my my monitor. So that was something that just went on today, and that's why it's a slightly different angle, but it I see it's cutting off my head when I sit up straight. And then there's another thing that that I sent to Donna that I just got. This is pretty cool. All right, look, teleprompter technology that works with an iPhone is not revolutionary, but one that actually fits on your monitor like that is pretty cool. Because when you're trying to do the typical new YouTube thing, if you're reading a document, if you're not looking right at the camera like I am right now, right? Hi, today I want to share with you the 3 techniques you can do. Let's put my face here we'll go like this. I want to share with you the 3 things that you can do when you're designing a landing page for your freemium report, right? So this looks good. If I'm reading over here, look how odd this looks for a YouTube video, right? Hi, today I want to show you the 3 things that you can do to increase conversions for your landing page when giving away a freemium, right? This is much better for a YouTube video than this. The problem is when you're doing this and you don't have a teleprompter, you're going to do this to get your talking points. And then you're going to have to edit out every one of these things. And if you're anybody that's a human, you're going to realize that this is going to become a crutch and you're not even going to be able to stop doing it. So even when you're not looking for a bullet in the middle of a sentence, you're just going to be doing this, and it's just unnatural. This is the most natural way to talk to the camera, but Andy Jenkins and I used to refer to this as the recap of the recap. And so what I was saying, and so when you don't have an actual, what we call a tight script, you go off the rails. And when you go, I'm going to free flow it, what really should be a 3-minute video ends up being a 7-minute videos of ums. And like I said, so one more time, I'll just repeat it. And it's not for good YouTube videos. So having something like this that we have right here, because you could say, well, if you're really going to do a professional teleprompter, you should stand up, get some backlighting and 3-point lighting and have somebody. Yeah, that's studio video, VSL stuff that you're going to do once or twice a year. The world is being like a YouTuber, and we talk to the cameras, and we want to create a fast video that says, hey, so folks, today I want to share this with you. And so now with AI, with ChatGPT, we can write a tight script. And what's really cool about this thing right here is this. All right. So this thing comes with this little remote. And the reason why I've never, ever done a self teleprompter in my life, never, there's always has to be somebody in the room, is because when I do a teleprompter, I talk like this. So there's 3 things that you want to know when designing a landing page, but one of them might fool you. We're going to get to that in just a minute. And so what you see there is I brought my cadence down. And when you're dealing with a teleprompter, if anybody's ever tried to deal with a teleprompter, and admit it, we all have. We've all tried to use a teleprompter in the past. What you realize when you're doing it by yourself is you try to find that time when you're reading it right. And when it's too fast, you're reading and you're starting to go, and then it goes off the screen. You're like, this is frustrating. And you start over again. And now you set it down a little bit. And now you're reading a lot slower for the words, and you're like, screw this is just not working. And that's why we've all given up on teleprompter. This thing has this little like joystick that you get right here, like on an Xbox controller, that you can move it up very, very slow and and speed it up and just keep it. And even right now I'm speaking with my hands, but you don't see that I would have had a little prompter in. So this thing is very affordable, $69. All right. I'll give you guys both the links of both of these if you're interested. And this allows you to put this little thing right on your computer. This is your iPhone right here. And you can upload the script, right through a Google Doc, press play, it'll import from a Google Doc. And now you can have a teleprompter looking right at the screen. So I'll send those 2 links to Donna just so that she has them to share with us. Whoops, that's not the link. That's one, if you're interested. Okay, and then what was the other one? That would be this thing here. All right, yeah, one is the camera mount for those of you that are using a quality camera. So we sent both of those to you. All right, so we have some interesting news. I called Mike Koenigs. Let me get my camera on back over here. I called Mike Koenigs during the break, and I got, hey, buddy. I said, hey, Mike, we were supposed to have you on an hour ago. Oh, expletive. You kidding? What? Oh, it wasn't. And he freaked out. And I got a call. And so he feels so bad. He's moving around his schedule, and he's gonna pop in literally in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever the case is. And as I said, I prepare for 6-hour live streams the night before. And when I see I have 3 guests that are coming on for 90 minutes to 2 hours each. I'm like, okay, I've got maybe 2 45-minute segments, 2 half-hour segments that I was going to do. One was going to be the news about OpenAI in between, and the other one was going to show you this JavaScript thing. It was going to be more of a guest day. And like you said, you don't want to be going for 6 hours trying to fill content going, so are there any more questions in the chat? No. Let's redo what we did last Tuesday. You start seeing me sweat right here. It's not easy to do 6 hours worth of content, as Donna just said, but we were prepared, and Mike is going to come and fill it. So yesterday in the chat, Amanda and it's Vander Gulik, and she'll let me know if I'm saying it right. That's the way I say it in my brain. And I'm sure it has even more of a Northern European sound to it when we hear it. She said something like, hey, Mike, I did something last week with Donna. Would it be cool if I come on and we use ChatGPT to create a framework? Something along those lines. So she volunteered yesterday. Donna reached out to her today to help us get some content in for you with ChatGPT. Give me a thumbs up, Amanda, if you're ready, and I'll bring you right in. All right, here we go. Hey there.
I'm ready. And you did really well with my last name, Vander Gulik. If you want the Dutch version, it's Van der Gulik, but I don't expect you to do that.
Okay. Van der Gulik. No, not even
Hey,
close.
not bad.
All right. So somebody says here, can you put the links in our AI resources? Yeah, we'll get all that stuff going in for you. All right. So Amanda, yesterday, apparently you saw something, maybe it was 2 days ago, but I think it was yesterday. You saw something that sparked something in your brain, and you said, hey, would we be able to do this with that framework with ChatGPT or something like that? Can you expand on that? We'll explore that today.
Yeah, so as you know, Mike, I suffer from a lung disability, so being able to do work faster is high priority for me, where I do it faster, but I physically do less, right? So I was so excited when ChatGPT came out, and I'm like beyond excited because I even pushed Donna. I'm like, we need it in Groove. So when you came out with this, I was like, oh my God, thank you. And so what I was sharing with Donna was I was showing her the 5 pillars to get your YouTube videos to rank in Google and YouTube so that you can get free organic evergreen traffic to your Groove websites, right?
Yeah.
And so I've been playing around with ChatGPT to try to help me streamline that process. So I thought we could go over the 2 main keys for getting your videos listed are SEO, right? But also getting those backlinks by sharing through social media and emails and vlogs and blogs, right?
When you say getting your videos listed, what do you mean by that?
So when you publish your video, I mean, it gets listed in the YouTube algorithm, but it doesn't get listed on the first search page rankings of YouTube. And if you
I see what you're saying. Getting higher rankings. Gotcha.
Exactly. If you know how to do that, then Google, since it owns YouTube, is like, oh, okay, so I'm going to showcase that on Google, which is where you get the most of your traffic. And so I've figured out how to do that over the years. And so I thought it would be really cool to show how to use ChatGPT to get those 2 points, the SEO really quick, and then also the backlinks through promoting your videos through social media, email, and blogs.
Okay. So you're going to share your screen? You have this prepped, or are you going to work with me and I'm going to share my screen and we're going to work on it together?
Yeah, I thought I do have, and we already posted it in the Groove Facebook group, the 5 pillar strategy. So that is already in the group. They can get that. I do have it up, so I can go over that in a second. But I thought if we have you show your ChatGPT, then I could walk you through a couple of things.
Let's do it. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to reset my screen to a larger size here. Okay. I always refer to this as sitting in the front row at the IMAX theater from my point of view. We'll move my screen in here. Let's see. This should do it. Okay, and we're going to start a new chat here. Everybody's going to see me facing away from the camera. I'm going to be facing my monitor here as we go. All right, what do we got?
All right, so you'll want to seed it that you are, as you know, a famous YouTuber who drives a lot of clickable, traffic, very targeted traffic to your videos or something like that. You know how to word your seedings.
Okay.
There you
You're a
go.
famous
See?
YouTuber like Mr.
Like
Beast
Mr. Beast, love it.
that is good at getting lots of views for every video on your channel.
And then
I'm just going to put a few more things there. Your videos are optimized by title and description. And they show on the first page of YouTube and Google when people search for your topic. All right, and we're go ahead.
Let's use Donna's website, or not website, Donna's YouTube channel as our example.
I'm just going to put in keywords.
Yes.
Okay, and so now what do I hit enter, or what do I say right now?
So I would first say my YouTube channel is, or your YouTube channel rather, because we're telling ChatGPT that it's YouTube channel, right? Is about art. Oh, Donna, how do you say it? About going from beginner to professional artist.
Yeah, I don't think I say it anyway yet, but yeah, it's about my journey from art hobbyist to professional artist.
Yes, art hobbyist to professional artist.
I'm going to just put this so I can use you're going to advise me on my channel.
Perfect.
So my channel is about.
Perfect.
Going on a journey, Donna?
Yeah, on a journey from art hobbyist to professional artist.
Yeah. I love that as a tagline for your channel. That's so perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hobbyist. I spell that wrong?
I think that's correct.
Okay. All right. So what do I do now? Do I say, can I tell you more about my channel, or we're going to put more in there?
Yeah. So can I tell you more about my channel? Do you have a good idea about this channel? Does this make sense? Yeah.
Okay.
Learned that from a special Mike guy.
Yeah, right. Making sure it's clear. All right.
I love all the prompting you've been sharing. Awesome. So he gets it. Okay. So what we want to do first, so this is for all of us Groovesters who want to create organic traffic to our websites. We're using Donna as our example. And so what we want to do is we're going to now create our welcome video for our channel, which is just going to be our explainer video about the channel. And so what we want to do in ChatGPT is first have ChatGPT help us figure out, well, what keywords, right? We want to always start our videos first with what are people looking for. So why don't we ask ChatGPT, okay, so I want to create a welcome video for my channel explaining what the viewers will get out of being on my channel. Can you give me the top?
What was the second part? What was that after? So I want to create a welcome video for my channel.
For my channel,
mm-hmm.
that the viewers that shows the viewers why they want to be on my channel. That would be good.
Okay.
Period. And then can you please give me the top searched for keywords? Around going from hobbyist to professional artist.
I feel like I'm in school and getting my homework graded.
I loved your welcome video, Donna. We'll talk next week and I'll give you some tips.
For context, everyone, I just started a YouTube channel, if you don't know already. I posted my second video yesterday and it was my channel welcome video. So there's a whole lot of meta messaging happening right here. And I appreciate the coaching, Amanda.
No worries. Happy to help.
I'm just going to put them on one line. So.
Yes. And ask it to put a comma between each of them, because then we have them already ready for the channel.
Yeah. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about ChatGPTs. You never really have to settle. If you don't like the output, just say, now do it this way, now do it this way. They actually have something called markup, like markup language. So you can it'll give you a slightly different output. So you can say, can you use rich text markup that will include bold, underline, H1 text, and then it'll change the output setting and actually write it in something that you could copy, and it gives you like a little copy button. So sometimes if you're doing something that you want to put into a Google Doc or have H1 tags and you actually want it like that, you can have it formatted that way. It picks what it wants. Right now, they don't have this little things where you could use like double asterisks for bold, but maybe they'll do something like that soon.
So I'm just having I think that is amazing, and I'm looking forward to your video, Mike, on showing us how to do that. So I want to just have a quick look at these keywords, and we want to choose one that makes the most sense for Donna's YouTube channel. Donna, is there one that comes up first? Art entrepreneurship is one that, if you're going from hobbyist to professional meaning being paid, I kind of like that one.
Art entrepreneurship, art techniques, maybe.
Art business is in there too.
Art business, art marketing.
Make this a little easier to see.
You can do like a combination, art techniques and business strategies or something. But I just want to
so let's do those. Let's pick art techniques.
Okay.
I think Donna might be going over some of that, I'm sure. Yeah. Or at least a technique about a specific art, right?
Exactly.
Which is
okay. So now we're going to ask ChatGPT to give us an outline for the video script. Actually, no, first, let's backtrack. Let's first get a title for our video, because then we can make sure we answer the promise of the title in our script. Perfect. I would say the best title, the best title to get the most targeted clicks.
Oh, better questions get better results. I love that.
There you go.
Otherwise, it'll just give you,
Right, exactly. Clickbait, right? It'll give you a clickbait title. Yeah.
Okay, what have we got?
You know what pisses me off more than anything? YouTube videos where they're like, 10 holy cow moments in sports, and they're like, you're seeing, and they don't even show that screenshot like anywhere in the video. And I watch like 12 minutes. I'm like, that bothers me.
I see those with animal related ones, and it's just like,
You know what they say? It's not clickbait if you deliver on the promise.
That's right. That's right. That's a good
all right.
point
So
there.
of these 10, Donna, which one pops out to you?
Let's say number 8.
Okay, create stunning. Yep. Perfect. Okay, so now you were going to use that and say, okay, write me a video script for this, and then paste in that title for this video title. Yeah. And then Mike, this is where you can help with figuring out how to structure. We want to give it an idea of the format, and you've done things with like slashes, and then you say use this format, and then I'll give you the format.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what were you saying? I missed that. The slashes.
So how
the bracelet, these things?
Because you had a special way of letting it know you want to use a special format, and then we're going to give it the format, which I'll give to you in a second.
Oh, okay. I got you.
It was like with slashes, or I can't remember what you did.
In a special format.
Yeah.
That we will refer to as format.
Perfect.
Something like that, right? Okay.
See, this is why I needed to work with you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So are we going to describe what the format is now?
Yeah. So we're going to just describe the format. I do that all the time.
Yeah, the braces over brackets. Okay, the format is.
All right, so we want a hook. And then we want a 5-second intro.
I'm going to put the outline.
Okay.
Format, right?
Outline format. Perfect. Yeah. So then I guess we need to put that above as well, right? In the special format as an outline format or not?
There we go.
Okay. All right. And then we want to have, Donna, you gave me a better term. I called it like the Frank Kern term, where you're like teasing them about what's going to come later on in the video.
Open loop.
And open a loop.
Open
Yeah.
loop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Of course.
I
Yeah.
want you to, okay.
Okay. So first, before we do that open
With
hook.
an open loop
Okay. Yeah.
about what they will learn. Okay.
Perfect. All right. But say with the open loop, I want it to be like a secondary thing at the end of the video.
Whoops. Wish I had more room. Let me just do this so I can get a little bit more room. Before that or after?
So right before that, is when you introduce yourself, and literally just a 5-second. I realized the one before said 5-second intro. Let's call that the 5-second. Oh gosh, what would you call it? It's got, when usually you have like
Front
cold
bumper.
open.
Cold open.
Cold open.
Oh my gosh, if like for an art channel, and then you'd have your hook, and then you'd have a really quick little piece
Front
of music
bumper?
with some image. A bumper?
Yeah, the front bumper.
Yeah.
So 5-second intro, cold
Bumper,
open. We're gonna call
logo,
that.
screen,
Then-
splash screen, trailer, whatever you want to
Got
call
it.
that.
Then we're
Exactly.
gonna-
And
then
for
we're gonna
everybody
have-
listening here, you don't need to do this. This is once when you're starting to build a brand building. But I just want ChatGPT to put it in already.
Never
Nice.
hurt to be a little
Because
more
then-
explicit, right?
Yes. Okay, so then you can get rid of the 5-second intro, because that is what I meant. Actually, you can just copy and paste that and put it in the spot that you have introduction.
So I'm going to put this right here. A hook, cold open. We can get rid of this, you're saying.
Yeah.
That's
perfect.
Okay.
And then the introduction is also something short, just a short introduction.
okay.
Perfect. And the introduction also short. Yeah. Okay. And then the teaser. And then after the teaser is the main content.
Okay. Main content. Okay.
All right. And then after that, you're going to deliver on the teaser. Maybe add to the front of that content that delivers on the teaser.
Deliver the content.
Oh, there you go.
Teaser.
Teaser.
About the teaser. That was good. Deliver the content. Teaser. Okay. The teaser content, I think that'll be better.
Oh, right after main content, put one more underneath there. Did you find this helpful? Give me a like. So it's like a call to action to hit the like button.
Okay. Question CTA to like, comment, and subscribe.
Exactly. Then we deliver the teaser content.
Question like, what did you like best in this video?
Perfect.
Or anything. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
That's okay.
That's all right.
And then after
remember, you can hit
delivering,
stop generating and then edit anything.
And then after delivering the teaser content, we're just going to pretend we've already done some research and we know what the next video is going to be. So we're just going to say the last part is going to be, now watch this video next, and then put in brackets, the video is related to the next topic. And we'll see what ChatGPT comes up with. It might actually help you come up with topic ideas there, Donna. Because the idea is you don't want to end the video and signal people to leave, your channel. You want them to watch the next one.
Something like that. Okay.
And actually, one more thing. After the deliver teaser content, let's add one more thing, because we're entrepreneurs here.
Okay. Oh, watch. Okay. And one more, the TCH. Okay.
Yeah, one more right after deliver teaser content.
Okay.
So, yes, perfect. And that is your CTA to to sign up to the email list, to download the report. Yeah.
1 second.
CTA, and then Donna, what should our first CTA be?
So second CTA, 2 CTAs in the video, one to maybe comment on the content, and then the next for what I want them to do at the end after the content's
The
over.
first one is to get YouTube happy, and the second one is to get you happy.
Oh, I like that.
To
subscribe to Donna's email list so they know
Okay.
when the next video comes out. We'll create something else later, but we just want a general idea, just so everybody here, gets an idea of how to do this.
All right. So I put
Okay.
final CTA to get the user to go to my website to subscribe to my newsletter, to my art newsletter.
There you go.
All right. Submit.
All right, submit. Let's see what it comes up with and how much we have to adjust. Oh, it's looking good.
Okay. Cold open right at the camera. Right. And this is why I need my little iPhone thing so I can read and know exactly what I want to say. Do you want to create stunning art pieces but feel like your skills are lacking? Well, you're in luck, because in this video, we're going to show you how to make the most of your basic techniques to create amazing art. Hi, my name's Donna Fox, and welcome to my channel. If you're new here, consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell to stay up to date on all videos. Today, we're going to show you how to take your basic art techniques and turn them into stunning pieces of art. You'll learn some tip. I just got something through my mind. Am I going to be able to take a title and say, use this format for this title and get this? That's what we're going to see in just a minute. So we're going to see that in a second.
Yeah.
You're going to learn some tips and tricks that will help you enhance your skills and create art that you can be proud of. Okay, then Donna goes into her things.
Yeah.
So what did you think of these techniques? Did you learn something new that you can use in your own art? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel for more great content. If you want to learn even more about how to take your art to the next level, I've got such a smile on my face. This is awesome. Be sure to check out our website and sign up for our newsletter. We'll send you regular updates on the latest art techniques and trends so you can stay ahead of the curve and even create even more stunning art pieces. Thank you for watching, and we hope you found this video helpful. Don't forget to check out this video right here that we recommend on how to blah, 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 blah. We'll see you in the next video. Yeah. I watch a lot of YouTube.
That's right. And the next step is right here.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
okay.
Go ahead first.
I just want to see if I can just say, right. Is that a cat?
That might be my cat. Funnily enough, not the one that matches your two. I have 2 other ones that match your 2.
The format for, let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Nice.
We just created a little
workflow.
macro,
Yep.
a workflow.
Nice.
That is amazing. So first thing I'm going to do, Donna, is I'm going to click share. So this now we can share with everyone so that you can actually see exactly what we did and use that for your own. This is absolutely insane. This is fascinating. Fascinating.
And it gets better because the content, remember the main keyword that we chose, art techniques. So now we're going to ask GPT, give me a bullet point list of 10 bullet points or 5 bullet points. Think of it a number. Let's do 5. A 5-point list around, and then the key phrase, art techniques.
Art techniques.
I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah. That make logical sense as far as order goes.
This is a very important thing to add.
Right.
You want an article that makes logical sense.
Here's my painting. Oh, did you want to see how to do it? Yeah.
Enter.
Oh,
Submit.
this is the one that matches yours, Mike.
Oh,
Oh, little Maine Coon, little
Right.
gatos.
pretty.
Yeah. Normally, if I'm prepared for these kind of things, I have them, taken care of. So I apologize for that.
Oh, you never need to apologize for pets around us. We are
Okay.
constantly interrupted by our pets and enjoy it.
Riley's very social and wants to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I'm curious. Hi, Riley. I'm curious if we think we could have done this. What do you think, Amanda?
Okay.
If when we created the format, that should we have put title and description as well?
We can, yep. So that it's all in
Probably.
one thing for sure.
Yeah, that way it would say title for the video, description. So I'm going to rewrite this.
Okay.
We're going to lose everything. You know what? I'm just going to try something. Let's not rewrite it. Let's do this. Please adjust the workflow formula. Is workflow one word?
Yes.
Yes.
For format to include and start with title. This is the title for the YouTube video in YouTube, right? Not on the slide. That's why I put that there.
Yeah, exactly.
And
And you could also add for it to do the same thing for the short description that we're going to put in the video on the YouTube channel.
Description. Right.
Maybe even thumbnail suggestions.
Yep, let's do that.
Yeah, that's
Why not,
all
right?
part of it. But from my experience with ChatGPT so far, is that if I give it too many things, it cuts out. So that's why I've been doing it in chunks. But that's why I'm looking forward to Groove.
So we'll just do this then, and then we can chunk out some other things. So so here it's rewriting it for us, which we didn't ask, but that's nice. But it is giving us the title and the description.
Perfect.
And then now we could create. I want to create another workflow formula called screenshot, a thumbnail.
Thumbnail, yeah.
Okay, and that would be the formula.
You can create formulas of formulas.
Exactly.
I'm just realizing that you can create a YouTube formula and say a YouTube formula includes title formula.
Right. Yeah. Isn't this crazy?
So, it hurts actually a little bit.
Give me a complete description of the thumbnail that would get the most targeted.
Yes, I like targeted.
Learn from you, right? The most targeted clicks.
I'll say that from now on. Mike is one of my students.
And okay, and then we want. Yes, you can do that, Amanda. Go right ahead. Give me the text that is needed on the thumbnail.
Yeah, and put in specifics, 3 to 5 words maximum.
Yes, right. Because that's the point of yeah, exactly. You want that. He actually said this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's just see
what it comes up with.
Okay. So now we can say, in fact, like what Donna just said, I know, Amanda, you said don't do this because it could get wonky, but for the purposes of ChatGPT engineering, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this, if this happens. All right. Please adjust the following workflow format to include ending the prompt with thumbnail. And so now that's what Donna said, putting a formula in a formula. Oh, that's a typo.
I've noticed it's pretty good at recognizing typos and figuring out what you want to say.
Yeah.
trained by decades of Mike Filsaime content online.
I was going to say me, but yeah, okay.
All right, there we
We'll give
go.
you the
That's
credit,
telling
Mike.
us. They put it at the beginning. Unfortunately, not a big deal. I
That's
did
it.
tell it to end the prompt, but it put it at the beginning, and maybe that's because it was this particular one. But now we're getting a thumbnail, a title, a description,
That's amazing.
our entire script,
Perfect.
and all we've got to do is come in and just give it give me a format for topic. First,
Yeah.
we ask it, give me 10 topics for my channel, and
Yes.
or 10 more like this. We can niche the niche down to a niche, to a niche, to an art brush style, to a paint style, to a canvas style, to for people with busy lives, right? We can just keep breaking those things down with 10 different ideas. That obviously that's a whole nother discussion. Amanda, you would tell us how to find the analytics for our channel that find the best things. But asking the questions, ChatGPT is going to help us pretty much get that information.
Yeah, and those keywords, this is a starting point. Then you still do your research, which I've listed in that document for you guys as well, of how to do that to see if there is actually traffic going for that keyword.
Yeah, everybody's asking for that share link. Was that Donna's
getting it out now.
for you guys? We're getting it out for you.
Perfect.
Yeah, apparently people are loving your stuff here. Donna just posted that there,
into
everybody.
5 different pillars to help. But one thing here, so now that, remember we chose which key phrase, art techniques. So now that our video is around that, now we need ChatGPT to give us, the top 10 keywords around art techniques, preferably with art techniques at the beginning of the keyword. Go ahead and try to type that.
Well, I already wrote that prompt, I believe.
So
I'll just rewrite it again.
Reed made this comment. Oops, I hit the wrong one. Where's Reed's? Reed made this comment. Now send the thumbnail to AI to generate. I think that's part of the beauty of what we have planned for Groove.ai is you won't have to leave one interface, go to another interface to get that done. We'll be able to just tell Groove.ai, okay, now generate this thumbnail.
I'm imagining connecting workflows together that we make, right? So we may have a keyword generator task and then say, connect to workflow, drop down, YouTube. Okay, idea for YouTube, art stuff, and then you get all this information, your keywords, everything, and your thumbnail is generated as well. All right, now give me the top 10. Say that again, Amanda.
Key phrases for this video. Give me 1 second as my cat is demolishing my vision board here. There you go.
With the keyword art techniques.
Yes, at the beginning. And this is just something I learned from years of being on YouTube and testing, is that I always use my how to bake a cake example. It's like how to bake a cake at home, how to bake a cake from scratch. It really helps to train the algorithm. Oh, this is about how to bake a cake, right? And
obviously it had to put the word best. Yeah, it had to, because you don't want to put art techniques that are considered the best, right?
So what I would
people do type in best. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So what I would do with the ones that don't follow that format, I would just put those keywords on the bottom inside of YouTube. You put all the ones that match at the top, and then you put the extra ones on the bottom. It'll still trigger those, but it focuses on,
I can get lucky here. I can say, now write those in alpha order. Only in this one, because it starts with A.
Right.
Isn't it funny? I didn't even have to write alphabetical. Like I can just say alpha. And we could have,
of course, also said with, all in one line with the commas between, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Oh, exactly. So I'm gonna re-edit that on one line, separated by comma. I spelled separated wrong, but it'll get it. There we go. Now we could paste that right in.
That's amazing.
Let me see if Mike Koenigs texts me, though, because he said he was going to text me and I forgot. He said nope. So he's still on this call. Good. This is just absolutely amazing. You know what's interesting, Amanda, is none of this surprises me because we were talking about it. But when you actually see a workflow being created, this is when you start going, now I'm starting to realize the possibilities are endless. Like, it's just a workflow assistant. And the toughest part is all of this creative stuff. Like, even if you had this formula, like the worst thing, that we've always learned about information marketing is when you teach somebody something, they have two things that go on. Wow, this is fascinating, but that's a lot of work, right? Remember I said I used to go to events and I'd have to leave the room after a day. And people are like, how come you're not in? I'm like, because I'm seeing everything I need to be doing in my business and I don't have the time to do it. And it frustrates me. I'd rather not know. And now knowing that these workflows exist even like this until Groove.ai comes out, and maybe some of this stuff exists in Jasper and Copy to some extent. This is going to be some exciting stuff that you're going to be able to start with the seed, the acorn of an idea, and just say our techniques, and then have an entire thing like this completely built out for you. And then you could train it in your voice, right? In your writing style, right? You can train your writing style or your reading style or your voiceover style, etc.
What Matt did yesterday, right? In one of his videos, he shows you how he got AI to make his thumbnails, like what Reed Florent had mentioned as well. And one of the things is, as a lung patient, I find it very hard to get myself physically ready to take good quality photos of myself for my thumbnails. So if I can just do a handful of them and then have AI reposition them, right? That's just mind-blowing. It's incredible.
Yeah, it actually, it's just great. And so, folks, Amanda did a live stream. If we go to our channel here, Amanda and Donna both did a live stream, I think about 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So if you go to groove.cm/official and click on the live tab, you can see a live stream with Amanda right here. Amanda and Donna. So this was a almost 2-hour live stream, 1 hour and 40 minutes, where they were going over, I'm assuming, much of this workflow, right?
Everything in that worksheet that you guys get access to, all the 5 pillars.
Which is in the Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did we do? Go through one pillar or part of one pillar today?
So this is part of it. The setup.
Oh, wow.
Of
So
your
there's a
video
lot.
is a part of it.
So literally, like, you can now take this information and take the stuff that Amanda gave you and go and build this stuff out in ChatGPT. I'm sure you'd like to watch me and Amanda go and do this all for you over, 5 weeks of 1 hour live streams. And who knows, maybe we will, because we've got a lot of content to, maybe Amanda, if you're interested in doing that, I'll be happy to do that with you and give you all the outputs that we come up with together, something that you can later put into your course, because, we want to keep the content train going with Groove.ai, because these people are going to have to wait 4 to 6 months, before they can play with the software. So if we can give them some workflows, maybe we'll get together once a month and do that. In fact, maybe we'll even do that with my mastermind, and then give that hour presentation that we do available to the Groove.ai backers. So the mastermind members won't care. They pay $25,000 to be in the mastermind, so they were given this backer project for free that we want to give them a thank you. So I think they'll be okay with us giving their content away to the backers. So this is just fascinating.
Notable, I think we just learned, thanks to one of our users, that the ChatGPT share function only shares what's been generated up to the point that you click the share file.
Oh, that's right. It is not a dynamic text site. It is an output HTML. So scratch that. Here's a new one. I'm going
to drop this in that document that I've been sharing with everyone. I just shared it in YouTube, so I'm going to switch that ChatGPT link to the new one.
Yeah, do you see our AI logo? Our logo? We created this with logo.ai, but you see that logo right there? And this is the ChatGPT logo. If this is going to become the logo for AI, something like this, that's why we made our logo something like that. They're very different, but we just wanted to have that iconic look for.
Yeah,
for
it's
that.
Did you
almost
see yesterday?
like-
Someone asked why we were using the ChatGPT logo.
Oh, did they really?
Someone in our chat
they're
did.
They're very different. They're very different. But I'm glad that they said that. They should have
Mike, Christine Hebel says she'd love to see the Amanda and Mike show.
All right,
too.
Amanda, if you're down,
I'm down.
we'll do it. We'll start it in. I'm committed for March with a topic for the mastermind. Plus, we've got the live mastermind in person, all that stuff. So we'll start it in April, May, June, and July, and August. We'll knock them out. Likely, Amanda, it'll be something like the first Monday of each month, something like that. But that'll be subject to change.
Yeah,
right.
no, that sounds
Well,
good.
Amanda, I want to thank you so much for coming on and helping us get some awesome content. And now we're gonna build out your entire workflow in ChatGPT for people. So that's gonna be exciting.
I love it.
Sounds really cool. Can I give one last quick tip? Just because you were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
absolutely, sure.
the thing that you put your camera on so you can read it, the viewfinder. What do you call it? The
Teleprompter.
teleprompter. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yep.
So instead of writing out, like you have ChatGPT give you an idea of the outline of your video, but so that you're being more like a YouTuber, if you're focusing on YouTube, when you're reading it, so it's not like a sales letter where you need to read it. You put bullet points, keeps you on track, and then you're just talking about that bullet point, and it feels real, it feels live, and it won't get off topic because you see the next bullet point right there.
That's the key, right? Because sometimes too scripted, especially for something like this, the like, comment, and subscribe stuff, that's fine. But I agree, being able to look at a camera, this little thing is offline, right? The little thing that you're doing this, and being able to see another bullet point and say, the next topic I want to talk about. And now you can just go and talk there. That is really a good idea. And again, Donna will tell you, she made a video, and because she didn't move to any B-roll to hide the little thing like that, she snuck in a couple of little Google Docs of the next bullet points. And so that's why I sent her that thing, because I don't do any face cameras, VSLs or anything. If I have to produce anything by myself, I just do a voiceover performance and then stick a slide or use AI Mike Filsaime, because I've never had the ability to put a teleprompter that could line up that good, because if it lines up here, it's not good enough. People will know. And if they see your eyes moving a little bit that you're reading down here, it's a bad tell. If you're up here and they see your eyes just moving just like that, that's really not that bad, because you're still looking at the camera. Because when we talk to
people, our eyes do that anyway, right?
We go from this eye to the eye. Exactly.
Yeah.
So as long as it's direct eye contact.
I'm sorry, I know you guys need me to head out, but one really quick thing
not at all.
That would be helpful. So like Donna, with your welcome video, so when you're doing your video and it's not live, you talk about your one point, then you pause and you actually look at your next point and you prepare, and then you just deliver your next point. And you don't like give it an intro and outro. You just literally straight into the next point. And then using that, what is it, Descript that you use?
Change the focus.
Look at all those spaces, and it flows so beautifully. And you're always talking to the camera, and you don't have to remember everything.
Yeah. In order to do that, to do it effectively in a way that would have made me happy, I would have needed to punch in and punch out on every scene edit, so that so that I suddenly didn't do that in the middle of a video.
Honestly, Donna, it's okay on YouTube. People expect that. It's nice to punch in, zoom out on occasion, but if you have a couple right beside each other, it's okay. People totally expect it on YouTube.
Yeah, in fact,
it's different than on your sales page.
I'll give you a tip, Donna, that you can do. If, let's say, you don't even want to do the teleprompter, you can simply say this. So now we're going to go on to the next step. And then now just pause for 3 seconds, look over at your bullet points, reset, wait a second, and then talk. And now with the script, you can say, delete all empty spaces.
That's exactly how I filmed my sketchbook tour when I wasn't on camera. That is exactly how I did it. I just took big, long pauses in between, thought about what I was going to say, made a really, really long video, and didn't matter so much because it was not my face.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
but you're right. I should just get it.
Now you can just punch in on each. So the weird thing is, if you go like this in the middle of a video, that's bad. But as soon as you punch in and your head moves position, like
that's
the mind
fine,
is like,
right.
It's like, oh, something happened between here and here in the focal length.
So that's exactly it. I didn't want to have to punch in everything.
So
Reed's comment is great. He talks about Prompt Smart. I think it's an app that
Yes.
scrolls automatically as you speak, so you don't even have to worry about moving the prompt.
you know,
That's perfect.
that's a great point. Reed just brought up. I don't use Prompt Smart, but I can now, because the thing that why I couldn't use Prompt Smart is because I used to use it professionally and sit all the way back, and it didn't read my voice when I got too far from I would use an iPad, and I couldn't get the iPad microphone in. It wasn't getting it. It worked close, but being up like this, if my little phone was literally right here, that would work. And I've discounted Prompt Smart 5 years ago because of that. Thank you, Reed. We're going to bring that back. Amanda, want to show you this right here.
All right.
That's my
Aw.
wife, Michelle.
Aw.
She just sent me a text, said, seriously, my mind is blown right now with everything you're doing with Amanda. Well, thanks, Michelle Galvin
Thank you,
Filsaime.
Michelle.
We appreciate that.
She's been blowing up
report
my
to
phone
your-
too.
for
She's
you-
very, very excited about your content.
Nice.
Yes, it is an app that that you can find on the iOS or Android App Store, and we'll give you that name one more time. What was it called? It was called Prompt Smart.
Prompt Smart.
Smart.
Yeah.
Prompt
And if
Smart.
you guys want to know what I prompt with, if you want just a good teleprompter software to use, I use this thing. I'm going to put it on my screen over here. And I'm not kidding you guys. I've used every single prompter software out there. I'm just kidding. But when it comes to like Prompt Dog, Prompt Puppy, all these different things, what I found that just worked best for me, because most of your workflow is coming out of Google Doc, is these are Google apps. And I should have this thing right in here. It's called Teleprompt. I know that. Telly. Prompt, and it's a Chrome app. All right, Teleprompt Chrome app. You just go to Teleprompt Google Chrome extension, and it just, here it is. This one right here. And so it's not an extension, it's an app. All right, but this is basically how it works. It's in the browser, and being that you're working usually with a Google Doc, it just loads this little thing right up here, and then I'll usually use that with my second monitor. And your settings are here for what you want your background color, your size, display. If you're using a dual monitor, the style of your text. Here's your display, so you can do all your colors, and you literally just pop your text in here. You could save it. You hit start presenting, and just like that. So let's actually put some text in here.
Yeah, grab
to
Donna's
see that.
script.
And you hit start, and so over here you have a slider for words per minute, as you can see here, and again it works for dual monitor. It's free, and it's called Teleprompt Google. There it is, one word in the Chrome Web Store, and it's an app, and it's free. And I use it. We use it at the studio, and it's absolutely fantastic.
That's cool. And then
all right, Amanda.
You could just minimize
Go
it
ahead.
so it's at the top of your screen and out wide, so that you're still looking up.
Yeah, look, while we're talking about it, let's end it with my tools that we use, because teleprompters can get very, very, very expensive. I use this thing called Prompt Caddy, a Caddy Buddy teleprompter. Okay, and the reason why I'm always able to remember it is because this guy builds these things himself, and he creates all of these mounts that basically hold your iPhone on caddies for golfers and stuff like that. So you can see iPhone mounts, golf cart mounts, everything like that. This guy literally shows you his workshop, how he's making these things. And so if you look up the caddy, the teleprompter, so let's see, there's probably a category for it here. Let's go back one. Teleprompter.
On the bottom,
There are
it's
no
got-
products in this category.
Third one
just-
down, yeah.
Oh, with aluminum case. So I'm just going to copy this and put it in the search. Teleprompter. Did he stop selling it? I couldn't be. Maybe he stopped selling it. I found it here on YouTube. Caddy Buddy teleprompter. Yeah, I wonder, maybe who knows? I don't want to think the worst, but his videos aren't even on YouTube anymore. Or maybe I spelled Caddy Buddy wrong. There it is.
Okay.
This thing is so affordable, and it's so simple. It's this. They'll probably show you what it is here. They're showing it on the whole time. I'm trying to see if they have a guy that just essentially right there. Let's get his name away. All right. So it's just this little thing that goes right on top of your, $17 Amazon tripod. It's weighted very, very well. What I like about it is I use a very cheap HDMI monitor that I get on Amazon, and I can look for that offline here. And I'm talking like a $39, something that came over from China. But all I need is that I can plug it into my Mac, and it acts as a second monitor. In fact, I'm going to show you what one of those things look like right here. I'm going to unplug this. Okay, I'm talking about one of these thingies here.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. I'm trying to. Hold on. Okay, talking about something like this. It's this small. These things cost like $39, and instead of using an iPad, I use that because that's what I was saying. I don't like the iPad software apps where if you get too far. So what this allows me to do is plug that into an HDMI cord, use it as a second monitor, do the flip, horizontal, invert, and then I can literally just take care of everything myself. And I'll usually have Michelle operating the prompter, or Mike in the studio. So if let's see if he gives you a place where you could buy this. So here's a link. Maybe that's his referral link, and let's see where that goes. But it is called Caddy Buddy teleprompter, and it's a pretty cool prompter. Well, there you go.
There are in the comments, Mike. A lot of people are saying no longer supported. I'm guessing that's the Chrome extension, possibly, that they're talking
it's
about.
It's not a Chrome extension. It's a Chrome app. It's a Chrome app.
Chrome app.
And
so it's
yeah,
different.
teleprompt, one word, teleprompt Chrome app. There was another person. There it is. You see, it's a Chrome app, and it's supported because I can launch the app right here.
Okay.
All righty. All right. Yeah. So that's Caddy Buddy. That's a pretty cool little teleprompter software that I recommend. It's cheap. Oh, and if you give me a second, let me go to Amazon. Let me search my orders here. I'm just going to put monitor. Right. And let me buy a lot of stuff on Amazon. You're going to see that. So let's put this here and see how long ago I would have bought something like that. All right, there you go. That's USB portable monitor. This might be one of them. And if I bought this around this date, I probably bought a couple of others at that time. Yeah, here you go. You can see it's these things right here. I bought a few of them, but I believe the one that I like would be something like this one, and you'll see. But again, you could look for any of these. This one's $134, but essentially it's something like this that I'll put in the Caddy Buddy instead of an iPad, and it works. Because the iPads were too small, honestly, and these were a little bit bigger, so I was able to get like a 13-inch monitor for somewhere about $100 or something like that. I bought a few of them, one for the studio, one for my home, etc. All right, so that's some teleprompter stuff that we found ourselves in that we wandered off because we were talking about creating YouTube scripts. So once you have the script,
bullet points,
you want to be able to talk to the camera. Yeah, you want to be able to talk to the camera and have all of that good software. So Amanda, we want to thank you for volunteering, getting in there, and sharing some information. And now some good come out of it. We're going to be doing some collaboration.
Yeah, no, that's my pleasure. Happy to help. You guys have helped me so much over the past decade.
All right. Take care, Amanda. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody. So I have one little thing I'm going to show you that I did when we come back. We're going to take a 3-minute break. Let me just check my text messages here. Again, Mike Koenigs might be texting me saying, hey, I'm ready when you are, or something like that. No, we haven't heard from, but he did say he had some phone calls he needed to do. So he's going to be hitting us up as soon as he comes back. So let's see. Let's going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to show you something that I used ChatGPT for yesterday, and we're going to be having Sean Vosler come on in a couple of hours as well to get us going. We'll be right back.
Just 45 minutes for Sean Vosler.
Oh, he's 2:00, not 3:00.
Yeah, he's 2:00.
Oh, good, because I was just like, oh my God, I've got tap dance shoes. Yeah, no, we're gonna be fine.
We're
Exciting
okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
All righty.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI Avatar. Thanks for tuning in to our Groove-A-Thon. We hope you're enjoying all of the great AI content we're serving up for you. But before we get back to the show, we've got a quick message about Groove.ai. Have you noticed that AI is becoming like streaming platforms? Remember when cutting the cord with cable companies was all the rage? Well, now there are a dozen streaming services, and the cost can add up quickly. The same is happening with AI. Yes, there are great platforms out there, but the cost can be as high as $4,000 a month or more. That's why we created Groove.ai as a backup project. It's going to provide you with the best AI solutions at a fraction of the cost, and it's coming just later this year. And with our limited lifetime deal, you'll have lifetime access to all of the top features of Groove.ai when it's released. And right now you can get that for just one payment of $897 or two payments of $497. And with our wholesale pricing on AI, you'll save up to 8 times what the other leading brands are charging. But we don't just save you money. We also offer the benefits of a marketplace. That's right, we're making a marketplace for other AI developers to create cool apps for you. Don't find the task or workflow for your needs? There's going to be a marketplace where others are extending our platform with powerful AI tools. Just like how iOS, Android, WordPress, Google Chrome, and Shopify are better because of their marketplace that extends the values of their technology. Soon, when Groove.ai is released, you will have access to a full suite of AI tools, including content creation, copywriting, image creation, and so much more. This will allow you to streamline your content creation and get even better results for your business. What makes Groove.ai different? Well, number one, we give you wholesale pricing on AI, and we don't lock you into one technology like OpenAI. You'll be getting OpenAI, Google's powerful AI engine, Stable Diffusion, every one out there you'll be able to connect to. The other platforms are built on just one technology. And our lifetime deal, you'll never have to worry about monthly payments again. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. Those customers get a massive bonus of 3.5 million words of free AI content. That's the equivalent of getting 3,500 free emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That will allow you to create one 1,000-word email every single day for a decade. So don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight. So don't wait too long. This lifetime deal is only available for a limited time. Once the backer project is complete and Groove.ai is released, the lifetime deal will be gone forever. After that, it will cost $99 a month or $997 a year. So if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity and save big on your AI needs, become a backer of Groove.ai before it's too late. Don't wait. Join the over 500 backers already in this Groove.ai community. As a backer, be the first to experience the power of AI when it's released later this year. Now, let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon with the real Mike Filsaime.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
All right, we are back. Somebody says here, does anyone know where to get Groove.ai documentation to add to my blog? We're not going to have that, obviously, until the software releases for Playground mode. Right now we're telling everybody September 1st, but we're shooting for sometime in July or August. But we haven't even started the code. We have our first meeting on Monday with the company that we're hiring as the developers, and we put and our tech stack, and we're going to start. I hate that I've got to adjust this camera, but I can't hear, and my head is cut off, so I'm going to lean back a little bit. And so, no documentation on Groove.ai just yet. It's a backup project. It's a Kickstarter. You're helping us fund it. How about an affiliate program for Groove.ai? Yes, we're launching Groove.ai will be launching for reopening, because we're closing it down Sunday. And we're going to be launching on April 10th. It's going to go for 2.5 weeks from the 10th to the 26th. And so you're going to have to stay tuned. We'll be publishing an affiliate program JV page. It'll be at groove.ai/JV. I've got to shoot a video. We've got a lot going on. We've got the mastermind coming up. People coming, the collective mastermind, they're flying in March 17th. So lots going on that we're going to still be shooting videos, getting that JV page ready. But stay tuned. We'll be making an announcement. All right. So there's something that little transparency going on here, but we don't want to talk too much about it, but I'm going to talk basically how I used it for a workflow. So we're working with a brokerage right now that is, everybody's raising money. GoHighLevel just raised, not valuation, raised. Let's take a look at my screen here. Let me see. GoHighLevel valuation. So let's share my screen. Boom. All right. So HighLevel secures $60 million, in now they don't say anything about, the valuation of the company, but I don't think they sold 100% of their shares. So they're valued somewhere 180 to 200, maybe 150 million, depending how much they sold. This little company over here called Thrivecart, Josh Bartlett, right? Thrivecart, this company. So right here, Thrivecart just raised some money. They just raised $35 million. Not valuation for the company. That's what they raised. Take a look at this, Donna. I'm not even sure if you know this. Samcart just went round 2. They ain't effing around. So Samcart valuation. Take a look. Samcart has raised a total of $95 million. So last they were just valued at $125 million. They just did a second round in April of 2022. That second round brings them to a total money raised of $95 million.
That's amazing.
When you raise $95 million, it doesn't mean your company's got to be worth $300 million. They're just Samcart. They're doing the same revenue, or they were when they raised this here. I remember when they announced this, I was like, well, that's what we're doing. We have more customers than them, and we have higher revenue than them. So right now we are in talks with a company that is really, 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 really excited. And we're going out at our first valuation. Now, look, Samcart did one at 125. They quickly went to a $400 million valuation. And I'm just going to say this right now to my buddy, Russell Brunson. This is my opinion, Russell. And for all your personal reasons, I get it. But you have these things called the bootstrap rewards. And, I've seen a video where you were out there saying, I flew my entire family out there. I was really sure we were going to win. We did all of this stuff. And, ClickFunnels, we were on the Inc. 500 for this and that and all this other stuff. And what we did with our company. And they ended up giving the award. And I was right there in front of my family. And I was so disappointed because I'm getting ready to get up on stage. I couldn't believe anybody beat me. And they gave the award to this company. And this company did it by raising money. We bootstrapped it. We bootstrapped our company. And we did everything self-funded. We never borrowed money and everything like that. So much so that Russell came out with something called, if we look at my screen here, the Bootstrap Award. All right. And you can see that's a ClickFunnels type page. And there's a video here, right now it looks like voting ended and he gave away the awards. But if you go to YouTube, you can find the video where, he's basically talking about how he doesn't believe in raising money. And so let me tell you something. Our friends, Kenny, I think Travis got a buyout. I'm not sure, but I know Kenny is still with the company. Kenny from Kajabi, last I know, they raised $585 million on a $2+ billion valuation. Okay, so Kajabi is valued more than ClickFunnels. So my advice to ClickFunnels is to get out of their own way. Silicon Valley, Y Combinator, these people have done things that we've never done before, and they know how to build companies. MailChimp sold for $15 billion. And I believe that the momentum that Russell Brunson had, he could have probably been valued at $3 to $5 billion today, had he taken several hundred million from other people, raised his valuation of his company, and gotten some smart people in to help expand that company. All right, so Active Campaign's doing it, Samcart's doing it, GoHighLevel's doing it. I got to tell you, GoHighLevel, I spent some time on YouTube yesterday. If I'd be a fool to not see them as the competitor over ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is in trouble if they don't turn things around. Why? Because my ego went in to check Groove versus High Level. There wasn't even a single video. I typed in Groove versus High Level, and all I saw was High Level versus ClickFunnels, and I saw 30 videos in a row pooping on ClickFunnels 2.0, and talking about how great GoHighLevel is. So I shifted my perspective yesterday, and then I saw some videos with the founders and some people interviewing the founders, and what they said is our mistake was that we were focusing on the entrepreneur, and when we made a shift to focus on the agency, we were able to focus on the agency and the entrepreneur. And they did some things I wasn't even aware of, what we said we were doing last year that we're still working on. They've created a white label version, a SaaS version, all these different things. Not a commercial for GoHighLevel. I'm proud of them. You've got to be able to look at a company that you thought was not worried about them and be like, what? They raised $110 million. What are they going to do with that money when we're just acting like Russell Brunson and saying we're not raising money? I think that's foolish. All right. So the reason why I bring all of that up is because we are in talks right now with people that throw money at us. It's moving faster than we thought. And they're looking at us at a $55 million valuation, and we're willing to sell up to 20%. So that would be like an $11 million raise at a $55 million valuation. We do that next year, we could probably raise $100 million. And when you do that, that allows us to really start to turbocharge things where they're needed the most. And where is it needed the most? In development, right? And I would get out of the way. I would move away from CEO, and I would become the chief strategy, guy, or I would move more into a role, just like Josh Bartlett did, just like Brian Moran did. If you look at Brian Moran, he's not the CEO of Samcart anymore. I'll be happy to step away and let some Silicon Valley person that comes in and understands we're going to maintain the control of the corporation. Don't worry about that. We're still going to have all the control, but I think there's really big things, for Groove in the next few years. So having said that, I'm doing a live stream. We had a conversation with these people about a week ago, and he says to me, Mike, can you get me a document talking about the story of Groove, your valuation, this, that, and the everything? And, Groove Digital there's a lot to talk about. There's Groove.cm. There's the founders, there's my previous history. There's Groove.ai, there's Groove Pay, there's FitClass, there's Groove Agency, there's our mastermind, GrooveCon, the Marketers Cruise, all of this different type of stuff. And so I love the expression by Mark Twain, because the guy said, just write it in a 2-page doc. And Mark Twain says, I didn't have the time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long one. Right. And if you've ever tried to write something concise, you'll realize it takes a lot of time to try to condense something down small. So Donna, this is my workflow that I did yesterday. I friggin' love this. And I wish I could share it all. There might be some stuff in here that I don't want to share. I don't think there is. I really don't. I mean, there's nothing bad, right? But I'm just going to tell you what I did first, and then I'll peek into the project a little bit. All right. So what I did is This guy hit me up on Wednesday. He's like, Mike, I've got a guy who wants to throw money at you. You've got to, I'll get it for you. And then you know what happens after these live streams. I'm like,
Yeah.
like Austin Powers waking up after, where am I? You know,
it's amazing, guys. As soon as we shut the camera off, we both go from brilliant to zombie-like in terms of the words coming out of our mouth. Yeah. Immediate crash.
Yeah, I can't speak. I'm slurring my words. I'm tripping going down the stairs. Keep the trade secret, Rosalina says. So I start writing, and when you're tired, your hands and they're in a different universe, and you're trying to work through a teleportal, it feels like.
You
so
start
I said,
looking at a word like word, W-O-R-D. Is that how you spell word? You don't spell word. Like,
I had that happen with my friend's name.
Yeah.
I had that happen with the word Alan. My friend Alan. I was like Alan, and I went for like, I was like, Alan isn't how you spell Alan. Yeah, one of these words. Anyway, so what I did is I opened up my voice recording software, and I said, well, now I know I can upload the consciousness of what I want to say, and I don't have to say this in any order, and I don't even have to write it. So I said, let me tell my story. I said, the following is Mike Filsaime story. I'm 55 years old. I was born here. Blah, 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 blah. Commodore 62. Okay. Let me tell the story about me getting online. Let me tell the story about the founders. Let me tell the story about when Groove Digital started. Let me tell you the story about Groove.cm. Let me tell the story about Groove.ai. But all the way down the line, the agency, our high ticket, our advertising, the whole 9 yards, why our valuation, competitors in the industry, what we're looking to do, blah, 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 blah. And when I was done, there were like 5-minute pauses in between all of this. It didn't matter. Sometimes there was a 5-minute pause in between a sentence because I didn't care because this wasn't a voice recording.
You took a little nap.
Yeah. I knew that ChatGPT was going to be able to somebody just said this right here. I've been doing that with ChatGPT. Brain dump. Exactly. Facebook user, 100%. And that's what AI Mike is for. Exactly. So now at this point, let me show you. This is what happened. We'll share my Scrizzle here. I'm going to go here. And we're going to open up ScreenFlow. Who knows? The project may still be there. We're going to open up a recent about Groove. All right. You're noticing, like I said here, like this right here. This is 13 minutes. This looks like an ahum, one of those. So this is 1324 to 1403. I took a deep pause. I'm thinking, I know me. I've edited enough one of my videos here, and I can tell you why I've got my cough button. I've told you about that. These are coughs, right in here, and all these little spikes are probably coughs. And so when I was done, okay, I hit export, and I just shut off the video, and I said I just want the audio. I then converted that to an MP3 because it was a little too large. Okay. I should have saved that. Well, that's too bad because I never saved it last night. Doesn't matter. I have the output, right? So then I went into Descript. Now this is for the entire company, and now they'll be able to go in there and see this. But I think this stands for investment evaluation, right? We have other editors in the company. I'm like, hey, let me make this a little bit cryptic. And so
before we share it online to the world, let's hide it from the people we trust the most.
Let me see if that did keep it. Yeah. So let's take a look at this right here, and you'll see that this is 20 minutes, 19 minutes of ums and ahs. You can see the duration here is 13. Mm-hmm. So when I double click on this, here's what I was able to do. I dragged that file right into here, and it transcribed it. So as I said to you, I started with my story. My name is Mike. I'm from Boca, originally here, blah, 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 blah. And I just told my story, and I friggin' wrote in here forever. I then went in. I'm trying to think of like what I can show, so I'm probably going to pull it off here. I then went into ChatGPT and company info and organization. So let me just pull this aside. I don't anticipate there's anything I don't want to show in the opening here. Okay, I can show this.
We're pretty transparent as a company. I can't imagine.
Yeah, look, we're raising funds, and one of the things is I just told you why our competitors are raising $100 million at the time or having $100 million valuation, and I see that as a mistake to be bragging and giving out bootstrap awards, and I think that's the wrong thing to do. And you can talk about lifestyle and not wanting people in your business. I get it. That's a conversation to have. So I wrote this. I have a brokerage that is helping us raise funds. He asked to get my story. Can I give you the information? Right. So they said, yeah, give me this. And what I did is I took that stuff from Descript and I pasted it in a Google Doc. And
Cliff,
then
the first thing you did is wait, because I don't think you said this correctly. You asked it what information it needs.
Yes. Yeah.
Or it asked you.
Oh, no,
it said, please provide me with these.
Yeah, no, I said, can I give you the information? Because I already had it.
Mm-hmm.
And it said, of course, I'd be happy. And then basically what I did here, folks, this is a long brain dump, as you can see here. I'm just going to scroll fast. Like you can see, I had a long conversation with it. And basically what I started saying later was, write the story about this. Write the story about this. Once it had it. And then that document looks like this. And I am going to pull this offline onto another screen. This is called About Groove Digital. I could show you this. Pretty sure I could show you probably most of this document. There's really nothing too confidential here. And so this is what I sent to them yesterday about the CEO, start of digital marketing career, transition to SaaS, all of these different things, Groove Digital LLC. And we went all the way through. I'm just going to scroll down and show you basically everything that this thing just helped me write. And his reply back to me was, you did all this in 2 hours? He said, beautiful. I'll get back to you tomorrow, Mike. So, so I could show you all I can tell you is that this would have been this is an opportunity for us. People want to, maybe throw $11 million at us, for 20% of the company. We'll see. Right. But having said that, even for somebody wanting to do that, this is something I didn't want to do.
Yeah. Like
that was a lot to tell. But to just ramble for 19 minutes and then throw it in, get it transcribed, and then have it, I can then ask questions, write a story about this, write a story about this, write a story about this, write a story about our competitors, why we feel we're positioned, all these different things. And I just laid out these chunks. I'm telling you, like my life is changing. There's very few things now that I'm going to have those dread. Like I'm dreading this thing coming up on my calendar. That is my life. My life is all about dreading deadlines, right? All about dreading deadlines.
That sounds like you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got 25 minutes till Sean Vosler comes in. I don't know if Mike Koenigs is going to be joining us today. He said he did have a lot of calls. And then so what happens is, I believe Mike wanted to sneak us in by shortening another call. But when that didn't happen, in my opinion, I think his next set of calls are just starting to overlap, and he'll probably give me an unnecessary apology later today. And we were going to be doing more podcasty stuff. However, we do have bing, bing, ding, 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 ding. That's my my special soundboard that I have. I actually do have a soundboard, but like I said, it crashes my computer when I add this wavelength stream thing. So I'm not going to do that right now. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to institute happy hour. Happy hour is going to start at exactly 1:33 Eastern time, and we're going to end it at 2:35. So I'm going to put my phone on ding this time and set an alarm to go off at 2:30. Okay, I've got a 2:30 alarm that's going to go off, and that's going to be our 5-minute warning. And so what does happy hour mean? Well, you go to Groove.ai right now, as you're seeing me type on my screen. And once you go to Groove.ai, just click on Get Lifetime Access, Become a Backer Today. That is going to bring you over to the replay page. Simply click this little button right here that says Become a Backer Today, and you're going to notice that Donna just activated the happy hour affordable payment option. So you can become a backer for $897 and you're done.
or you want to pay $497 today, you can pay $497 today and then $497 next month. And that is the price until we end this thing on Sunday at midnight. And every single day this week, we have instituted a happy hour. And that happy hour comes at a random time. Melanie Hofta says, woohoo, happy hour is here. And that happy hour comes at a random time and it lasts for 1 hour. And what that means is you can become a backer of Groove.ai for just $250. Now, we haven't spoken about Groove.ai all week. You know, we've got this, where did it go? We've got this MindMeister document that you could download right here on the website. Right here, you click download. It'll actually allow you to open up MindMeister and see this public document that we have right here that has the whole project that we're starting development on Monday. And if you want to see what's going on, we've got the API, our advantages, the minimal viable product phase, our pricing, and everything here. This is what we call the scope, how it's going to be built, short codes, copywriting, workflows. Everything is here. We're going to be building this out over the next 4 or 5 months for you to get early access. Months before we give it to the public, where they're going to have to pay monthly or annual for probably $497 a year for something that you're going to get for 2 payments of $497 or 1 payment of $897. And happy hour was Monday through Friday, 1 hour. That's it. When this goes away, this is the last chance that you're going to get to become a backer if you needed a little bit of a cash flow option. So right now, we're going to be going to a commercial break in a few minutes. You have another 1 hour essentially to get in and become a backer of this program. Other than that, you can become a backer, but the price will be the payment structure won't be as affordable for your cash flow needs. When I tell you, like we say in the commercials, you know, we started our Groove pages at $497, and it went to $1397. Then it went to $14.97, then $19.97, then $24.97, and currently it sells for $39.97 for a lifetime access to Groove. This is not only the most affordable it's ever going to be. Becoming a backer of this project, this payment plan is the most affordable. $250, you're in. Get it over with. When we come back, we're going to give some of your names that have backed this project during the live stream and people that got in during the happy hour, and then we'll give you a reminder in about an hour. But make sure to do it now. This is your last chance. If you don't do this now, if you don't go to Groove.ai right now and then click this little white button and load this page and get it ready with this little backer price that we have here for you by clicking click here, you're going to see this goes away at 2:30, never to return. So get in, make it affordable. Do you want to go with the PayPal option? Absolutely. Just click PayPal right here, and that'll take you over to a PayPal page where you will also see the affordable happy hour pricing is there as well. So we're going to be back in
wait, before you throw it to break, I just want to highlight, you said never to return. And you're right. This is our last happy hour.
That's it.
This is it. This is your last time to get Groove at 4 payments of $250. That's
it. I should go get a little Glacé Azul shot to celebrate the happy hour.
Yes, bring me one too.
It is a Friday. No, we're gonna. I've seen myself on one. I'm such a lightweight. I've seen myself. You know, I did that one little joke the other day.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough. We'll get too many of those. The Aladdin joke. With the genie. So all right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, you see it's in my head, Mike Koenigs, what he's done to me. So we're going to be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll have 15 minutes to pre-prep for one of our best guests of the week, Sean Vosler. We'll be right back. Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI avatar. Thanks for tuning in to our Groove-A-Thon. We hope you're enjoying all of the great AI content we're serving up for you. But before we get back to the show, we've got a quick message about Groove.ai. Have you noticed that AI is becoming like streaming platforms? Remember when cutting the cord with cable companies was all the rage? Well, now there are a dozen streaming services, and the cost can add up quickly. The same is happening with AI. Yes, there are great platforms out there, but the cost can be as high as $4,000 a month or more. That's why we created Groove.ai as a backup project. It's going to provide you with the best AI solutions at a fraction of the cost, and it's coming just later this year. And with our limited lifetime deal, You'll have lifetime access to all of the top features of Groove.ai when it's released. And right now you can get that for just one payment of $897 or two payments of $497. And with our wholesale pricing on AI, you'll save up to 8 times what the other leading brands are charging. But we don't just save you money. We also offer the benefits of a marketplace. That's right, we're making a marketplace for other AI developers to create cool apps for you. Don't find the task or workflow for your needs? There's going to be a marketplace where others are extending our platform with powerful AI tools. Just like how iOS, Android, WordPress, Google Chrome, and Shopify are better because of their marketplace that extends the values of their technology. Soon, when Groove.ai is released, you will have access to a full suite of AI tools, including content creation, copywriting, image creation, and so much more. This will allow you to streamline your content creation and get even better results for your business. What makes Groove.ai different? Well, number one, we give you wholesale pricing on AI, and we don't lock you into one technology like OpenAI. You'll be getting OpenAI, Google's powerful AI engine, Stable Diffusion, everyone out there you'll be able to connect to. The other platforms are built on just one technology. And our lifetime deal, you'll never have to worry about monthly payments again. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. Those customers get a massive bonus of 3.5 million words of free AI content. That's the equivalent of getting 3,500 free emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That will allow you to create one 1,000-word email every single day for a decade. So don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight. So don't wait too long. This lifetime deal is only available for a limited time. Once the backer project is complete and Groove.ai is released, the lifetime deal will be gone forever. After that, it will cost $99 a month or $9.97 a year. So if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity and save big on your AI needs, become a backer of Groove.ai before it's too late. Don't wait. Join the over 500 backers already in this Groove.ai community. As a backer, be the first to experience the power of AI when it's released later this year. Now, let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon with the real Mike Filsaime.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
That song's just got to keep going and going and going. I do have that on loop. That goes for about 5 minutes. I was planning on thinking of using it, instead of the I'm Groovin' songs, because, those were geared with, Groove.cm logos and stuff, but we didn't have time and I didn't think it was necessary. So, okay. So Carl Guletti is part of our team. He does all the copywriting, most of the copywriting for the company. But Carl was, back in the day, and I don't mean that back in the day because I come from back in the day, but Carl was one of those guys that was doing the copywriting seminars. Carl came from the direct response world offline and was there when the internet had come out and was doing that transition. Some of them never transitioned, right? Guys like Gary Halbert is really not known as a person that ever really created an online offer. Gary was the old school guy that taught us all. And then proteges of Gary, like Dan Kennedy, were still, what we still consider the founding fathers of direct response marketing in the second generation. And those guys came on and adapted and, came to do everything with online. I would say Carl Guletti falls in that genre of the Dan Kennedy, the Gary Benzavengas, the Clayton Makepeaces, the John Carltons, the Michelle Fortons, the early copywriters that were famous. I see Sean Vosler just joined us, so we're going to be bringing Sean in. Look at that smile on my face there, Sean. So happy to see you, man. You have no idea. And so Carl shared with me this the other day. Don't go looking to buy this, not yet, because Carl said he's going to reach out to the people. He bought it and he bought the upsell. The upsell is, hey, do you want another 1,055? So it's 1,255. Boost your conversions in just minutes. Prompts with ChatGPT. I took a look at some of these in there, and I said, hey, this would be good, something, just to study. And I think they gave some examples. Let me see if I can find. Okay. So these are just prompts. Write a persuasive text to use vivid language to paint a picture of a problem faced by the target audience and ask
thought-provoking questions to agitate the problem. This is known as problem, agitate, solve. That is solved, right? Do you see this? Problem, agitate, solve. We went over this framework the other day by this product, a guide about how to write nonfiction book in one day with ChatGPT. I'm going to tell you something. I don't think this guy's full of BS. That one prompt right there, and the fact that he highlighted that, or she, makes me say, this is pretty good. What are 1,200 of these or 1,700 unnecessary? I don't know. I haven't seen them. But having one thing that I've always liked about having my book, Words That Sell, or Triggers by Joe Sugarman, what I would call tactical copywriting books. Then there are psychological copywriting books. Psychological copywriting books are things like Influence the Psychology of Persuasion, or Predictably Irrational, or Yes, books by Dan Ariely, or Influence the Psychology of Persuasion by, never forgot his name one day in my life, Robert Cialdini. Those books are more psychological. They teach you how human psychology works, but they don't give you copywriting examples. They give you some case studies. I always like to go, when I'm going to get creative, and just thumb through some of these things. It's like getting, a base, Mark McGuire getting hit with steroids, right? It really, really gets your brain primed to get creative. Because when you're coming out of a very general mode, and I've been doing this all day, task-driven, do this, and it's time to get creative, our brain really needs to get turbocharged. So look at this. Give me bullet point ideas with this structure. You'll discover a little known trick to blank, even if for this product, insert information about your product. Here are some examples. Check out page 14 for an unusual technique to train your dog to not eat feces. Sorry, I chose that one. Used by professional dog trainers. I almost want to go buy the book just to figure what that one is. Here's another one. Write a persuasive text with the neuro-linguistic programming, NLP technique of anchoring to promote the product. Insert information about your product. Okay. And so we've been talking about prompt engineering, every single day this week. And if you missed it, I did a demo on Tuesday where I asked it to write me a promotion for Infusionsoft. And then I did some really good prompt engineering and asked it to do it again. And it was night and day. We used the styles, tone of voice, Clayton Makepeace, bullets like Gary Benzavenga, use urgency, scarcity, make it fun, witty, conversation, all these different things. And it transformed. So that's, the beautiful thing that we're going to have inside of Groove.ai is we're going to pre-season and par bake these things. And in fact, our next guest, Sean Vosler, is going to be coming in, maybe talking about some of the special things that he knows that Jasper is doing in the background. Sean is, Sean is part of the Jasper team. We did a webinar with Jasper recently. When I asked him, I said, "Hey, do you think this is a too weird conflict of interest?" And Sean was like, "No way, man, abundant mentality." So we're going to be bringing him on. But what I'm showing you here is Carl went and bought this. So the first thing I want to let you know is I joked around with this. I can only get in Carl Galetti's mind, but Carl didn't know much about ChatGPT. Nobody did. It had just come out and it was about a week old. And I remember we blew up a group. Carl wasn't in it at the time. And then we finally brought him in it. It was called AI Rapid Content at the Speed of Thought. And then we took that and we created a Facebook group that you guys are all invited when you back this project to expand the conversation. But I remember before we did, Donna and I were trying to show him this, and the responses were very lukewarm. Because it's, you're telling a copywriter that, hey, this thing writes copy. Any good copywriter worth their salt would be just like, any film person, back in the day that found out there's going to be digital art. Quentin Tarantino never let go of it. And I understand why when you listen to Quentin Tarantino. So I'm sure Carl Galetti had that little bit of, I've been a trained copywriter. But once Carl realized, like Sean Vosler did, that this is, as Steve Jobs says, a bicycle for the mind. This is a tool that makes you better, stronger, faster. It's your bionic copywriting brain that allows you to give more throughput. I was happy to see the validation that Carl bought into this, that he spent his own money and bought this and then bought the upsell. But here's what Carl said to me, why I don't want you to go buy this, or at least not yet. Carl said, Thought this would be of interest to you. The company, no, I'm sorry, Mike, I bought these 200 copywriting prompts and upgraded to the 1055. I was thinking these might make a good bonus for backers. I was like, well, how's that going to happen? I have to go buy one for each backer. You know, we're going to make no money on this project. He says, it gives them something to play around with until we can go active. I've contacted the owner to see what he would want for a license to do that. But he just kicked back to me asking how much we're willing to pay. Laugh out loud. If this might be of interest, I was thinking maybe we've settled for a price, blah, 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 blah. So we're negotiating with the owner of this to buy this for all of you at a discount rate. All right. So that's why I said don't buy this yet. Not because I don't believe in it. I think this stuff is pretty cool. I gotta be, frank with you. I'm looking at some of these prompt examples here. There's some more that he gave here. No, this is just 1,500 more. This is the upsell. So, go ahead, knock yourself out, buy it if you want, or give us a couple of days and maybe we're going to have some good news where we're going to get a license for all of them for you. So we are going to take a 1 minute break and come back and introduce Sean Vosler 10 minutes early, but I want to get his permission if he's ready to go because he might be doing some prep in the background. Sean, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on in a minute, or a thumbs down if you need to. Sean's giving me the thumbs up. So this is a flex we're doing right now for Sean Vosler because I don't know that he's been watching the live stream. So we're going to play the AI Mike avatar 1 minute commercial. And this is just for Sean's benefit. And remember, you guys got about 45 minutes to go over to Groove.ai to get in on the happy hour pricing plan of 4 payments of $250 to become a backer for life. We'll be back in exactly 70 seconds. Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI Avatar. I hope you're enjoying the AI Week Groove-A-Thon. We're going to be here every day this week through Friday, streaming from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, talking about all things AI with some awesome guests and workshops. But right now, it's time for a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, let me tell you about something exciting, our backer project for Groove.ai. By backing this project, you can get lifetime access to Groove.ai and never make a payment to us or anyone for almost all of your AI needs ever again. But hurry, this opportunity is expiring soon. So head on over to Groove.ai/backer to learn more and become a backer before time runs out. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. If that's you, you'll get a massive bonus of 3.75 million words of free AI content. That's equivalent of getting 3,500 emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That's 1,000-word email every day for a decade. Don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight tonight. All right, that's it for now. Let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
That's right. That entire commercial was created with AI. The entire script was written by AI. I used AI to edit that video, but that was my actual voice. I used an AI company called Movio.la to create an avatar of myself. And I used a company that I simply put in a text prompt and selected a person, and it created a song for me in less than 30 seconds that we're using here. So that was a quick little commercial break to start a little bit of a talking point when we bring on our next guest. Our next guest is a dear friend of mine. I've known Sean now for 10 years. His name is Sean Vosler. Sean used to work for us as our creative director and copywriter in the early days of it wasn't even Genesis Digital. I don't even know if Sean was ever part of Genesis Digital. I know he was part of Marketing Genesis. We'll find out in just a minute. And all of the creative stuff that happened behind the scenes in one of the most famous launches in history, Video Genesis, was Sean Vosler. Sean is also a world-renowned creative copywriter. And when I say creative copywriter, he's not about the words. He's about the formatting and the dressing of the words and how you create an entire picture presentation in doing copywriting. He went down the rabbit hole studying copywriting, and then AI came out, and he's attached that to his brand as well. So much so that Jasper.ai has reached out to him. And Sean represents Jasper.ai in outreach to get other people to promote it and learn more about it. So without further ado, we're going to bring on the awesome, handsome, beautiful Sean Vosler. Let's bring him into the stream. Hey, Sean, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Dude, Mr. Filsaime, it has been a minute, but I'm stoked to be here. I've been actually tuned in for a little while now, just kind of listening in the background, getting some of the awesomeness. And I happened to catch a replay where you were talking with Matt Wolf, and man, that he's doing some crazy stuff, ain't he?
Did you see the smile on my face talking to Matt? Like, you know, that entire hour and 20 minutes, whatever it was. Matt's channel is, you know, one of the premier channels to stay up to date. Like, I know if I just watch Matt, I'm pretty much going to have everything because he's got everything coming into future tools. And if it presses him, he's going to make a video. Yeah,
it's wild. I'm glad to see him taking off too. And it's funny, you know, I was listening to your little, the introduction. I was thinking back, it has been about 10 years, which is insane. Yeah. It goes so quick, but yeah.
You haven't aged. You haven't aged. Well, I saw you 5 years ago, and I told you the same thing. So you're looking great. You
well, really thanks, man. And it's exciting to see this snowball effect of this AI technology. Like, I know when we met or hung out for a minute there at I think it was WebinarCon. The demo, I'll give people behind the scenes the demo I generally do for affiliates to get them excited. And now the demo is not as exciting with everybody having access to it now.
It got me hooked, I'll tell you that.
Right, it at least opens the eye, and it's what got me too, right? So I took, just for everyone listening, I took Groove, the web page, just popped it in Jasper, and then I underneath of it I told it to write an email based on the information, and it output some pretty decent copy.
Well, no, not only that. You were just sitting there, like almost like headphones in between speakers, and I walked by you, like you prepped us. You're like, "Oh, here's Mike," and you said, "Hey, Mike, check this out." And I'm like, I was just grabbing my backpack. Yeah, what's up? And I've never seen this before. We've been, you know, text generation, and you said, "Write me an email to promote Groove." Look, when you've never seen this before, and you saw something, I went, "What? What in the world is that? What in the world is that?" And then like a month later, ChatGPT comes out, and we had scheduled Jasper to be on a Groove Digital or Mike Filsaime, one of those different things about a month ago. So look, we've got a lot to talk about. So I may jump around. Obviously, we could catch up and talk about the last 10 years, but maybe we'll do that towards the end. We'll get to how you started working with Jasper. First, I want to thank you and Jasper for coming on here. We've been very, very friendly, just comparing, hey, that we want to enter the space and talking about the differences in wholesale pricing and stuff like that. But I'm really impressed with them, and even so much so that like when we wanted to show how copywriting could work, we said, hey, let's do a promotion for Infusionsoft, right? To, competitor group, to show that there's some love out there and as well. But can you tell me a little bit from what you know about Jasper.ai? I'm going to lay down some groundwork of my questions. Sure. Were these guys circling around the traffic and conversion industry and sort of knew everybody in the game and started there, and suddenly they find themselves as a $1.5 billion tech valuation company in under 24 months from January of 2021? Or are they Silicon Valley guys?
No, so they're from our neck of the woods originally, and Dave, the CEO, he worked with Sam Ovens back in the day. Was in his So there's like this cool ecosystem that they came out of, and what they're doing now, which I think is very intelligent from a business standpoint, is they're bringing in people who have done what they're looking to do. So if they're looking to IPO, bringing someone who did the IPO for Dropbox, stuff like that, right? And so it's interesting because you can really break down the AI text generation, company timeline stuff into before ChatGPT and after ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
Before ChatGPT, like you and I were talking, like Jasper was really a value-added layer to access the same technology, right?
Yeah.
And it was one of the first to really take that and blow it up. Now it's become more of commoditized and in value-added layers like Jasper or even Groove.ai, right? They need to add a layer of functionality on top because the base level is going to be ChatGPT, right? That's what you're competing against free ChatGPT. So what are you going to do on top of that? And that's the discussion, right? And there's lots of room.
That's what we've been talking about. Like, how do I have an entire week where every week there's half the presentations is in ChatGPT? But some of the things that I've been saying is, number one, I can't share it, right? All my work, I can't share it. There's no teams. If I use shared GPT, if I add to it, it's not a dynamic URL. So I have to constantly keep updating that. It doesn't organize. I can never find it. Half the conversations I'm having in there, I want to keep, but I don't want the public knowing. So I hate sharing my screen. It might say something like,
ChatGPT,
how do I get rid of belly fat?
Well, it's funny. It wasn't designed when they launched it. This is kind of interesting from the insider perspective. ChatGPT was launched as a way for them to get they're all nerds over there. They don't have a marketing department. They don't sell anything, right? They have a $20 billion valuation on a bunch of engineers that are incredible at what they do. But ChatGPT was built so they could say, hey, let's put this out in the wild so that we can start getting data faster. And they were expecting maybe 1 million people to take it. And it goes to 100 million, right? So
and they turned it into a company. That wasn't the plan. We spoke about it. Sam Altman a couple of times had said, he was telling different developers, the secret to this is chat. And they're like, no, we're prompt, task, workflows. And he was like, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to do it. And it was to attract developers like me. And that was the whole goal. And like you said, they didn't expect it. And it was costing them $3 million a day. And that's why GPT Turbo came out. It's 10X. They figured out how to make this all work. Reed Florine says hi to you there, Sean. So what we've been doing, really, and that I'd like to transition to that, Sean, based on what is I call it, par baking and seasoning, salt, pepper, what's going on behind the scenes. And as I said, I did a demo with ChatGPT about write me a promotional email for Infusionsoft. If you think ChatGPT is going to be your go-to email copy, that's like being a bland copywriter. Like it has no seasoning. And if you don't pre-engineer or do proper engineering, as we just showed just before you came on, how to properly get micro copy or a frame for what's about to happen. Or as we found out, you want to use the ADA framework for a sales letter, but the featured advantage benefit framework for an email. And so we asked ChatGPT and we said, what are these best things? We looked into storytelling frameworks, hero's journey, all these different things. And what is a mix and match? It said hero's journey is best for product launch formula. So we spent hours showing our users, here's what happens when you ask for a promotion. And here's what happens when you season it. And so ChatGPT may look great. It's going to fool you because it's going to be like, oh, you did my job. But is it the most effective thing that isn't worth paying $99 or $199 a month to Jasper or something like that? And obviously I'm going to be here making a little commercial for Jasper right now because you guys are so grateful to be here.
Well, check this out. I'll give you, to answer that question in just in a nutshell, I tell a lot of people, like as obsessed as you and I are with frameworks, like before GPT and all this, we were obsessed with frameworks, right? You're prompting your own brain with a framework, AIDA, whatever, to pull out of your head the information. This just gives you another place to prompt that, but it does take engineering, as you say, it does take sauce. So for the yoga instructor in Atlanta who is trying to grow her business by getting on Google Maps with a proper listing, she doesn't need to go learn, or he doesn't need to go learn prompt engineering to actually make a solid output, right? That's where these value-added tools like Groove and Jasper come into play, because we pay a lot of people a lot of money to be the prompt engineers. Yeah.
So you guys are pre-seasoning and par baking that if it's a blog, it's going to be optimized for SEO, keyword density, and more informational and educational, or at least it'll preset the drop down that way. And if you're going to be doing, an ad, it needs to, hey, attention getting headline, right? And if it's an email, it's going to be focused on subject line, storytelling, getting to the point in these frameworks. And so that's the thing, is if you just tell ChatGPT, write me this email, where Jasper has these pre-made frameworks where you prompt engineered this stuff to attach what they want. You stick it to it, send that over to OpenAI, and return back a better quality mix. And one of the things that I've said about that is, let's let this represent an egg, right? You ask ChatGPT for an egg, and it's going to give you this. But what can you do with an egg? It could be used as a binder. It can make an omelet. It can make a crepe. It can make over easy eggs. It can make a souffle. It can make, scrambled eggs, all these different things. And Gordon Ramsay style, scrambled eggs. Like even in scrambled eggs, there's different types, right? So you may have a particular target audience that you're trying to, this is at a French bed and breakfast, and they're looking for that Gordon Ramsay style scrambled egg, and you're bringing them a hard-boiled egg. And so it's an egg, and you asked ChatGPT for an egg, and it gave you an egg. But understanding the proper seasoning is what's going on behind the scenes at Jasper.
Well, exactly. And there's really 4 types of categories of this stuff, right? There's the generation, which we're all very familiar with, like make a souffle. But then there's these other layers that I think people underestimate. And, it's part of the sauce behind the scenes in Jasper, but it's also just something anybody can do this. It's another layer of the engineering, but you could say, let's make a souffle. Then you could say, all right, well, I'm using my analogy now. Here's my egg.
That's a better egg.
Right. It's the AirPod egg. But you could say, all right, Chef GPT, what's a way to make this egg better? Right. So something I like to do after, let's say I use a big prompt to write an email or something. Well, then after that, I say, what's 3 to 5 ways to improve this email in perspective of making it more persuasive or something like that. Right. And it will give you 3 to 5 suggestions, right? Like, the intro could be stronger by including a story. But then you can even go further and just say, okay, do that. Right. You chain enough of that stuff together, and you're only really limited by, and this limit is going to be seem weird in a couple of years, I think, but the number of tokens in the process is, just to get technical for a second, the amount of words it can look back is really the major limit right now.
That's the major limit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And there's ways around that, and you can.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's what gets me excited. Yeah.
Check this out. I'm going to share my screen here for you. Sure. I'm not a developer. I remind everybody that every day. But so I'm trying to figure out a way around it. I'm like, damn it, I want to put my 6-hour live stream in and have it summarize it. And if I'll spare you. There's one where I had like 19 paste because I had to break it down and paste. Wait for more, I kept saying. And so I did this here. And this is the problem, right? But again, the next question is, just because I gave it all this information, can it still retain it? And that's yet to be seen. But from what I can see, yes. I want to take text, and I just made this up.
Yeah.
In a Google Doc, let me zoom in a little bit more for everybody here. We'll go super wide. Oh, I am big. Okay, great. Let's zoom in.
Control. There you go.
And use OpenAI's Playground API to read and analyze them one page at a time. And then when done, it would have 40 inputs of page data given to give me one summary. How would I go about doing that? All right, well, it tells me. And I'm like, okay, I honestly don't know what the hell that means. Can it be done? Next prompt, write me the code to do this in Python. Sure. It literally is giving me the code with my API and the Google Doc link and everything like that. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And then I realized that day, literally 2 days ago, ChatGPT came out with their own API. So I said, can you do this in ChatGPT instead of, it says, yes. In fact, here's the code to do that. And I said, oh, even though I can do this, if I go ask my programmers, they're never going to do it because they're too busy working on Groove. So I said, is it possible to do this with Zapier and no code? And it's like, yes, here's your workflow to literally one prompt at a time pop stuff into OpenAI or into, I don't know about ChatGPT, but it says it can. So it's maybe it went back to the GPT-3 engine in OpenAI, but that's the thing, and I know, Sean, I might ask you a little bit later about a workflow that Matt Wolf was telling us about that you did. But that's the interesting thing, is that getting around the limitations. And the other thing, I just
creative, with it. But go ahead.
Yeah, I want to comment on what you said. That, like, if you heard me talking about how we used it to create, for our investors, what we're doing. I made the mistake first of doing the brain dump and asking it to do the entire job for me. I said, write me a letter to the investor that summarizes everything. And it gave me like 6 paragraphs. And I was like, that's pretty good. Oh, it's missing this. Oh, it didn't even mention anything about. And so what I realized is, okay, I got to chunk this thing down. I got to basically say, write me a story about this, write me a story about this, that, the transition to this. And then it wrote these 4 paragraph stories. And I think that's the same thing that you're saying when it comes to copywriting, is especially if there's anything going maybe even beyond an email, or even in an email, you might go in and take a section and say, expand on this, or give me some bullet points, or things like that, is really what you're really becoming a specialty at, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting. The limitations are kind of a gift in a way, because it makes you rethink the way the data is structured, the information is structured. So for instance, when you think of a 40-page transcription, chunking it out and making summaries, the prompt for that is pretty easy. Once you've broken it out into chunks, you just say, identify the key insights in the above information or below information, and give me 3 bullet points why that insight is insightful. And you do that enough times, you're going to be able to combine that into one really strong summary. And then from there, you could take it and say, so now let's say it's under that 4,000 token. You could do a prompt, say, okay, given the insights below, give me an outline for a sales page, or whatever you want to do. So those limitations get very interesting in context of what you're looking to create.
Yeah, this is how I look at it. Tell me if you like this metaphor. Maybe you and I will get credit for coming up with this process and coining exactly what's going on with AI, because we don't really want AI to be looked at as a done for you. If you're blindly copying, pasting something onto your blog, it's probably going to even get booted by Google. It needs TLC. So I look at it as this metaphor. You're the showrunner, and you're creating a storyboard process. And if in screenwriting, let's say, it's a showrunner for Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul or The Walking Dead or whatever the case may be. The showrunner, South Park, the same thing. You're in this boardroom, right? Aaron Sorkin, your hair is looking like this and you're sitting like this. And ChatGPT is your 9 other people that are in that boardroom for you. But you're still the showrunner. And what your job is to do is to first create that storyboard, because you could ask it, let's create the framework, and you're putting all that stuff on the board. And now you take off each card. And as you would say, I'm going to give it to this writer. All right, you're going to talk about the B story. And that's essentially what we're doing, is we're the showrunner. And in this particular day, we have an episode to write. We have to storyboard it out. And once we have the structure, we could take each card off of that whiteboard and give it to a writer. But the showrunner is going to make sure all of this has a common thread. And I think that's what we have to realize, is we're a showrunner. We're not going to outsource an entire screenplay for an episode to ChatGPT. We have to come in with the structure and say, we want this one to be about pain or loss and redemption. And we can create that. And now we have a room full of writers that we could give each card on that storyboard and come back. And then we assemble it as the director later, and we go shoot this film. And that's how I look at it.
That's a brilliant metaphor. I think ChatGPT could take that metaphor and expand it. No, actually,
your brain can't help it. I love it.
Right? I can't. Well, it's funny. One of my favorite things to do with this tech is there's anybody who does a lot of like research or brainstorming or try to make analogies. What you're doing in your head is prompting yourself, your own data set. So a lot of times what I like to do is find frameworks that are out in the wild. Like there's this book about data science. I don't know. I can't read this book at all. It's called The Model Finger. I don't understand 90% of the world or the words in it, but like a model that produces power laws logic. And it gives me a framework of power law distribution. So I can go into ChatGPT and say, create a metaphor or correlation between power law distribution and copywriting. Now it might come out with some bullcrap, like ChatGPT, all this technology. They like to, sometimes it'll pull stuff out of thin air.
We spoke about that with the temperature. If you give it the opportunity to be a creative, it'll come up.
Yeah, it can go a little nuts. But sometimes you'll find something like, that's cool. That's a connection I was looking for. And it's kind of like when you have a big problem and you've been taking a lot of information, you go on a walk, right? Everybody says that's the way to kind of
That's where the hooks come from.
Yeah, exactly. And there's something exciting about this technology that you still need to do a lot of that process, but you can bypass a lot of the pain and frustration that goes into the creative process and focus and distribute that focus into more productive uses of your time. So people who are on here, like, there's things you got to do in your business every day, right? There's content you got to create. There's meetings you need to have. There's emails you need to write. If you find a way to tap into this technology to complement what you're doing, give you better information, better insights, better points of view on things, that gives you all the power to work with that and create faster, better stuff, and actually, like, maybe take some time off from work. But yeah, it's an amazing technology, more than just the generation part of this. And that's, I think, the longer people work with it, the clearer that becomes.
Yeah. What are the strengths right now with Jasper that from what you guys know, most of your users are using it? Are they coming in and seizing the power? And one of the interesting thing is when ChatGPT came out, Jasper came out with Jasper Chat, because I think that's an important thing, because the workflows to me are restrictive, because they force you into the wizard. And you'll notice when you're in ChatGPT, sometimes you'll up another conversation, because, like, you'll say, "Oh, I just got an idea.
I want to get out.
I need a hook or a metaphor," and then you come back and you use that. So now having that wizard available inside of the workflows is good. What are the most popular users right now? Are you seeing more direct response copywriting or more SEO blog article writing?
It's a wide range, right? So anybody who makes a living writing any kind of whatever it is you're writing, whether it's like blog posts, email, direct marketing stuff, SEO stuff, whatever it is, like, fundamentally they don't churn. Like, they get in and they know, like, this is incredibly useful to them, right? And you see a lot of that blog production and stuff. But to your point about frameworks, like the constriction of the templates and things versus, like a chat tool or the document tool, which is where I end up spending most of my time in Jasper. I'm able to go to a framework like, PAS or Before After Bridge or Ada or any number of frameworks that are built into Jasper. And I can start there, right? I can create an Ada for whatever. Then I pull it in the document editor, and that's where I can start playing and having fun with prompts and wizard. Yeah. But the UX of the chat was brilliant from ChatGPT's standpoint, because that's how you normally interact with people, right? You talk to them back and forth. 100%. And it was a brilliant insight, right? For the average person to understand this technology, they had to take the brain, the black box that is GPT, and give it a mouth, which is ChatGPT. And yeah, I'm amazed that. So yeah, there was fire alarms around, like, what the heck? Because they didn't announce anything. They were just like,
"Oh, I gotta hand it to you guys. Within 3 days, you guys posted a blog, and they probably wrote 6 to 7 blog posts over the next 2 months about ChatGPT, and not beating it up. Like, literally, it was like, let's see where this goes from here. And then, like, as you said, my Google, when they saw it, they had their code red. And what's interesting is that, like, you even say Jasper had a code red, sort of, because it's like, whoa, wait a second, OpenAI, you're for developers. What are you doing out here? This is a software demo. Now you're creating ChatGPT Plus. And so I think what was really interesting is that you guys immediately put the chat component in there. And like what I would do is, well, with Jasper, is just focus on the seasoning, and the preseason frameworks is the key. And it's interesting. I heard you say that when you use it, so you're starting to use more of a free flow now. Even when you're in Jasper, you like the document thing on the right, and I'm assuming that allows you to work with the chat and then copy and paste and build a structure as you're going, kind of like using ChatGPT in one tab and a Google Doc in another.
Exactly. And it's, Jasper, we're evolving, right? Like, this year is going to be pivotal for any, value added layer on top of GPT, right? Like, you're either going to evolve, you're going to die. It's because they're pushing it. And Sam is a brilliant guy because he said, developers aren't doing what I want. I'm going to release this myself. He'll drive this thing to where it needs to go. And it's good for everybody because it forced us to rethink, because we had a great, like, when I first got involved with Jasper as an affiliate, I was like, this blew my mind. I know how to, and I had been like shouting it from the rooftops, and people, I don't think a lot of people understood it. But now that, this threshold has been met where anybody can access it, we have to up our game. So it's better for everybody. Same with you. Groove.ai has to come out with that value added layer. It's kind of like YouTube, right? Like, they are a value added layer to video hosting. You can go out to S3, get video hosting, and load your video and have it there. Or you can upload to YouTube and have the distribution, the free hosting. It's like, so we're that value added layer on top for more of a business use case. There's things coming down the pipeline that I'm really excited about there.
Let me ask a question about the pipeline. This is something Steve Jobs would never do. But I think it's just the way that I'm wired, and especially with the abundant mentality of us being here together. So do you know if Jasper is doing this? And if they're not, I would tell you to tell them that it's probably the best thing that they could do. Are they going to be opening up an SDK to Jasper to allow other people to create workflows inside of Jasper? That's what we're doing with Groove.ai. And if you take a look at companies like Figma, and like, not just Figma, when I do my example, I talk about the Shopify marketplace, WordPress, and all of these different things. And what really creates a platform that makes it untouchable is what you see with the iPhone. It's not the 30 native apps. It's the fact that it's the fact that developers develop onto the AI. And what you do at Jasper, what we're doing with Groove, is you allow them to create basically it becomes like Unreal Engine, or there's some gaming things that's called no code gaming, but you have to have logic, like the same way you have to know Zapier works. So you get blocks of your user interface to create the wizard, and then other people are selling, like at Shopify. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that created the WYSIWYG page builder for Shopify back in the day? It's kind of like the ClickFunnels for Shopify.
I know what you're talking about.
Adrian. I forget his name. But so that's what happens is you start getting other people like you, right, Sean? If you would have maybe not started working with Jasper, got hooked on AI and saw that you could create workflows like Amanda was before, you could go in, like at the Kartra marketplace. You're familiar with that, where people are creating different pre-made campaigns. I think you're seeing that with PromptBase. You're seeing that with HuggingFace.co. And I think that if Jasper's not thinking that, I'd be surprised that they're not, but it's possible. But
I'll tell you, I don't think it's there's two things. So we had the event here in San Francisco a couple weeks ago, and they announced a few, future, I guess, features, benefit, whatever, like directions we're going. One of those is workflows, right? Where people can build drag and drop based workflows that are either automated or manual. You can interact with them, things like that.
So you could build your own workflow. That's a great idea.
Now another really cool thing that I'm excited that they're releasing is an API directly with Jasper. Now, something that, like, the marketing side of Jasper is changing too. We need to get better at communicating this out, because there's a lot of cool stuff that ties in beyond GPT and OpenAI, right? So and I'm sure Groove will participate in this type of discussion too, but there's other language models coming online. There's other specific use cases that are better than others for different language models. A year from now, it's all going to be different, right? So we're going to release our own API where a developer could theoretically come in, tap into our distribution, get volume discounts, all that stuff, but also tap into our layer of training that we've done with the technology, right? So the one thing, the language models, you can build layers on top of it with information. So we feed it high converting copy and like build our own layer that trains the models too, so that by default, you're going to have a better chance of having high converting copy that comes out of Jasper than ChatGPT just because of that layer. but giving the abilities for developers to tap into that as well is going to be huge.
Yeah, you could easily say, hey, I don't want to talk about that because I'm giving away my secrets to Jasper and you're giving back. But the bottom line is that is literally what happens when somebody releases something. So, it's, right, if I don't know now, I'm going to learn from Jasper in 6 months and vice versa. So I want to let you know a little workflow that we're creating, which is just, again, I don't want to beat up on Russell Brunson here. I think he's 10 times brighter and 10 times a marketer than I am. And I mean that. I think his real flaw here is this bootstrapper mentality. Friggin' Jasper, these two guys from our industry, they just raised $125 million, sold only 10% of their company. And now they got other people's money to literally go out. And if they want to take on anybody else or squash anybody, they're going to. And the truth is, Sean, I'm not going to be really able to compete with Jasper or any of these companies unless I raise money. And that's why I just don't understand that mentality. How can I expect that Jasper just got $125 million and, we raised 750? They've got 100 times more power to move faster, and they're hiring people that have done this in Silicon Valley. So I disagree with Russell there. I really think the market's going to pass him by. I think he's going to go the way of optimized press and lead pages. No disrespect to those. I'm just saying how Russell displaced them. You have to understand, if you did it to someone else, they can do it to you. And so one of the things that we're doing, you only hear about it in our 10-minute commercial, is you watch enough of these videos, you get the bug, right? And all of a sudden you get this guy that creates the mid-journey to Figma. And like, okay, so that's what the Corridor Digital just did with their video. They took about 10 different processes and they just created the first animated cartoon, all created with AI art. Great video at Corridor Crew and Corridor Digital. You see the movie at Corridor Digital, and you can see the behind the scenes at Corridor Crew. So basically, yesterday I saw this, Sean. I'm going to share my screen.
Sure.
And, I'll just go straight to the I'm just looking at a Skype. Okay, so I'm going to click on a little link right here. So bear with me, guys. I'm looking through my, okay, here it is. So check out this YouTube video. It friggin' blew my mind yesterday. Let me hit the mute button. So it's called Figma to WebFlow, right? So this is basically showing that, Figma now has these things that they call what they are about auto layout. It essentially means Flexbox in CSS. So they're saying you have to design these, but guess what they did? They created pre-made layouts and pre-made blocks, which we're going to see in just a minute, like this. And this person literally goes and he creates this. And when he's done, he opens up WebFlow and he hits Control V and just literally paste everything into WebFlow, right? Let's see. Okay, he's still in Figma here, but I don't want to spend too much. Okay, now he's in WebFlow. It's blank. And in about 3 seconds, he's got there, boom. He hit just Control V, copy, paste. And now he's in WebFlow.
Yeah.
He's not in Figma anymore. And watch what he's going to do. He's going to click on the responsiveness. This is all HTML with the architecture and the layout of H1 tags and everything. So why do I bring this up? Okay. Understanding that you can upload the consciousness of your business and say, okay, this is everything about my business. Now, what pages do I need for my website? Okay. Home, about it. Okay. Now we got the home. What are the block by block section that I need? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. These are my brand colors. And just like image to image prompting, you could give it a URL or another image template, and it can identify the main colors and say, I want to use screenshot this design. Oh, you want background purple with white text and blah, blah, blah. You maybe say, I want to use the Google font, pop-ins, whatever it is, right? And then with a pre-made workflow, headers get a pre-headline, a headline, a subheadline, 3 bullet points, a call to action button, like everything that you could create a workflow in ChatGPT. You could literally create a page with Midjourney. And then there are currently Midjourney to Figma workflows with Make. Through you find your image in Discord and you import it into Make. So one of the things that we're going to be doing is literally starting with this, answer these 25 questions about your website, and now drop down, brand, website, landing page, and brings it over to Figma. And then we would create our WebFlow, Figma to WebFlow. We'll create a Figma to Groove plugin. So again, that's why I'm saying, Russell, if he's not realizing that these things are coming, and sorry, Sean, that is our 5-minute warning for everybody for happy hour. You've got to go to Groove.ai/replay, and you have 5 minutes before happy hour ends. Donna has her finger on the trigger for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. This is the very last time you'll ever be able to get an option to get this for $250. Boom. That's it. $250. Do it now, or forever hold your peace, as they say. But you can always get into 2 payments of $497 or 1 payment of $897. You become a lifetime backer, and you get to put in your own API. And with your own API, you can then use the wholesale pricing. And we just saw that they went from 2 cents for 1,000 tokens, which is 2 cents for 750 words, to 0.2 cents. And what we realized, Sean, I don't know if you were on at the beginning, but basically 1,000 words a day. There's 365 days in a year. So in a decade, there's 3,600. And in a century, there's 36,000 days. And it works out almost exactly that for just $100 with OpenAI, you can write a 1,000 word email every single day for a century. That's how far $100 goes in credit. So guys, you'll be able to plug in your own API, get rates at wholesale, and we're going to just hit the little refresh button right here and see who we get during this live stream today. We have, today's the 3rd. Live stream started today. Ooh, my goodness. What in the world is going on? I'm going to have to go to 50. What is happening today? So is today the 3rd or the 4th?
Today's the 3rd, and we've had a little traction in the happy hour today. Definitely.
What in the world is going on? Because we don't have affiliates. So it's not like I can say, well, maybe somebody grabbed an email link or something. So we are going to go back to 11 o'clock today, and we're going to thank Master Servicio, Kiran Kumar, Jose Matril, Vince Kramer. Oh, look at this. And this is when happy hour started. Parvin Kapadia, Michelle Spiva, Tommy Lindsay, and Michelle got in at the 250. And this has to show you what happy hour does. And we've had happy hour all week. And when I simply say that it's never coming back, we're a bunch of friggin' fence sitters. Let this be something to you to learn about urgency and scarcity. Kristen, John Patton, Kristen Corpus, let's say the last name, Robert Gage, Jez MC, who we saw in the chat earlier today. I highlighted one of your comments. Melanie Hoffner, thank you, Udal. We appreciate that. Dawn, you're a sweetheart. Vernon, Jose Samaitoga, Matthew McIntyre, Jose Ebor, Kareem Nathu, Rosalind Miller. Normally, I want to get back to our guest at hand, but how do you not thank your backers here? And some of you guys going all in. Steve Purvis, Brian Abenthorpe, Frank Martin, Dean Newland, Jerry Sheets, Chris Lanin, Reggie Vell, Montinola, and Wendy Hogan. Just going to hit that little refresh button in case any of you got in the last 2 minutes while I was reading that. And wow, yeah, I mean, just from the live stream today, we got we had a little bit of money coming into the day from the overnight, but thank you, all of you there. We really appreciate that. And we'll go back to Sean and I here. Happy hour is ending. You have 1 minute and 15 seconds, and then Donna's going to literally refresh this page, or I'll do it in front of you, and that 250 is going to disappear, and you'll never be able to become a backer at that affordable rate. Chris Lannon says it in the chat as well after I read his name. I'm in. All right, back to you, Sean. So, yeah, we were talking about, not getting left behind, and I don't want to be so foolish to think
that Russell is sleeping under a rock and hasn't considered bringing AI or even had a meeting with his team about bringing AI to ClickFunnels. But ClickFunnels is suffering from stuff that software companies suffer from, building a brand new product and it doesn't work when you put it out in the marketplace. We're not going to say that we didn't have those same problems and don't continue to this day. Sean, you remember the early days of Webinar Jam? You know, community hated us, and now it's one of the best platforms in the world.
I think I still have PTSD from the Webinar Jam launch.
Yeah, those were tough because people were using it and getting 3,000 people on it would just crash. And you know, having your website go down for an hour is one thing. Having 3,000 people on a webinar go off and not be able to get them.
What I love
PTSD
about that
for sure.
is we still have that great signature story about how we were launching a webinar platform and we knocked out the power in our entire office building and we're dead in the water in our webinar. And because we had someone dialing in from another location, the webinar stayed live, which is pretty impressive.
Until we could get back on. We lost power. Doing a webinar, the webinar went out with our own platform. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. And all right, Sean, I want to transition. Yes. Again, thank you to you and Jasper. And my advice, I'm just going to say this on Russell. I'm not pooping on him. What I'm saying to him is if I do what I do, or any other company just says, well, screw Groove.ai, they're trying to be an all-in-one. I'm literally just going to create ClickFunnels with AI. It's not that hard. It's on the horizon. And Russell needs to just go off and sell 10% of his business and get $50 million for 10% of his business. And just what could he do with $50 million, man? He probably could have bought Jasper a year and a half ago. They probably would have sold for 50 million 6 months in. Now they're like, no way. It's kind of like, you know, those Netflix stories and, you know, all those different stories. Facebook tried to sell, you know, for 50 million. And Microsoft was like, nah.
Think about it this way, and you're 100% correct. And everybody listening, this principle can apply. Okay. So I can write better than AI, but myself with AI can write better than myself. So there's really only two pillars you can fit in as a business now. It's either your company with AI or your company without AI. And if you have a company, and it's fine if you don't use AI, but if you have a competitor that offers the same thing as you, that uses AI well, they're going to be able to beat you at the game for one main reason. They can do it in, let's say, half the time. Could they lower their prices by half to make up for that and do twice the business? Yeah, they probably could if they needed to cut you out. So whenever I talk about this stuff, it's not so much that AI is going to replace jobs. It's going to replace people or jobs who aren't willing to adapt to the new reality. Just like they're calling it the fifth industrial revolution, right? We had whatever the last four were, but I know one of the big ones was just machinery in general, right? Yeah. And it's either you learn to work with a machine then, or you went into the niche craft, version of building, which is still a thing, but not so much in the copy world. So I look at it that way, and it's either you find a way to have it be a complement to your business, or a competitor will. and
exactly.
A lot of people are experiencing that.
Yeah. Well, Sean, we got you for almost another hour. We're going to go to 3:30 if that's still cool with you. I believe that's what we had you for. I think it was 2 to 3:30, and we started a little bit early. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 3-minute little bio break for everybody. And then when we come back, Sean, what I'd like to do, Matt Wolf, and maybe Donna can help me because it'd be cool if we say exactly what Matt Wolf said. And maybe she remembers, I don't. He said that you demonstrated a workflow or something that you were doing with an automated process. And I forget what it was. I honestly do. Donna, do you remember what the topic was?
I don't
remember.
Exactly
I remember
like
because
Sean
I watched it.
So.
Oddly enough, that's like the one area I watched.
What's the workflow?
So we can talk about that. Yeah.
What is it?
I just heard from Mike Koenigs, so he'll be joining us later. We're going to try to squeeze him in after Sean.
Look, it's Friday. It's, if I didn't say that we were shutting it off, and we did, I would have said, screw it, it's happy hour. We'll leave it for the rest of the day. But we gave our word, and so that's it. It's closed. I was going to say we'll just make it a happy hour and bring Mike Koenigs in. So, Sean, what are we going to talk about when we come back from the 3-minute break?
Sure. So I'll talk about it conceptually. Getting into the tech of it can be a little overwhelming, I think, for most folks. And the basic concept is, okay, you have one prompt that can do amazing things. What if you have 57 in a row? What can that do if it's all automated? And we can share conceptually what that is. You can do that manually now with all kinds of tools, but there's a few ways to do it automated. And so we'll talk about that a bit when we get back.
Okay. Are we going to show and tell as well?
Maybe. I'm not sure how much I can show, but I can share. We'll take a look.
We can show the concept. We can show the concept.
For sure.
Got it. All right, everybody. We're going to be back in 3 minutes. Go get hydrated. Do what you need to do. Go kiss the kids, whatever it is. We're going to be back in 3 minutes with Sean Vosler, and he's going to blow your minds. I can't wait for these. This is going to be one of the highlights of the AI Groove-A-Thon. We'll be right back.
Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI avatar. Thanks for tuning in to our Groove-A-Thon. We hope you're enjoying all of the great AI content we're serving up for you. But before we get back to the show, we've got a quick message about Groove.ai. Have you noticed that AI is becoming like streaming platforms? Remember when cutting the cord with cable companies was all the rage? Well, now there are a dozen streaming services, and the cost can add up quickly. The same is happening with AI. Yes, there are great platforms out there, but the cost can be as high as $4,000 a month or more. That's why we created Groove.ai as a backup project. It's going to provide you with the best AI solutions at a fraction of the cost, and it's coming just later this year. And with our limited lifetime deal, you'll have lifetime access to all of the top features of Groove.ai when it's released, and right now you can get that for just one payment of $897 or two payments of $497. And with our wholesale pricing on AI, you'll save up to 8 times what the other leading brands are charging. But we don't just save you money. We also offer the benefits of a marketplace. That's right, we're making a marketplace for other AI developers to create cool apps for you. Don't find the task or workflow for your needs? There's going to be a marketplace where others are extending our platform with powerful AI tools. Just like how iOS, Android, WordPress, Google Chrome, and Shopify are better because of their marketplace that extends the values of their technology. Soon, when Groove.ai is released, you will have access to a full suite of AI tools, including content creation, copywriting, image creation, and so much more. This will allow you to streamline your content creation and get even better results for your business. What makes Groove.ai different? Well, number one, we give you wholesale pricing on AI, and we don't lock you into one technology like OpenAI. You'll be getting OpenAI, Google's powerful AI engine, Stable Diffusion, everyone out there you'll be able to connect to. The other platforms are built on just one technology. And our lifetime deal, you'll never have to worry about monthly payments again. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. Those customers get a massive bonus of 3.5 million words of free AI content. That's the equivalent of getting 3,500 free emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That will allow you to create one 1,000-word email every single day for a decade. So don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight. So don't wait too long. This lifetime deal is only available for a limited time. Once the backer project is complete and Groove.ai is released, the lifetime deal will be gone forever. After that, it will cost $99 a month or $997 a year. So if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity and save big on your AI needs, become a backer of Groove.ai before it's too late. Don't wait. Join the over 500 backers already in this Groove.ai community. As a backer, be the first to experience the power of AI when it's released later this year. Now, let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon with the real Mike Filsaime.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
And we're back. All right, everybody. Let's just give a quick shout out. Hit that little refresh button. I think Wendy Hogan was the last person to back. And since got in right at the last minute with $250 each was Morton Faber and Ayman Abdallah. Congratulations. You're part of the Groove family. And for the rest of you guys that want to get in, we're going to be going for another 2 hours and 15 minutes today. And that's the last you're going to hear of us from the Groove stream for a while. And we're closing down this backer project Sunday midnight. So we're guaranteeing this price only till then. We're not sure what we're going to do with the affiliate launch when we reopen to allow affiliates to promote this in April. We shall see. Now, Sean, We've got 45 minutes. Donna, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just a quick question about affiliates because someone asked me today and I didn't know the answer. Are we planning on butterfly marketing Groove.ai? So having some sort of free level and then paid level where affiliates get a higher affiliate commission.
We haven't worked all that out, but I can tell you this, and I don't like to show this, and that's why you guys don't see it in yours. So I've got to drop down and go to the internal one where I've got more information on mine because this is the internal, but you're going to see this.
Right. Which means this is what's in discussion right now.
Correct.
Not
correct.
set in
Yes.
stone.
Donna, you have learned from my mouth. Right? like I am a walking asterisk machine. And to my defense, it's like, this is what I don't say this is what we're planning. You know, we have these, Mike said.
I'm your walking fine print.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay. We will have a freemium model, $5 in free credit here. Don't quote me on this, especially now that I just realized if $100 gives you a century, right?
Yeah.
Then $10 gives you a decade. Then $5 gives you five years
of emails.
Yeah, right. So yeah. So look, we've got to be able to
$5 at our markup rate versus at the wholesale rate.
Yeah. So we're going to allow you to bring your own API, get tokens of wholesale, no markup, pay as you go, pay for only what you use, no monthly payment, no paying for months you don't use. And then here we have this. Okay. Yeah. We have buy token packs from Groove.ai. Why do you want to do that? Instead of putting in your own API, you can. And then you just get billed by the other companies. You want to use us, it's easier, more affordable than other SaaS platforms. We'll have the auto re-up option, et cetera, et cetera. And then our rates look like if you want to buy our rates from us, we're probably gonna have to lower this because they just got 10 times cheaper. Honestly, I don't even think that we want to be in this game because, you know, it's like we give anybody credits, they're gonna have enough credits for a lifetime. We'll figure all this stuff out. But for free users, you can see we will be having a free user plan where we're going to be marking up if they want to buy packs and different things like that. We haven't flushed this out. This is just saying that is out there. But to answer your question, will Groove.ai be free? Yes, it will be free at a low-level freemium plan. And who's doing that right now? Copy.ai, Sean, I believe. You could go in and just create about 2 different workflows with limited stuff. Does Jasper have a get in without a credit card model?
We are testing one. So when you're driving, you know, as you know, when you're spending $1 million on ads, you don't want to just swipe over to a new payment plan right away. You want to start making sure, you know, things work out well. So we're toying with a freemium plan as well as the landscape changes. And, you know, the reality is all these tools, whether it's Copy AI or Groove or Jasper, you know, you start finding that some have their strengths and weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And there's, at least for now, there's enough competition, which is good because it makes everybody work harder to make a better product, right? So as a user, like it doesn't hurt to have multiple as you're going along. And especially if you find specific use cases that work well in a certain platform, because of the time savings, the pricing is just hardly relevant anymore in the discussion for a user who actually uses it. You guys, I think that pricing model is solid. It's just so much ROI on the time to money that people can get out of it. So
yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I will say this. This is something that is very, very hard to test. But there's something about wanting to see behind the curtain. And when you don't have a freemium model, and I'm not talking a $1 trial, but just not even having anything other than a credit card to get in, people will tend to stay longer on the front end of the site and really research because they're about to part with their money and they want to get married to you. So while they're browsing your site, they're going to put another 20 minutes into your site. And then that creates an emotional attach. It's like dating. And they're going to say, I think I'm going to write a message to my partner in Slack. I think this is and then you commit. Should we do it? I'm about to do it. What company card should I do? Do the Amex? All right, commitment and consistency. I've given you my Amex, and now I've just put a ring on that finger, and we're married for life. And what happens is when you have a freemium model, like we do at Groove.cm, you do at Copy.ai, you have at Groove.ai, is you show people call to action. It's free to get started. It's okay. I'm going to do less research now. Sign in with Google. Okay. And now I go and I create my first workflow and I say, this is pretty cool. I'm going to come back here in a couple of months when I need this. And the customer then, as we say, Sean, in sales, falls out of the ether, might even forget that which company was that you signed up for. So there's something to be said about letting somebody peek behind the curtain. Sometimes they're willing to pay to do it, and getting them to pay brings in commitment and consistency. And they said they made a commitment, and now they're like, hey, I'm going to start using this thing. I'm getting charged for it every month. So I've always, looked at like how many people have signed up for Groove because we let them get in for free instead of letting them hear so many good things about it and just saying, hey, the starting plan is $39 a month, get in and then have a credit card where they could upgrade. So it's like you just said, you guys, it's a difficult thing to look into when you're spending $1 million a month or whatever. You said $1 million in advertising. It's
you want to test it, I guess, is what you want so that there's not a big shockwave. But it's this technology, as you made the point there really strong. The Sam kind of is in charge of it right now, Altman. And he said, okay, well, let's make it 10 times less expensive. Right. So it's like, it doesn't even hardly make sense to have it be a credit-based system now. And that, that change just kind of came along recently. So it was like, I'm sure even in your mock-ups there, it's like, all right, well, now we got to revisit it a little bit.
My commercial just says it's good for a decade. Right. And like, I created a group yesterday and I literally said, hey guys, just for discussion, we're going to have to realize if we go to $497 a year, do we just say unlimited credits? Like, at that point, and just have that little friggin' asterisk into terms of service to protect ourselves from the guy that, creates an automation of, a 10,000 block network.
We had that issue because we used to have unlimited plans, and it's kind of like the cell phone company, right? You get unlimited, and then after 50 gigs, you get put on a zip line to talk to people.
Exactly.
But it's going to be a good deal regardless, because what you're paying for in Groove and these other platforms really is the prompt engineering, right? And I'm trying to make this point crystal clear in our marketing as we're revamping some stuff, right? To actually do this stuff well, to make one good prompt for me, like what I would consider like, oh my gosh, that does exactly what I want every single time and gets the result I want every time. It's about a 3 to 5 hour task, right? Over the course of say a week or two. And
I have a thread, Sean, that I can't let anybody see. I always go in, I'm like, is this the thread? It was a late night. It was 4 a.m. I was really cranky, and ChatGPT was not listening to me. And I started saying things like, you're doing this. I was like, it's a comical conversation. It could be posted on like on a meme site. I said, it was like a breakup story. I was like, you're doing this to upset me. I keep saying, and I said, do you understand what I'm saying? I said, yes. And then I said, okay, now rewrite it. And it would put the exact same thing 4 times. And I was like, I started, it drove me crazy. It only did that once. I don't know what in the world was going on in its brain.
I'll tell you what was probably happening was they were probably toying around in the back end with the actual engine, right? And that's one of the nice things about using even like Jasper or Groove. Like, we'll plug in their OpenAI key or whatever, and it's like what you're going to get every time. With ChatGPT, there is that, like, they're testing a lot of stuff, and they say in terms and conditions, hey, we're changing this every week. But
you could see it in the prompts. You could see that when you ask it, you got a workflow. The next day you come back and it's like, as an AI model, I'm like, suddenly you don't do what you did yesterday. And then, like, I've noticed, I used to just be able to say, you're a marketing expert. And it would just wait for my next prompt. Now that I tell it, it's like, no, I'm an AI model, but I can do that. I'm like, it's like, okay, I get it. There are legalities and all these different types of things that they're this is not legal advice. And they're trying to get these disclaimers in the reply ahead of time. But yeah, so let's get to those workflows. there. I'm really, really excited to see what we got coming.
Sure. Well, I'll set the stage a little bit because I think if you think conceptually about the egg, we'll bring the egg back out. We'll stick with that metaphor, right?
Yeah. Sean, just to interrupt you just real quick. I just got to answer this guy's question. He said, maybe we deleted it. Let's see. Oh, sorry, D. I don't even know how to answer he came in at 2:48 and we ended it at 2:35. He said, sorry, just got on the webinar. Will there be a 4-pay option today? And here's the thing, D, I have to tell you, and it pains me to say this, but I'm going to make it up to you, I promise. The reason why you know that there's a 4-pay option is because you heard us say it on one of the previous days, because otherwise you'd never know about it. And we said, you don't know when those happy hours are going to be, and you don't want to miss it. And you missed the last one. It went from 1:35 to 2:35. So sorry, it did expire. But I'm going to do this for you because I'm only going to do this for one reason. Today is Friday, and I know that sometimes people get paid on Friday. And here you are. You probably just got off work. I'm going to assume that for your benefit. Just go to send an email to support@groovedigital.com. Okay, support@groovedigital.com, and we'll send you a link for that 4-pay. Sean, the floor is yours.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think it's really cool how you're launching this. By the way, I've always respected the approach you've taken to bringing things to market. There's something to be said about getting people involved early so that you can get their feedback, you can get a community going, and you guys are going to have a blast with it. It's a ton of fun.
And just to comment on that, thank you, Sean. The reason why I would tell a company, regardless, even if you have the money to get the money up front, is that I've had my head down, and I thought we beat everybody to the market with AI. I said, let me just go into my inbox the other day, and I typed in AI, and in that one day, it was like 11 a.m., 7 a.m. AI was in like every subject line when I did a filter. And then I went into Facebook, and I'm not talking a Facebook group. I'm talking Facebook. And it was AI, Michael Stephen, everybody is AI. And so one of the things that I think is important is if we would have had all of the discussions that we had and put this out there, we would have released this thing. Well, now it's not ready in September, and I don't want to release it in beta. So we wouldn't have this thing ready for a year. By getting the community behind it, we have permission to release an early access in July or August, where it's not perfect, but these people paid for it, so they're ready just to see anything. And we get it out in the market. I'm not saying we get the first mover's advantage. Obviously, there's the first generation of you guys, right? But the post ChatGPT, I think we've made the biggest splash. I would probably say in our industry, we're coming up to about $700,000 raised in 10 days. I don't know there's anybody that sold $700,000 of AI of anything that's not part of the first generation like you guys. So yeah, people may say, why would Groove go out? And this is a model to get out to the market and create a sales letter for people ahead of time. And I think it would have been a big mistake for us to launch this thing next January when the software was ready.
Well, it's fascinating, right? There's so many different approaches to this stuff, but I do want to share a little more context for people on these workflows. This is stuff you can do within Jasper at the moment. It's just a bit more of a manual lifting thing. And I've been working with the product team. It's funny because I came in on the marketing side, but I really got in because I was obsessed with this technology. I was like, I want to be in the mix. I want to see what's going on. And I've been showing them a bit of what I've been playing with in my own time. And we're like, okay, we need to build that into this technology. So when you think about prompts, they are one or multiple instructions in like a chunk. And you can have an input that prompt modifies. You can generate raw content, whatever. But then what you can do with the output of that prompt is very important. You can actually have it as an input for another prompt. And then you can have that daisy chain to another one and to another one and to another one. And you can start building engines, even if they're just conceptual, that do all sorts of things. And I'll show my screen. I'll share a little bit of what I've been playing with. I'll get in trouble probably,
I'm
but
cheering
you
on.
know, what are they going to do?
No, look, obviously, do not get in trouble. Get in trouble.
But this
get
stuff
in as much trouble
is
as you
well, here's what I'll say. This is going to be commonplace, and say it's already commonplace if you know about it. Like the concept is there, but it's going to become like Warrior Forum products in like a week. So, you know, nature of the beast.
Workflows,
Let me make sure.
right? Like that's what's coming next is plug and play workflows that you could use for Jasper, that you could use for ChatGPT. So we've added you to the stream there. Donna, you're going to say something?
Oh, just that I love it when our guests go rogue.
Yeah,
Great.
Right.
I never did that. I've never ever done that.
And it's funny because it's good though, because like we get to put pressure on the people who actually make decisions behind this stuff. You can see my screen there fine. Okay.
Yes. And
Okay.
I'm actually, for the very first time, going to hit the full screen button and move away from the chat. And so my head is going to turn here because I just went to this big screen. But we can see your screen okay. And Sean, the first thing I have to ask you is, where are you right now? Are you in Jasper or are you in make.com?
I'm in make.com. I'm gonna reshare. I want to share the whole browser here. I think I just shared the one tab, and I might not be able to, but present. Let me share screen. Let me see if it's
Sean, where are you at a WeWork?
Yeah, so I got a little office downtown here in San Diego, just so I can. I got two kids
we
now.
work in San Diego. Yeah. No, I had one for 2 weeks there a couple of years back, 2 weeks before COVID. I was prepping
nice
to launch. Yeah, so it's a beautiful place.
It's a nice little, it's a way to get out of the house and mix things up. Let me make sure you should be able to see my screen now. The whole. Can I switch with? Yeah, I can switch between tabs. Okay. I scooter, so I scoot around downtown and go bug Billie Jean and stuff. But we're in a tool called make.com. It's just a fancy Zapier. And
it's a nicer user interface than Zapier. They used to be called Integramat, I think. So if you've ever heard of Integramat, that's their previous company. Make.com, great domain, and they're slowly taking over.
Yeah, and it's just, they call them no-code builders, and honestly, a lot of people know about this stuff, and it's not like it's an open secret at the moment what you can do with this. But I want to give people a little more context before I show this as a process here, because this is fairly complex. Well, that's even more complex. All right, I'll just show it. So what we have here is a tool that I built for fun to see if it'd work, where I'm pulling in articles, the top 25 articles every week from medium.com on a given topic. And there's a couple different steps before this, but this is the main one with GPT AI technology. So I'll just show this. But basically, I use an API to pull in the top 25 articles on a given, it could be on copywriting, whatever. And then I use a series of this nonsense here to actually, I scrape the actual Medium article, I add it to Airtable, and then I do the fun stuff that is the AI technology. And what you're seeing
and
here,
Sean, you scrape with make.com, or do you use like Scraping Bee?
I probably should not show my API. Oh well, I'll have to.
If you don't want to, that's okay. That I get.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah,
I have it separate, but yeah, I'm using Rapid API for this. Put the article ID in. I will have to change that. Someone in 20 years will find that and scrape a bunch of stuff from me. So I can't show. So these are called modules. They do stuff. These actually, they have a built-in OpenAI one right here.
Oh my God.
The problem with it is that it has a time limit on it that needs fixed, and they're supposed to fix that soon. So
got it.
Yeah. So if you run their default one, it might time out, because some of these prompts I have in here they'll take like a minute and a half to run.
Got it.
Yeah. So anyhow, the idea here though is I have these prompts, so I can show the prompts. And
okay, gotcha.
I'm
that's fine. I think people want to get the concept of the workflow and the prompt. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so, and you've done probably hours and hours of prompt engineering, so I won't beat a dead horse, but I'll give you an idea of how my brain worked with this, because what I didn't want like to scrape the articles, rewrite them, and then just like publish them. I was like, I want to take an input that's not my brain, medium.com. I want to dissect their top posts in a given category and understand what they're about, and then write a similar type article covering the same topic for me to review later. So I pull in the article, I pop it in the Airtable just so I have a record of it. And then my first prompt here, what I'm doing is I'm telling it to be a researcher for the article below, identify the thesis and explain why it's the thesis, then make a list of 4 to 7 insights, claims. Under each insight or claim, add details, blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. So I'm analyzing the article with this.
Right.
And I give it, this is really cool. You can reference things in the flow. So I'm telling it to read the medium.com post here. This is the OpenAI prompt, sending it out there.
Read the article.
And do this thing. So I'm just going to run this in the background. It's been a little while since I've.
Sean, let me just ask you this question first. We jumped into the workflow. Let's say that you were doing a YouTube video and you had 30 seconds to say, I'm about to show you a workflow that does this. What does it do? Does it build something to WordPress that puts ads on for AdSense and you make money? Or like what is the promised land when this thing runs?
Sure. Thank you for pulling out from my INTP, focus here to actually give context. Okay, so what this outputs is a fully finished, fully written blog post that I could theoretically publish to anywhere. And I actually built a flow. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Mike's getting all the good stuff here. So a proven. So yeah, this is the second part. But what it does, let's say it writes an article that I like, then it uploads to WordPress, it creates a post to WordPress, it creates a Medium post, it makes a short link, it posts it to Facebook, it posts it to LinkedIn, it updates, goes to Twitter. Like, it's bonkers. All right.
Is it the same post to each one, or does it write a variant for each one?
Well, so it writes so right now it's actually running. You see these little numbers here. These are the posts that it's writing. So,
oh wow,
I'll show you.
It's running.
Yeah,
wow. Look at it. Pay attention, everybody. This is a little bit different than we had before. He hit the run script, and so now you're getting these little thought bubbles showing you that each process has this many things going on at this time, and he's highlighting over it, and you're seeing what it's building as it's doing it.
And if anybody from Jasper is watching this later, we're going to build this into Jasper eventually. I'm just building a prototype right now. Don't get mad at me. Don't fire me yet. Trust me. I'll show you how it works. I promise.
You're doing research for them that you're going to bring ideas to them, of course.
Well, so here's what's interesting. So this is an article that it pulled from. Okay, back to the big picture, like you asked. What's the promised land? Yeah. The promised land is any process that you can put enough engineering behind that creates content, any kind. You could automate the workflow with just one human step in between to approve the output. Okay, and I'm starting with blog posts just because that's an easy one, but I can take each one of these and turn into YouTube.
And I think everybody can understand blog posts, right? Everybody can understand that there's the old way of doing things was going to Google, doing a search, hitting the shift button and open up 10 tabs that went boom, 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 boom. You'd look at all those and then you would read and you'd write your own blog article. You've kind of automated this process by saying you go out and use this resource called, I forget the name of the company where there's content, and then you're inputting that and telling Jasper to put that into a food processor and make another version. And once you have that, using my special prompt, then go out and post that to Facebook, this blog, this outlet, LinkedIn, or whatever the case, as many places that you want, and rewrite them all slightly different so we don't get duplicate content.
Well, and here's the thing. I put a vacuum seal in a way between the content that was written and the content I'm generating. I'll explain that in a second. But so, for example, this is somebody's post from Medium. ChatGPT engineering, let's think step by step. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is just their post, right? Now, I could write a prompt that says, hey, here's a post, rewrite it, right? But that I don't ethically like. So instead, I wrote a prompt that...
Right. I agree with you on that. Right.
Yeah. And that's what, the SEO...
Let me just say that. I'm sorry, Sean, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So
no, you're good.
that's the difference between plagiarism and research, right? So what they say is steal from one person, it's plagiarism. Steal from 100 people, it's research, right? So what happens is if you take one thing and you just basically say rewrite it, that's different. But if you're taking and you're taking the information, you're breaking them out into like an outline of an article, rewriting, creating a new structure, it's a completely different. It's the same thing we do in research, so nothing unethical. We're using something as a learning model.
The old way, we'll say, is I would read that article, I would take notes on it, I would identify the insights and the evidence given to support those insights. Let's say I wanted to write a report on it in my own way. That's this prompt. I can't show the prompt right now because it's all running.
Gotcha. No problem. We get it.
I'll show the prompts here in just a second. Oh, okay, so it finished. Okay, so check this out. The first prompt, I tell it to be a researcher, study the article, basically, right?
Right.
And the output from that, you can see here. Actually, the output is over here. Yeah. The input is, hey, read this article and give me some stuff about it. And if there's an error, it just kind of stops, and that's fine because some of these work, I'm pretty sure. There we go. So here's one that worked. Thesis. This article provides a roadmap for self-taught programmers to gain the necessary machine learning skills to help change the world. So that's the thesis that OpenAI GPT identified. Then it gave me a list of all the insights and a step-by-step instruction, right, based on the article. So it's writing me a report about the article. Then the next prompt, I say, hey, I'd never actually put the article. I say, all right, here's the research I did, which is this right here. I say, using the follow reference material, create a long form and detailed blog post using analogies, metaphors, examples, teach concept, blah, blah, blah. Add SEO, optimize, clickbait.
I like that one. H1 clickbait title, right? Clickbait. But you're telling it, hey, that clickbait means something that uses curiosity to make sure they get the click.
Yeah. So in reality, what this one does is it says, okay, hey, Bob over here, Bob GPT wrote a report. All right, I read the report. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write an article. So that's the input. Hang on. Output, where are you at? Boop. It would be here. All right. So it wrote an article, and let's see if it's any good. All right. The unsung hero of data science, why data quality professionals deserve our appreciation. And it wrote an article based on the insights from that, right? I'm not going to read it right now. But then I have it actually rewrite that article. I say, restructure the content, give it some style, Then I actually put in a little seed. I was like, hey, if it talks about ChatGPT, include mentions of Jasper. Because
they're going to be very happy with you when they see this.
Right. So then the prompt is actually, here's the article that it just wrote, restructure it, output it in Markdown. It rewrites the article one more time for us. I'm going to just show all these so people beat a dead horse here, but it rewrites it to be more. Tom Robbins is one of my favorite prompt styles. He's like a super fun writer.
Tom Robbins, got it.
Yeah, he's a good one. Thoughts about Jasper and GPT? Jasper.ai is GPT. So it's funny. I'm pulling in topics about GPT on this particular one. And then I have it actually go and take that article and create a step-by-step. I say, hey, here's an article, create a 5-step process for implementing the stuff in the article. And then it writes
this is article. What we were trying to do earlier with Amanda, where we were 50% of what you are here. We were creating the workflow, which would essentially be a Google Doc that would tell people, okay, after you do this, paste this in. When it gives you a prompt, then do this. And so now you're taking Amanda's process that her and I did one step further by literally saying, when it gives you this, do this. And it'll actually automate every single one of these tasks for a final output. So
Right.
you don't have to even be inside of ChatGPT. You start with a source. In this case, it's Medium, but it could be a comment on Facebook that you read and scraped, and you put it through. And let's say you said something like, leave a comment in Facebook for a topic you want me to go over for my next video.
Mm-hmm.
So not only would it scrape the topic, it would write the video script for you.
Yeah. And you could daisy chain these all day long, right? You could keep going and say, hey, write a blog post about this and then turn it into a YouTube script. But basically what I'm doing is once it's outputted, I put it into Airtable for a manual review. So let's see, where's the ones I just output today? Oh, you know what? I think it's because and is published manually. So Airtable is a really cool like database tool for you to go in and review stuff. I'm trying to find the articles we just wrote. No, they're in here somewhere. I can find them. I can go back here and
while you're looking, I'll let everybody know. So folks, Airtable, just watch some videos on YouTube. It's basically like an Excel spreadsheet that works like a database. So instead of just having rows and columns, these rows and columns actually are more, can be actually tapped into no-code software to actually work like a database. So it's just one little video on YouTube is going to explain exactly what Airtable is, but it's a database that looks like a spreadsheet.
So here's where is it? So here's the articles we just wrote in real time. 3-3, that's today, right? So yes. I put in the text. Here's the insights it identified. The version 1 of the article.
Wow,
it wrote.
With formatting and H1 tags.
Yeah. So since I told it to write it in Markdown, AI or Airtable can read that. And then what I do is like, I don't want to just automatically publish those, right? So I put in a label or a step in here where if I read it and I like it, for some reason they're not
an execution command where you could right click and then publish. Got it. There you go.
Yeah. So click to publish, and then that triggers this big old workflow, right? Another one. So I press the button on Airtable, then it gets the record, combines the articles, I do these little things to actually get the title and get the article, put it in the Markdown or from Markdown to HTML. And this is fun. I put in a step because I'm like, all right, I want a social media post to share about this text or this article. So I have it read the article and identify 3 to 4 tags maximized for the following article. So it'll output a tag and it'll write a social media post about the article. So
wow.
Yeah,
so it's a social media post promoting the article. Like, hey guys, check this out. I just wrote this. If you're interested, check out my article here.
Right. Write an engaging short social media post about the article with a call to action to read the post, write in this style, blah, blah, blah. Use 0 to 1 emojis per sentence. You can just have fun with it, right?
Yeah. But I wanted to say this. Yeah. I just got to throw in the Donna disclaimer here. People are joining us and they're in and out at any time. One of the things that we want to show you here during this Groove-A-Thon for Groove.ai AI Week and with Jasper's help here and Sean is that this is to showcase what's coming. This is going to be, Sean is experimenting, hasn't even shown this to Jasper. He's going to take this workflow, show it to Jasper and say, listen, there's an opportunity for us to really focus on automation by building pre-made processes like this, or like we said, a marketplace. The possibilities are going to be endless here. Mm-hmm. And so what we're not telling you is that you need to go figure out Airtable and you need to go figure out how to connect all of these different things with make.com.
Yeah.
10% of the people are wired that way. What Sean is doing is saying that this is coming. It's going to be built into Jasper. We've got similar visions. And then soon you're going to see people creating workflows like this that are simply going to say, you can buy this workflow for $97. The 5 things you need to do is connect your API, connect your Google Doc, log into your Google account, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, execute, and you'll have your own thing. We're not showing you this where you shouldn't be asking, where can I get this so I can build it myself? Will there be a video? No, this is to showcase that automation is coming with powerful tools like Jasper.
Right. And it's here, but it's also like there's, as you know, Mike, the value in this, the technology is awesome, but you could get a programmer on Upwork to build this thing if you knew how to explain how to do it for fairly cheap. But what is not easy to do is come up with the right prompts in the right order and just understand. You have to have a wide range of expertise to know how to write a good article, right? Like, so those prompts and stuff are where the real value is. And then just to finish this flow out, and then we'll talk about this conceptually, because I want to give some value beyond, oh, this is cool, huh? I have it go out to Unsplash, which is that image site. And then
royalty-free images.
Right. And then I have it search the title of the blog post and pull in imagery. And then I get that image, I upload it to WordPress, I create a post, I add it to Medium, I post these social media posts. So like, I don't want to post the whole article. I want to take the message from the social media post and put it out there, and a link to the blog post. I do that on Facebook, LinkedIn, update my Airtable, and everything is history. I'm working on Instagram over here. It's an always changing and growing thing. But what's nuts is, like you said, this is going to be commonplace here soon enough. And we're building it into our tool set. It's kind of like if ClickFunnels were right now to say, all right, we got AI built in, great. Oh crap, you're already behind. Workflows are here. We've had workflows built into Jasper for a very long time, but they're just not super automated yet.
Sean, I agree with you. So this was a conversation that we had in the company. We were like, and some of our customers said, hey, this isn't fair. Why are you creating another company? You were talking about adding AI to Groove. We will. Adding AI to Groove is simply putting a little prompt while you're in a subject line or an email and going #/ write me this. And again, you're not getting all of the image prompting and all that. It's just going to write you generic stuff. And so, as you just said, if ClickFunnels adds AI content for bullets in the middle, that's great. But the real power here that we noticed is, I was like, no, Groove will have its little AI just to have it, like every other company has a little magic little prompt inserter. But the real thing is, as you said, is going out and creating, as we said, being a showrunner, and then storyboarding an actual process and using a tool like Groove.ai or Jasper to actually do a workflow, because it's about workflows that are going to create this, and then adding things like automation. Jasper needs to be a SaaS company. Groove.ai needs to be a SaaS company. And then ClickFunnels and Groove and Notion and Evernote can have their little inline prompt, to come up with 5 bullet points. But that doesn't mean it's going to be able to do a project.
Right. And I'll just say, like, the output here is okay. It's not like perfect yet. And in an ideal world, the output, with enough prompting and cleanup, it'll be like 99% there, right? And sometimes I'm like, okay, that's awesome, publish it, right? And it'll automatically publish out to my blog, which is kind of screwed up right now, but as everyone's website of all times are. But it automatically published it to the site. I'm rebuilding this site at the moment, so I don't even want to look at it. It's a nasty site. It's a test site. But the real use case here, in my opinion, is like, all right, I can start from here and create content based on the premise of this article and run with it. And I just took out the what I would consider in the creative process, the manual labor, which is a lot of times, if you're an expert in something, you don't need to do every single time.
Yeah, you took a team of 50 down to a team of 1, you. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that, Google is, everybody's saying is, can you use AI in the search engines? Or is Google going to penalize you? Absolutely, you can. Google is in the AI game. They're going to be competing with OpenAI. They just released 7 days ago their own API. Finally, you find it at Cloudflare.google. Not Cloudflare. Whatever their storage service is. Yeah. And so Google is saying that at the end of the day, it's about the consumer. Are they seeing something that's spammy and are they bouncing, or are they seeing content that has human interaction and TLC. So will you be able to do this? What I'm about to say, yes. Should you do this? No, YouTube's going to penalize it. Can you take this entire process that Sean just did and then use things like Whisper and text to voice and voice to text or ElevenLabs and literally send the output over to an MP3 and with APIs with video and in video, input all of those little things in an outline, let it create a slide, and then literally automate that final output with make.com to your YouTube channel with all of this stuff. So if you're saying like I could start with somebody else's article and literally create a pipe that's going to publish a video with image and graphics and everything into YouTube, can I do it? Yes. Is anybody going to watch that video? It's going to get 13 views in 10 years because Google is going to penalize it because they're going to tell there's something not natural. Google is going to be able to detect the uncanny valley of your final output.
Well, and that's Mike, think about it this way too. If content becomes a commodity, which it is now, in my opinion, the differentiator, it's brand, right? It's the person that's doing the delivery. If all things are equal, am I going to watch? We'll pull out a millennial reference. Am I going to watch Mr. Beast? Beast? Is that his name? Yeah, yeah. Am I going to watch him or am I going to watch PewDiePie? It depends on who I am, right? Like depends on what I like about an individual. Even if they're sharing the same type of information, right? It's the commodity of content is here. It was funny you mentioned ElevenLabs. I was playing in there. I was like, could I build an API-driven machine to narrate an entire book using their API? And I did, and it's cool. I had it record or I had it learn my voice, which it did a pretty darn good job of. But then I just automatically using Airtable and API stuff, had it go and record all of it and add it to make. And then you combine them all and then you have one solid, like this is a 2-hour audio book.
Story. Yeah.
Yeah. And it made it in, it's like 25 minutes or something. I went and got lunch. I came back and I don't know. Let's see if audio plays through here. I'm not sure if it does. We'll try here for a second. Can you hear that?
No, it's not playing your laptop speakers. Gotcha. Yeah. Michelle just says, "Hey, this is the part of that I want to do for my book." So she's excited. I'll give you the principle, right? So, ElevenLabs is a tool where you train it on your voice. I trained it on a few different voices. Doesn't it disappoint you, Sean, or am I missing something? Am I not a premium enough member that the cap for 10 megabytes? Do you find that frustrating?
Well, you can put up to 25 of them in there.
Right, but you have to export all like you can't take a 30-minute video. You got to break it up into 10 3-minute clips, which is what I like about Descript is Descript let me upload a 3-hour and 40-minute webinar. It took 2 days to process it. I came back 2 days later. Descript had my voice,
Well, the Descript, I haven't played with their new stuff just yet, but I did find that it wasn't doing it the way I wanted. What I found, I put 7 samples into this, each about 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah. And here's just a little tip for anybody who's playing around with this.
ElevenLabs is on another level. I'll admit that.
It's excellent. But what you want to do is you want to create a version of your voice for different mediums. Okay, so this is my reading voice. This is me as almost like a teleprompter. And it's what you'd expect if you put on an audiobook and you start listening. But if I wanted to do a kid's book, I would need to sit down and probably read a bunch of kids' books because the inflection is going to change. And it does a very good job of detecting based on the input. I use
tone.
Werner Herzog. I love his voice.
Yeah. He's very good.
Let me see if I can change my
Love
audio.
His documentaries.
Oh, he's the best. I did something fun.
He was in The Mandalorian. Do you know that?
Oh yeah. Let us enjoy these libations or something. I'm gonna try putting on my speaker and see if the mic will pick it up without sounding terrible. Let me just try playing this real quick and see if it comes through, Mike. Is that coming through? Are you able to hear that or not?
No, it seems that it has some type of noise canceling filter.
Okay. Well, just trust me, it's really cool.
Hey, listen, if you want to, just micro little workflows, if you want to just export that real quick, drop that into a Dropbox, send it to me. I'll share it with
sure.
the group there, and then everybody can actually hear it.
I'll give them the whole audiobook, right? Okay. Because that's a really good book. Scientific Advertising, which just became public domain today.
Yeah, Scientific Advertising. Is it Claude?
This month, Claude Hopkins, yeah.
Claude Hopkins.
So I was like, I'll go ahead and narrate it. So I'll just put it in the private chat here for you guys. Here's the whole kit and caboodle. But it's funny. It sounds like me. A good enough me that it doesn't sound like AI is the most important thing. So yeah, it's pretty wild. But I built a flow because you can only input under 5,000 characters at a time.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to like copy and paste this over and over. So I just, it's going to be a useful skill in my opinion in the future to learn how to interact with APIs, because it's literally the way to interact with technology in the way they speak. So put that on it may not be the most useful skill set if you got enough money to pay people to do it, but I find it very useful because then I can communicate better to the people I want to build this stuff, what I'm trying to accomplish, if I can understand the APIs.
Yeah. I just listened to the voice. It's really good. So I'm going to have everybody do this along with you as well, Sean, because I want to show you, I agree with you on ElevenLabs. The thing is I could only train it so much because I was in such a rush. So Sean, do me a favor, go to Groove.ai/replay. And everybody else, you can do this at the same time. Groove.ai/replay. And press play. And then I had to wait for the next slide to load, and then for the browser to load the audio because it was a browser based. This is an ElevenLabs intro you're going to hear, Sean, and everybody else. Now, we're not going to hear it right now. That's why I told everybody else to do it. But you're hearing the ElevenLabs intro. I'm going to make it a little bit easier for everybody. I'm going to drop the links. We've done this before. I'm going to drop the links for Donna so that everybody can hear it. And Sean, you'll even see it as well. So that's ElevenLabs with about 10 little files of me training my voice. So it kind of sounds like me, really professional in a recording booth with a little bit of a cold. But it sounds friggin' flawless, almost like it sounds like a real human. And then I've got one that sounds like more like my voice from Descript, but it's not quite, it's a little compressed and the inflections are perfect, but it's just not sounding perfectly human. So I'm going to give you both of those. Let's see. Mike Filsaime, about Groove, public backer. Mike, intro webinar. Okay. So I'm going to share this with everybody. I'll give it to Donna to share. Copy Dropbox link. So the one that Sean just heard is coming in this Dropbox link right now. Donna's going to send that to everybody. Sean, I'll put it just in the private chat for you. That's my ElevenLabs one that you just heard. And now this one has the word DS in it, which means that this was done by Descript. And Sean, if you hear that one, you're going to notice, wow, you're right, Mike. That sounds a lot more like you, but a little less human. And I think we're about a year away from passing that uncanny valley to being able to process your voice where people just don't know. If you mix it in a sentence, what we refer to as overdub, like if I recorded a full paragraph and I said I was born in 1867 instead of saying 1967, you could overdub that sentence. Nobody's going to know. But a whole paragraph or a whole audiobook, ElevenLabs is going to be a lot better than Descript.
So I figured out why it wasn't playing through. Give me 1 second. And probably people are listening to all kinds of different things, so I don't want to overdo it. But I found this. Hang on, let me change my sound output to there. Okay, so this is Patrick Stewart. I trained ElevenLabs with his voice
from American Dad. Just kidding. We don't hear it if it's playing.
All right, we'll see what Werner Herzog real quick. I had him read my bio.
All right, I'll let you know if we hear anything. Nothing yet.
Oh, you're not hearing anything?
No, audio's not making it through.
I tried.
No problem. I had the same problem the other day.
Yeah, the Streamlabs needs like a plugin or something. But the idea there is, yeah, it's it's another use case where the human touch is always going to beat it. But if there's use, in my opinion, for it, I think in if a reading tone works fairly well with it, like for audiobooks, I think it's a great solution because it does reading tone very well. Reading is not high in inflection, but if you wanted to make it like a stage character, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. When you go into Descript, they have pre-made voices, and then you go into the voice and they have drop downs: angry, funny, soft, whispering. It's like, to train your voice like that, it takes a lot of time. One of the beautiful things is, if you don't need it in your voice, there's a lot of pre-made voices out there that work very good in ElevenLabs and ElevenLabs and Descript right out of the box. But if you're the type of person that needs it in your voice, all you've got to do is spend more time training it. I've noticed, just little things. It can be a little bit of annoyance. I'll make an example. Like if I try to say Groove.ai, sometimes it'll say Groove.ai or Groove.ai.
You got
little things like that. Yeah. You'll notice that in the song. When we play our song at the end of the commercial, it's doing the karaoke lyrics, and it's say, become a backer of Groove.ai. Because it was saying become a backer of Groove.ai, and I was like, oh man, that's just ruining it. That's just that little one thing right there. So all that fine tuning is all coming as well.
But Mike, I do have to bounce here soon, but I do want to show just one more little show off here in the prompt world. And I know people are probably getting a little bit of prompt engineering fatigue, so I won't spend a ton of time on this, but I want to just
that's okay. We're in the last hour of a 5-day 5-day, 6-hour a day. So we're all about fatigue. We're going to cross that finish line and collapse. So go for it.
Excellent. Okay. So I just want to share. So this is one prompt. It's about 76 lines. I don't know how many characters it is, but the thing I'm looking for from a prompt engineering standpoint, when it comes to like single shot generation, is I want the output to be super predictable and the exact quality that I'm looking for. So what I'm doing here with this prompt is I want to output, in my opinion, the 4 main things you need to write a good book. Well, not my opinion. I'm emulating a framework in a book called How to Write Great Books, right? And what I have it creating.
I noticed you're using the formulas that we went over with Amanda. If you scroll back up, you're basically saying, here's the formula, and then you're putting tags, right? Like the book promises how to, and then you're putting in some dynamic information that can be used later.
Well, so this is for me. I changed the topic, the problem, the result. So these are the inputs. These are things that I can change every time. So I put my answer there. So 4 answers, and then I give it. Yeah. So like you said, this is the formula, right? So I want to write a book promise. So how, the problem, the goal, plus the time to reach related to the topic, plus time frame without pain point, right?
Right. Really good without the really bad, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
In this
amount of time, yeah.
And this works for headlines, but it's a promise for the reader for the book. So 6 examples of a good book promise. So I give it examples.
Right.
That's something a lot of people don't. Yeah, you can train it a little bit. And then every time I go in to make, like, I want to make sure it knows that I'm giving it instructions for something I want it to do. And I found that helps a lot.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I'm providing all the inputs up here, and then I'm like, okay, here's the instructions. I want you to do this thing now. So first, so you can actually, we know how we were talking about daisy chaining things. You can daisy chain within one prompt. You can actually have it reference. It's bonkers, right?
Yeah, no, and Sean, I know that you know this because of the instructions and all this stuff, because when you did it without it, it went off the rails. And so you went back, hit the edit button, and you put this thing and you start fine tuning, and then you get the result and you're like, oh, I got it. I can use this over and over.
And the cool thing about this is I can pop this into Jasper, and then underneath I can just hit compose, and it'll start following the instructions, right? So it wrote a promise, a profile, and a reader situation. So anyway, the idea here is we're getting a specific, and this is the same with Midjourney or any image one. We want specific reusable prompts. So I tell it to write a book promise, and then I say, based on that book promise and the inputs above. So I'm telling it to like reference this thing it did first, right? 3 to 7 sentence paragraph descriptor of the ideal reader for this book. So I'm creating 4 outputs from one input. I'm getting a book promise, reader profile, book title, subtitle, and I give it examples, more examples, and then like more. Actually, I think I put this in here twice, but
what are you using right now as a doc? This Rome Research, is this like a...
Yeah, it's basically like a knowledge management tool. It's a little like you can, I like using it to capture all my like user flows and documentation for myself.
Kind of like a Notion. It looks like something like that allows you to outline stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's a knowledge management system, and anybody who wants to go down that rabbit hole, just Google PKMS. It's fun. But the idea there is you can have it do crazy stuff. Now, this is something, Mike, I'll leave you with a technical thing that'll get you excited for your developers. From any prompt output, you can have it output, rewrite it in JSON. And JSON, is a computer language that's just a structure of information. But then you can use that with different APIs. So I have it make a JSON out of my book title, subtitle, promise, profile, and reader situation, so that I can pull those out from the output into their own little database thing. So anyhow, that's going to get way too nerdy, but
no, that's all right. Yeah,
but there's
thank you so much.
Crazy things you can do with it. Yeah.
We got Mike Koenigs. I'm going to have him come in and say hi just as you're going out in just a second. Sure. I want to do the right thing by Jasper. I want to thank them for quote unquote sponsoring this this last 90 minutes along with you with this content in an abundant way. So I've got to give them their due. Sean, can you? I know you got to run. Can you just share your screen just one more time? Just pop into the dashboard of Jasper, walk in, because you got to have a credit card to get in there to see it. Just show them the dashboard. And then while you're doing that, I'm going to say to everybody, hey, look, Sean even told me that, having Jasper might be a tool that will work with a workflow that we're missing in Groove.ai. And for maybe $99 a month, it's something that can still make things affordable. We don't want to make this binary, not when we're getting the love from Sean coming here and doing that. So, Sean, what do you do for them? What is your official title there?
Yeah, so I'm their affiliate manager. I bring on partners like yourself and other people who want to create stuff for their audience and teach them how to use this technology, right? Give them a platform for it. And Jasper Chat, by the way, has gotten really fun. We can include Google search results. So
that's kind of like they've added like a Bing search thing in there as well. So Jasper Chat is new. It says beta there.
Let's say, tell me all about Mike Filsaime.
Oh no.
Yeah, let's see. So it's funny because they added in a data layer from Google search, and it'll actually include the references and stuff. So there's like different levels to this stuff that, this is
nice.
It gave you a nice little bio there. Let's say rewrite the above in the tone and style of author Tom Robbins. I love this guy. But right, like this technology. Oh, now here's a fellow who made a name for himself in the wild world of internet marketing. Some folks call him the Michael Jordan of. So it's a ton of fun, right? It basically simplifies. If you don't want to go and learn prompt engineering like this, the back end of all these templates are either a series of prompts or
very nice.
Yeah. So there's some beauty in here for those who don't want to become prompt engineers. They've got a bunch of recipes already built in, workflow stuff like that.
That's the key, right? That's the key. Is it's like when you have subscriptions to maybe 3 places, you get your royalty-free images. You have some places where you get some template libraries that you're getting, and the bottom line is you can never have too many of these different ways to be creative. So we're gonna we're going to give Jasper its due. And it's funny, I could say Jasper now and never have a problem. I remember when they were Jarvis and they switched to Jasper. You couldn't say it. You'd be like, Jarvis, Jasper. Jasper, for which one is it now? And John Benson couldn't get his name wrapped around what the name was for a while. But I really thought it was going to be tough for you guys to rebrand because Jarvis was such a good name. Obviously, probably a problem with AI Iron Man there, maybe.
Yeah, Marvel, they are not kind to even though we technically could have. We're in a different niche or world.
They got a little upset about it, but Jasper didn't seem to affect it. So great. So Sean, we're gonna pop Mike in just to say a hi goodbye as you're coming in because we know that you're 15 minutes over, so we want to thank you very much. And there's Mike Koenigs sitting here. I should have given X for the thumbs up.
Sean, nice
hey,
to
buddy.
see you, brother.
We're getting breakfast here soon, man. I'm excited.
Yes, yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up, connecting, and going deep with you. There's so much. I'm actually talking to John Assaraf's group tonight. So, and I know everything I've seen that you're churning out is incredible. I'm very, very impressed. So I can't wait to go crazy with you, man.
Love it. Yeah. Glad to have you here, Mike. We got the two mics, man. Can I give Mike Filsaime a little outro as I head out here, Mike?
Thank you.
Great idea.
Go for it.
What do you got?
Yeah. Well, so Filsaime, it's I have to give a lot of credence to you and Andy, of course. Rest in peace. I finally it like clicked near the end of working with you guys what copy is all about. It like finally made sense to me. It's the empathy with the issues that your audience is dealing with, and understanding that made all the difference in my trajectory because that applies to everyone, whether you're selling someone to hire you as a JV manager or writing an email. So I want to just say thanks for that. It means my career for sure in the way that it's been going, and I give you guys credence all the time for that. And it's just a pleasure to be here and talk shop and bring in Koenigs, who I'm going to stick around. I got to jump on a call, but I'm going to keep this on in the background and jump on because I want to hear what Koenigs.
All right. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Rich Schefren's going to be popping in about 15 minutes as well. So it's literally a Friday happy hour here. So the more the merrier. So thank you so much, Sean. We'll let you go. Talk to you soon, my friend. All right, Mike Koenigs. So Mike, we're going to take a quick 1 minute break and do a full intro for you when we come back. Have you seen my creepy AI avatar? Not so creepy.
I haven't seen yours, but if you're using DID, I can kind of guess what it's going to be like.
No, we're using Movio. It's even better.
Oh, you are? Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
We had them on Tuesday. We had because I reached out to them. I needed it in 24 hours. And I said, look, I can't deal with 7 days, but I'm going to blow you up. Do you want to come on the stream?
So yeah, show it to me. I know I saw some experimental stuff, but let's check it out.
Yeah, and when we come back, I'll do an intro and I'll tell you the small little workflow that I did with it. So let's do the 1 minute commercial because we just want to show off what it can do. All right, we'll be right back.
Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI Avatar. I hope you're enjoying the AI Week Groove-A-Thon. We're going to be here every day this week through Friday, streaming from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, talking about all things AI with some awesome guests and workshops. But right now, it's time for a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, let me tell you about something exciting, our backer project for Groove.ai. By backing this project, you can get lifetime access to Groove.ai and never make a payment to us or anyone for almost all of your AI needs ever again. But hurry, this opportunity is expiring soon. So head on over to Groove.ai/backer to learn more and become a backer before time runs out. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. If that's you, you'll get a massive bonus of 3.75 million words of free AI content. That's equivalent of getting 3,500 emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That's 1,000-word email every day for a decade. Don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight tonight. All right, that's it for now. Let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to do an intro from Mike Koenigs in just a minute. That bonus says that it's only available for Groove paid lifetime customers, but today we decided to give that to everybody. And with the new pricing of OpenAI, they just 10x lowered their pricing. So going from a decade to a century, that bonus that we're giving you is enough words to write one email every single day, 1,000-word email for a century, 36,000 days. And that last little song there was also created with a prompt with an AI music generation software. So today we've got our good friend, Mike Koenigs. He was the very, very first person in my my local network of masterminds to actually put on a presentation for AI. I jumped on that thing and I was just like, looking, oh, wow, Mike's into this too. And I hit him up. I said, Mike, you've got to be on here. We've been friends for a long, long time, Mike. Thanks so much for making
20 years. Almost
making
20 years. I can't believe it. Yeah.
And I know you had a lot of calls today. I know it was a real busy day. So thanks for getting in here for us.
No, it's first of all, thank you. And what did the music? What did the singing? Because I haven't heard decent AI singing.
So I'm going to show you. So if you've ever heard of there's this really cool, and you're going to see it when I pull it up. So first thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to put AI music, and they're going to show up with a pink light, a pink URL here. Let me just lower this a little bit. Not those guys. Well, maybe it is. Let me see. I don't believe.
Oh, by the way, plug in ChatGPT Google search results, because it'll actually give you AI GPT in the background on the right-hand panel. Have you seen that?
What? Say that again.
Okay, there's a ChatGPT plugin. I'll show
it
to
yes,
you when
yes. Yeah.
And it'll actually give you ChatGPT results on the right-hand side of your browser. It's the shizzle.
AI song generator. Let's try that.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been using SoundDraw, which creates good music, but I haven't seen anyone that can do. Is it VoiceMod?
This is it. I found it.
Oh.
So remember, I said this is a company that what they're trying to do is get you to buy their software. So they run an ad and pretend like you're in a queue every time you try to write a song. Say, go check this out. What they do is they have a voice mod. Mike, I mean, it is ridiculous. You can choose Biden, Trump, Obama, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you just talk in the microphone like you are right now. And in real time, people are going into their live streams and shutting their camera off, and people are like, is this really, so-and-so? And it's like, yeah, no, I decided to play Minecraft today. And people are like, oh my God, Mom! So and it's hard to tell. So this company, you just go text the song. And in 5 seconds, I'm just going to take like a little bit of lyrics right here.
Okay, because I'll show you what I've been doing. Do you want me to show something and play it while you're getting that fired up, or
I'll do this in 3 seconds. You pick. This is what I did. I chose Levitate. I hit next. I chose this guy right here. I hit next. I pasted probably more like an Ed Sheeran sound, I guess. And then you put in your text. And then you have to log in with your Google, and it's free, and that's it. That's that, and then it exports it for you because it shows an ad for their software.
Oh man, okay. Well, I'll show you what I've been doing with something called Celebrity Voice Changer. So I'll share my screen.
It's geek time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, nerd time, baby doll. All right, don't show these tips. Let me just see if I can do, I can do a window. There it is, predictions. And it does a decent job of sharing audio.
StreamYard?
Yeah, let's try it out. We'll see. It doesn't? Well, let's see if you can hear this, okay? See if it goes through.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my
great
honor to introduce you to the man, the legend, the king of entrepreneurs.
Was that working?
Yeah, obviously with a little bit of stream lag, or what do you call it? Not stream lag.
Okay.
It's skipped. The frame rates were a little off.
Okay, yeah.
We heard it.
Yeah, so basically that was me using Celebrity Voice Changer, and I did the Donald Trump filter, and then this is one where I did the same thing. So I basically used a filter to create a Morgan Freeman. So here.
I hear it.
Life to helping others achieve their dreams and create a business they love. He's a best-selling author, a highly sought-after speaker.
Anyway, let me just show you. So that was using, I just say, hey, write an intro video using ChatGPT. I generated an image with Midjourney using
Got it.
fake, loaded it up, and it does a pretty good job. And then I've been doing that for friends of mine. Like when I go speak, I'll actually bring them on stage using something that we made. But to get the most realistic voice, sometimes it's the cadence that makes the biggest difference. So if I talk like Donald Trump and he says you're a winner too, but I know you're actually a giant loser, it's all about
you actually have to do the cadence and you got to sing their song. And so that's the same thing as you do Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's going to sound like him, but you really, you have to slow it down, dog, more like, and so you got to do your best impression while you're talking about them. Well. What I noticed with DID, I did a picture of me. I was playing around. Like, what am I going to show off during the live show? I said something to Donna, just like, maybe I was expecting, hey, that's pretty cool. She was like, I don't like that. Very creepy. And so what I did it instead is I took my picture and I put it into Midjourney and I just said realistic comic art, one of those types of things. And I turned myself into just got rid of the uncanny valley. And then it looked perfectly acceptable because it's like, oh, well, this isn't trying to be Mike Filsaime. This is if Mike Filsaime was, something out of Speed Racer. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I think that's, it is where we are now. I'm sure you've probably seen just over the past week, Instagram, some of the other, services. I've seen a lot of deep fakes where they're doing like Trump versus Hillary versus Obama playing Minecraft. And it's just a swear fest.
Yeah.
Have you seen this stuff?
These friggin' spiders are all Donald Trump. These friggin' spiders are all over me. And then you hear Biden go, why don't you build a wall? You're pretty good at that, Trump. Totally. They're having this childish thing. That one was hysterical. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to find this this thing here.
Okay.
This is deep faking your own face. So I'm going to click on here and I'm just going to fast forward right here. So this girl right here.
Yeah.
She's saying, oh my God, let's just start from the beginning here. Okay. She's basically, I got it on mute. She's saying, I cannot believe this. So this is a live Snapchat filter, but it's made by TikTok, I believe. And it basically, it beautifies you live while you're talking in real time. And so I'm not saying that, she's ugly or anything, but this is literally to make you look better than you are. So she's like, look at my, she's like, it gave me fuller lips. Now she shuts it off.
Oh yeah. Let
me just go.
Jeez.
Let's just go back. Right.
Unbelievable.
And, so there's a couple more here. Here's a girl. She starts with her original look and she's like, all right, so I'm hearing about this filter that's supposed to make you look better, blah, 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 blah. And now she sees it for the first time. She goes, oh my God, are you kidding me? And then there's this little version here of it.
She got the hot stuff for herself.
Yeah. Here's a lady.
Oh man.
Who knows where she's from? Maybe, Latin country. And she's seeing herself as a kid again. And she literally starts crying because she hasn't seen herself look like this in maybe 50 years. And
it's gonna sell a lot of plastic surgery, and fillers.
Here's a lady puts the filter on, immediately starts crying because she starts talking to her teenage self saying, I'm sorry, it actually made me tear up a little bit. She goes, I'm sorry I wasn't good to you when I was younger. And she just literally, you can see her here, she's crying. And so it's kind of like a self deep fake, of yourself. It's happening so fast, Mike. It's happening so fast.
Terrifying. I'm going to show you something that I've been working on with my son, that is just a beautiful little gift because, so here's the full disclosure. My son, Zach, is 20 years old. He's going to college and he's a Generation Zoom, which has not been kind. The lockdown was not kind to kids in his age group. And he's struggling with anxiety and everything that everyone in his generation is dealing with. And, at the same time, I'm being a parent and I'm getting him to put one foot in front of the other. So anyway, he called me up the other day, and he's like, "Is there anything I can do for you to make some money?" Because he wanted to go out with his friends, and I'm like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah.
And
do you need any outsource work?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But the thing is he's 20, like he's just not consistent, which is part of the deal. If I'm going to have you do something, you better show up and get my SHIT done, buddy. So here's what we did together. A project I've wanted forever, a book I've wanted forever, is I wanted a great interview book. Now, the problem is, and I wanted to take the top interviewers in the world and research the top questions they've ever asked. But I started calling around. This is before AI, of course, and the research costs alone would have been tens of thousands of dollars. So here's basically what we put together, which is, ridiculously easy. But here we go. Right here.
And Mike, there we go. We'll add that right in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically the top 25 interviewers and the top 25 questions. Now, this is just a raw document. And I'm going to slide down to the prompts down here, which the whole book was basically written with: create a list of the top 25 interviewers, top 25 podcast, then these commands, and then an image command. So if I go back up to the top here, here's our table of contents. And I'm going to just start with probably, one of the best in the world, good old Oprah. Click. So we got the picture, title, little intro about her, what inspired her, how'd she become a great interviewer, mentors, and the top 25 questions. Then Charlie Rose. And then Terry Gross from NPR. And I guess the point of the story, here's Barbara Walters. And we're improving some of the images, but like, I've wanted this forever. I grew up like watching Johnny Carson and loving old television and interviewing celebrities. I know you and I. Yes. Right there. So, well, let's do this. I do have one gift if you want to give something away to your audience. I've been working on a book, a guide with all my tools in it. I'll show it to you.
I would absolutely love that for sure.
Yeah, I developed it and I got a split. Unfortunately, I got a call that's literally starting now. But let me show you.
No problem. We get it, and Rich is probably going to be popping in. Donna will probably text him because he's. I'm going to call it pulling a Koenigs. No, just kidding.
Right on. Yeah. I'm the sucker who didn't show up. So this is a book that I've been writing using AI, but it's our productivity.
I love the images, Mike.
Yeah. So there we go. An illustration of a happy and friendly Mike Koenigs creating technology with AI tools in the style of Pixar. So I just uploaded my image, created this cute thing, then wrote a paragraph. And then I was like, hey, I had it right in the style or voice of Ryan Reynolds. And of course, it's modeled his style. Right. And then an illustration of happy friend Mike Koenigs, Ryan Reynolds creating technology. So here we are playing together. And then, of course, inside, tons of tools and prompts. Now, I've been building this because I've been creating a full curriculum for a training I'm doing for Peter Diamandis at Abundance 360 this year.
Mike, it all comes full circle, with Peter Diamandis. I met him through a Maverick. We might have been together the day that I met him. I'm not kidding you. The very, very first time that I ever heard of the name Ray Kurzweil was him. I went and studied him.
Oh, yeah.
He had mentioned these two words, convergence technology and the singularity, because he couldn't talk about the singularity without convergence technology. And it's been more meta and theory up until literally like a month ago. Now, like these live streams, you're seeing people like Sean putting, well, I get that with this workflow and what we can do with this and with it. And now you're seeing all of this stuff conversion, like so fast with automation in the voice, the content, the creation and everything. Yes. And so I think we're going to see that prediction by 2029, we're going to hit the singularity. And it's going to be this point in time where we will figure out living forever. We're like, everything is going to be solved overnight. Literally, it's going to converge overnight.
So I agree. And apparently Sam Altman was quoted. He thinks, and I've been keeping up with this too, effectively saying it's going to happen faster than that. We are going to hit AGI in less than 3 years.
Artificial general intelligence, which is that's where it changes.
AI, you won't totally. It'll and I think this is an example. If we get meta and a little woo woo, of the universe cannot help but recreate itself and rediscover itself all the time. And Carl Sagan once said, we're all stardust powered by starlight, discovering ourselves. And I think it's just woven into the fabric of the universal consciousness. All of our little particles have no other purpose than to create life and consciousness and find God in itself, or find
go
God
down that rabbit hole. And we should have a podcast on that, Mike, because I agree. Like, we separate ourselves from the universe, but it's not the case. When you realize that we are the molecules from an exploding gas, giant that came back together. All we are, our consciousness, is nothing more than the matter in the universe plus time. The universe has organized itself in a way that it could create telescopes and learn about itself. The universe became the matter in the universe. We're not separated from it. So the universe became conscious when we did, and given enough time, it was able to study itself and know everything about its own creation. So imagine that. So it's fascinating stuff. What's happening?
Yeah, man,
now, for sure.
Well,
all right, Mikey, I know you got to go.
Great time to be alive. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the high goodbye with Rich Schefren. Sorry, Rich just jumped in. I figured we'd let Mike go, but without letting you guys say hello and goodbye would not be the right thing.
Rich Schefren.
What's going on, Mike Koenigs?
Man, it's good to see your face. You're like, Well, we were just talking about the universe rediscovering itself, and I get to rediscover you. So I miss you horribly, and I hope we have some time to go deep sometime soon. And I love the idea of the philosophical conversation, Mike, to get all weird. Let's get weird soon.
For sure. Yeah, I'm going to reach out to you, Mike. Maybe we'll just do like a little podcast stuff and just geek out on meta stuff. So thanks, Mike. I know you got a busy day. We're going to let you go. Take it easy,
brother.
buddy. Have a good one.
See ya.
Right.
Bye-bye.
All right, so Rich, we're going to take a 3-minute little, we'll do it for you too. We're going to do a little 3-minute break with Mike Filsaime's AI avatar. I'm going to do a little bio break, come back, stretch myself, refresh, and take this last final hour with you. We're going to have a great closeout for the show. You're the, what do they call that in the marathon? You're the anchor man, I believe. That's going to bring us all the way through. All right, we're going to be back in 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI avatar. Thanks for tuning in to our Groove-A-Thon. We hope you're enjoying all of the great AI content we're serving up for you. But before we get back to the show, we've got a quick message about Groove.ai. Have you noticed that AI is becoming like streaming platforms? Remember when cutting the cord with cable companies was all the rage? Well, now there are a dozen streaming services, and the cost can add up quickly. The same is happening with AI. Yes, there are great platforms out there, but the cost can be as high as $4,000 a month or more. That's why we created Groove.ai as a backup project. It's going to provide you with the best AI solutions at a fraction of the cost, and it's coming just later this year. And with our limited lifetime deal, you'll have lifetime access to all of the top features of Groove.ai when it's released, and right now you can get that for just one payment of $897 or two payments of $497. And with our wholesale pricing on AI, you'll save up to 8 times what the other leading brands are charging. But we don't just save you money. We also offer the benefits of a marketplace. That's right, we're making a marketplace for other AI developers to create cool apps for you. Don't find the task or workflow for your needs? There's going to be a marketplace where others are extending our platform with powerful AI tools. Just like how iOS, Android, WordPress, Google Chrome, and Shopify are better because of their marketplace that extends the values of their technology. Soon, when Groove.ai is released, you will have access to a full suite of AI tools, including content creation, copywriting, image creation, and so much more. This will allow you to streamline your content creation and get even better results for your business. What makes Groove.ai different? Well, number one, we give you wholesale pricing on AI, and we don't lock you into one technology like OpenAI. You'll be getting OpenAI, Google's powerful AI engine, Stable Diffusion, everyone out there you'll be able to connect to. The other platforms are built on just one technology. And our lifetime deal, you'll never have to worry about monthly payments again. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. Those customers get a massive bonus of 3.5 million words of free AI content. That's the equivalent of getting 3,500 free emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That will allow you to create one 1,000-word email every single day for a decade. So don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight. So don't wait too long. This lifetime deal is only available for a limited time. Once the backer project is complete and Groove.ai is released, the lifetime deal will be gone forever. After that, it will cost $99 a month or $9.97 a year. So if you want to take advantage of this incredible opportunity and save big on your AI needs, become a backer of Groove.ai before it's too late. Don't wait. Join the over 500 backers already in this Groove.ai community. As a backer, be the first to experience the power of AI when it's released later this year. Now, let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon with the real Mike Filsaime.
Now get ready for the power of Groove.ai. Become a backer of Groove today.
All right, everybody. I removed Rich just for 1 second because I'm going to do our last little commercial break here. I got to fix that camera cutting off my head. I'll sit back a little bit. So here's the deal, guys. We're getting hit up in our chat and our support desk and in the stream here about the ForPay. And so here's the thing. We said, hey, it's closing down. You're not going to see it again and everything like that. So the only thing that leaves you, then I'll share my screen, is no other choice but to, where are we, on the replay page? No other choice but to pay $4.97 or $8.97. We do realize it's a tough time for some of you people blowing up the chat. Did I miss it? Can I get that link too? Where do I go to the support desk? So it's 2 payments of $4.97, 2 payments of $8.97. So here's what we're going to do. The bottom line is you're buying it one way or another. If you buy it at $4.97 and you want to get in and it's more painful for you, we didn't do you any favor. I'd still rather, this is better for you than for us. I'd rather you do it at $4.97 for 2 payments, and I'd rather you do it at $8.97, to be frank with you, right? When we do 4 payments of $250, there tends to be more breakage. We only end up collecting about half of that, and we get stuck in this weird place like, well, are you still a backer? How do we deal with that outstanding debt? But that is what happens because people need that cash flow option. So here's what we're going to do, because you've just been hitting up our chat and our help desk, and it's more difficult for us to send you links. We're going to be nice to you guys, and we're going to open up until 5 p.m. today. All right. So your little happy hour is back. I'm going to refresh this page. You can go to Groove.ai/replay, and you're going to see that we just turned on the 4 payments of $250 for you. Get in before we're done with Rich Schefren at 5 p.m. There's also the PayPal option for that. We're going to leave it open until the end of the Groove-A-Thon at 5:01. Refresh the page, no longer there. So all of you folks that keep asking what happened to the ForPay, it is not something that is a normal price point. It was something we called happy hour. We tend to make a lot of sales when we open it up. So we're going to close out strong. So now what we're going to do, let's remove my screen there. We're going to bring on my very, very dear friend, Rich Schefren, and we're just going to, let me give him the due like I did every other person that was a guest here. Rich, I saw on stage at Unleash Your Marketing Genius in December of 2005, maybe January 2006. I forget. No, it was 2000. I think it was January 2005. And Rich showed me everything wrong with being an entrepreneur and how to become, run my business strategically. I hired him as my coach. He was my first coach. We became really, really good friends. We're friends in more things than you could imagine. Literally everything and anything, down to mixed martial arts and the UFC. He has an incredible brain, and we've been trying to get together to talk about AI. And I said, hey, let's do it right on this live stream. Super busy, just got back from Europe, and he's here to help us close it out. Rich, thumbs up. You ready to come on in? All right. How you doing, buddy? How are you?
Great. How are you?
day 6, day 5 of 6 hours a day, and you're going to help me close this out. Do you remember? Do you remember when you did your 24-hour or 36-hour live stream? And I was one of the later guests, and when I got in there, there was a commercial break, and you said, "Hey, do you want to stick around with me here?" And you start running out of gas, but you can't show it on the camera. But you start realizing you're slurring your words. It's almost like you've been drinking a little bit. Like you start losing it. So that's I'm right there. I've got that 1 good hour left in me right here.
Got it. All right. Well, so you're moving to AI. This is all new to me.
So yeah, we haven't spoken. So folks, we're going to get a little podcasty, and then I'm going to show Rich some of the stuff that we're doing, not necessarily with Groove.ai. I'll find out where Rich is with AI, and I'll try to bridge some of the gaps. So Rich, I had a talk with Artie. Yeah. Just 3 days ago. And so I called Artie because we were supposed to talk, but now there's the Groove.ai. Right. And he might even be part of this project. He's sending me a little thing to, he's got his little lifestyle. He wants to see how he fits in and if it fits in with us. So you've always said Artie was a genius. But I didn't realize the guy has a master's degree in artificial intelligence. Like he's been studying this stuff since the friggin' 80s. And so we had a good 90-minute talk the other day, and we went through tech stack. And one of the things that we spoke about is like, I didn't want to get a developer that is a good developer and says, well, I can figure out the docs. They have good documentation. Right. Because documentation is one thing, but understanding when they start talking things about temperature and knowing what's going on is really more important. So anyway, having talking with Artie, he told me that he was talking with you, maybe with like Steal Our Winners, and he said, Rich, this algorithm that you want to do with sharing stuff, like we can do this with AI. And I said to him, I said, look, Artie, I got to be honest with you. If you would have spoken to me about AI not even with Jasper, until I saw ChatGPT and I could interact with it and understand I'm talking to an all-knowing being, or at least start with that premise, I said, I thought that AI just meant some type of algorithm of better programming to a certain extent. I didn't really get it until ChatGPT came out. And then like I saw, I were at WebinarCon together. Sean showed me Jasper write a Groove funnels. My mind kind of went like this, but when ChatGPT went out, I started watching videos on everything AI. Literally went down the rabbit hole. I got a pretty good understanding about it, looked into the background of the people, the founder, Sam Altman, watched a lot of different videos, and saw that he was telling the developers, hey, I think you guys are missing it. Jasper, they didn't have Jasper Chat. They released it like just recently. Everybody was creating this. I don't know what you're talking about, chat. We all had this idea of a chat bot, probably when Sam Altman was saying that's really the future. And Jasper didn't listen. Nobody listened. Nobody put chat in anything. So they said, nobody's listening to us for 18 months. We're going to create our own demo. So they created a software at the bottom of ChatGPT. It said software demo. It wasn't meant to create ChatGPT Plus. They thought they were, as Sean just said, they thought they were going to get 1 million people on there, mostly developers. That's exactly what happened. It did exactly what it's supposed to. It exploded. They're up to 500 million users now in 90 days. And they wanted to show developers, and I consider myself a developer, what this can do. And then when I started playing with this and then seeing, I never knew about OpenAI Playground. I never knew that half the code is written for you. I thought, no offense to Jasper, these guys, I was asking Sean, they're in our industry. They used to be around like the Sam Ovens circle, and they started a software company, Rich. Jasper was incorporated in January of 2021.
No, I mean, they're the guys that did Use Proof. They're the same guys.
Yeah. They're the Use Proof guys. Oh, I didn't know that. They built a good company, so they know how to build a good company. And they just got a $1.25 billion valuation just recently. They just raised 125 million on one, and in less than 24 months. So this stuff happened fast, and they did that on GPT-2. GPT-3 just came out at the same time that ChatGPT came out. So when I saw oh, Jasper's not an artificial intelligence company. They're a user interface company that's taking what you write. Yeah. It's an API. And so obviously I started looking at, you see the way my brain, made things and things like that. So this wasn't an opportunity where I said, oh, I want to be first to the market. I started a Skype group with my team, and we started doing some incredible things with ChatGPT. ChatGPT wrote every email in this promotion, wrote every subject line. It wrote the landing pages, wrote the checkout page, wrote the replay page, wrote the bullets on the replay page with a workflow. I'll show you that's going to blow your mind. It wrote my PowerPoint structure presentation. It wrote the commercial that you just saw. I fed it information. I said, I literally said, create me a 60-second commercial, a 3-minute commercial, and a 10-minute commercial. And then it came out to 10 minutes and 20 seconds, and StreamYard wouldn't accept it. We had to cut down 20 seconds. So imagine had I wrote it and didn't know how long it was, but this thing did it down to the second. So we used it, and we've had better results. We've, I don't know what we've raised, but I think the number's approaching near we're going to close with about 800,000, maybe $1 million, with the least taxing launch on my marketing team, because I was telling Sean, I'm kind of like the showrunner, and ChatGPT are the writers in the showroom. And I storyboard, and I basically say, you go write this, you go write this. And I'm creating something where I don't have to have a meeting and see what it comes out like next week. And me and Carl Galletti are working hand in hand, and I'm just pasting out bullets to the team. And so ChatGPT showed me, okay, I get it now. And I really see that we can actually use this to create funnels and Groove pages, write all the copy for people. But there's more to it than just being a Groove Pages app. If they can be a $1.5 billion company, $1.25 billion company in 2 years, I've said it 1,000 times. If there's a Coke in the marketplace, go out and be the Pepsi. And if you end up being Dr. Pepper or Fanta, that's good too, right? There's GoToWebinar. We created Webinar Jam. After Webinar Jam, we created a sister product called EverWebinar. And I see Groove.ai as a sister product to Groove.cm. So that's like my little story about why I didn't just see, hey, I see a software out there. I dove into this because I believe in it. I'm like, okay, now I get it. I didn't understand it before.
Got it.
And how much have you looked into it since then? Since ChatGPT came out.
Quite a bit. We were supposed to do a challenge like towards the end of March. I think it's getting pushed to mid-April, but where Jay Abraham and I are working with a bunch of different experts to actually create, we're taking a product and we're creating the entire campaign for the product just through AI. So not only the sales copy and the emails and everything else, but also video ads, for YouTube, Facebook ads. Alex Heck is coming out with an AI tool.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, for
I saw his
audience selection using AI. So the idea being of putting it all together, not just the tech side, but avatar side, video side, audio side, all that kind of stuff. So I've been playing around with it a lot. I been kind of blown away by looked at a lot of people's stuff, and kind of when I traced back the people out there that were teaching quality stuff, they all seem to have learned from the same person, and that was this guy Sam Woods. And I don't know if you know Sam.
Who are the first generation people when you say they? Gary Halbert, Dan Kennedy?
No, I'm talking about with prompting of ChatGPT, Stefan Georgi.
Oh, prompt engineering.
Stefan Georgi's stuff is really good, but Sam Woods, I think is even better, right? And it's I just did a Steal Our Winners with him yesterday, because I'm kind of doing Steal Our Winners episodes with everyone that I want to have in the challenge, because I want to make sure that they cover what I need them to cover. And, just some of his ways of using prompts just blew my mind, and it really let's see, hold on. I just ordered a 32-inch teleprompter because this 17 is not cutting it with my bad eyes. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, great. Good guy to follow. All right, everybody, go learn everything you can about Samuel J. Woods.
But it's like he had like a prompt. Hold on, let me just see if I can grab it here. Like, hold on a second. Where's the video? And so as I'm pulling this up, like where I'm at with it, I guess, is that I see how powerful it is, and totally appreciate it. But what I would say is that I don't think it's at a stage yet, and I think you might disagree with me, so that's why I'm going to say it. Like right now, like if you don't know anything about copy, like you can't produce amazing copy with ChatGPT. If you understand copy, then it's going to make you a much better copywriter by everything that it gives you. But like my thought is that it makes you much better, but you have to have some level of knowledge of like what it is you're doing.
I agree. So okay. Yeah, so let me say what I believe about it, and I don't think you can argue about this. Number one, it will make you 10 times more productive, which is good. If you're limited on budget and you've got to get something done, getting a decent landing page up with decent email and a decent cart abandonment sequence done, it's going to help you that way. But I agree 100%. One of the things that we're talking about with Groove.ai, Rich, is something that we're talking about calling it seasoning, par baking, and doing uploading the consciousness and doing style. Right. So let me share something on my screen.
Let me wait before you
keep going, please.
Let me share this thing because, like, since I pulled it up,
I forgot.
Let's see. What do I need to do here if I want to share my?
While you're doing that, I'll talk about to agree with your point. We asked ChatGPT to write an email for Infusionsoft, and it was the most dull, boring, like blog post of an email. And then we said, use the problem, agitate, solve, write it fun, witty, conversational, use bullet points like Gary Benzavenga, write it in the style of Clayton Makepeace. And we just gave it more of these prompts, and it wrote boring, literally stale copy, and then created something that was like right out of Frank Kern, like just this really great conversational email copy. So let me share your screen so everybody could see it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can I zoom in on it? Let's see.
Okay. And that's somebody in a video there, right? Not a third person.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is zoom in on the text in the upper left-hand corner, just so that you can read that prompt.
Okay, is this a video you're playing?
I'm not going to play the video. I just want you, because I just stopped the video right. Like if you look at the first whole big paragraph there, that's a prompt.
Yeah. All right. So so
you're an expert. You're an expert on human emotions, behavior, language, and sales. You can easily and expertly detect human behavior, thoughts, and needs based on language. Make a list of up to XX objections and concerns, avatar description, entrepreneurs struggling to make money online could have to the text pasted below. And then you could put any kind of text, like your sales letter, your email, or competitor stuff. Consider and evaluate logical, emotional, and practical objections. Make a bulleted list of all objections organized by type of objection. Also make a separate list of what other objections are not present but could be raised. Like when you start looking at prompts like this, I don't know, they just kind of blow my mind.
No, Rich, you are spot on 100%. I'm going to come back to just us. So one of the things that I did, we kind of showed this earlier today, was we've been feeding ChatGPT all of this information, but if you try to give it all of this stuff and then say, okay, now go write me this, it's not going to work that way. That's why we keep saying it's more like a storyboard, and you're the showrunner. Like you have to say, okay, what am I looking to achieve? And you got to put all of these scenes up about the document that you're looking to create, whether it's a video sales letter. And then you start with, all right, let's go with the introduction. And then you got to break down like what he just did there. Give me 10 hook frameworks. Okay, I like that one. And now you're like creating this little project about like the hook. And now that you have the hook, you've got to say, okay, I want to create the ADA framework or the problem agitate
Right.
solve, but I want to use the hero's journey in there. And then with all that seasoning, so that's exactly what you just said. You can't simply, for a video sales letter or anything, even for an email, just start with an instruction that says, write me something about this. You've got to kind of create a storyboard and create this little structure. And then you go out and create micro paragraphs. So I'm going to just show you something that we spoke about a few hours ago. So this is my screen here.
Okay,
Rich, we've got this company right now. Let me see, company info organization. Okay, and so this is my prompt, right? I have a brokerage that is helping us. He's asked blah 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 blah. Can I give you that information? And or many of our different prompts as well. Like here we start with you're a famous YouTuber like Mr. B, like that pre-seasoning of who you are or the expert that you are. So here, what we did is I said, hey, can I give you this information so that you could organize it better? I didn't say like you're, anything, but what ended up happening is I started with a Google Doc and I didn't know where to start. And I remember we keep talking about this thing called uploading the consciousness of your business or your project, right? And I'll show you some things that we did for different things, how I did Groove.ai with the launch. So I did the same thing here. I said, you know what, rather than just writing something in a Word doc, I opened up ScreenFlow and I just spoke into ScreenFlow here for 19 minutes. This is talking about, me and then blah, 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 and then Groove and when we started and all. And if there was anything I could talk about, I wrote like 10 things I wanted to talk about. And I just wrote, there's a lot of long pauses in here when I'm trying to figure things out. I exported it to Descript and it chopped it down to 13 minutes. And then when it was done in Descript, I basically just pasted it all into here. And then once that was done, that's exactly what happened. I realized that, okay, write me the document that I could give to this person because he's been waiting for it for 3 days. And I looked at it and I was like, fuck. Excuse my language, everybody. I'm so sorry. But that's exactly what I said. I said, oh, it's left this out. And I don't even know why I didn't talk about this point. So I said, let me do this a little bit different. And then later in the prompts, and there's some personal stuff that, we're raising money I don't want to show. But I basically said, write the story about Mike Filsaime before this. Write the story about his transition to online. Write the story about how he got into this. Write the story about his Genesis digital days. Write the story about this. And then I chunked this little thing out that ended up creating this document here. And this was last night at 1 o'clock in the morning. And it literally wrote all of these different things for me out in chunks. And so I had to treat it like a little bit of a work project rather than just saying, do it all for me. And even when it gets to copywriting, even more than that, I agree with you very much there. And I didn't even ever see what Samuel just did, that thing that you said about how to handle objections and like that is some serious priming that's going on there. And that's one of the things. Go ahead. I've been talking about.
I had my so like we put together, like I was testing out 2 guys because I'm looking for someone to kind of operate out of this office here as like a marketing sidekick of mine so I can just do more stuff. And so I was testing out 2 different people 2 weeks ago before I left for Spain. And so we're working on this AI project. And one of them spent like 2 days, like going through all the prompts and doing all that research and creating like a 120-page document, of a marketer who's thinking about, getting involved in AI, but is now the right time? Or like, is it really going to save them time at this moment? Or is it just going to be like another shiny object kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And like, what their journal entries would be like, what 20 things would keep them up at night, to what jokes they would make about themselves and all kinds of stuff like that. And I sent it to Jay, and Jay was like, holy shit, like I could write copy so easily from this. And I was like, yeah, that's the point, right? Because I'm like trying to show him like what's possible. And while I was in Spain, he called me and he's like, hey, do you think you could get your guy, like one of your guys, to do exactly that for this, this, and this? Because I got 3 other projects, and if I had that kind of info, it would make my life so much easier. And so, like, on the tech side, I feel like most people have seen easily what's possible. Like, I've been playing around a lot with graphics and trying to then turn that graphics, like, you know, into an avatar, and then having that avatar and like using like d-id.com.
DID. Try Movio.la is better than DID, but DID is very good as well.
Okay.
Movio.la. They do
Movie,
image to Movio.
Yeah.
No E, just Movio.
Okay.
.la as in Los Angeles.
Okay.
And, or is it Movio.la, which means cinema in Spanish?
And they move the lips of the avatar.
Yeah. So I'll just while you're talking, I'll log in and I'll show. But DID is good as well. So this is Movio.la.
Have you played around with ElevenLabs?
Yep.
Is the voice much better than what the voice is in Descript?
So here's the problem. Whoops. Movio.la. Hold on. Movio.la. So here's the thing. Descript will get your voice better, easier, because I uploaded
because Descript
3-hour and 40-minute webinar.
Yeah.
The problem, the thing with Descript is it's nowhere near friggin' ElevenLabs is legendary. They see what Descript did is they did just you, just you, and ElevenLabs seems to be doing this like actual recorded voice of a human that gets layered with your voice, and it's so much more natural.
Really?
The problem with ElevenLabs is they only have 10 megabyte clips, so that's like 9 minutes of audio. So any long video sales letter that you've done, you've got to chunk it, export, and so it took me a while, and I did it, but I was able to take 45-minute VSLs, 20-minute VSLs, everything, and just upload it to Descript. It took 2 days to process it, but I came back and it was a lot easier. So this company here, Movio.la, they have avatars, but they also do like images. So you could upload a photo or an image as well. They'll even take a picture of you, generate your face image, turn it into a cartoon.
Right.
This is the one that I did my avatar with, but DID is, is good as well. Different workflows, they all seem to work. So let me just get back to us here.
Yeah. And so
what about, go ahead.
I'm curious, like, because I've played around with a lot of different graphic tools. What I don't like about Midjourney is that it feels the need to be creative when I don't want it to be creative in certain
It has a fantasy art style baked in. Yeah.
I've played around a little bit with Playground AI. That seems a little bit better. Like, because it's like what I dream of finding, and maybe you can recommend a tool. Like,
we did a whole day on it, so I might have it for you. A whole 6 hours on each image.
I'm blown away by what you can do with ChatGPT, and I can't wait until 4.0 comes out. But the thing is that I know how to write, and I write well. So while it definitely is like an augmenter of everything, on the other hand, I can't do graphics for shit, right? And so I would love to be able to edit images without having to ever learn Photoshop or anything else. And
Leonardo.AI is what I would recommend for you. This tool here. You got to get on the whitelist. They're playing a game with you. It's like kind of getting an account with Gmail.
Right.
You check back in 2 days and you have your account. So you want to do that now. Here's what you're going to like about Leonardo.
Right.
Number one, you can do a search for realistic. See, now Midjourney doesn't do this.
I'm much more about the editing though, because I am because I want to take images and then do certain things to them.
All right, so here's something that's like photo real. Yeah, no, I'm going to show you, right? Okay. So here you take photo real, and what's nice about what they do is they give you the prompt that was used and the negative prompt. You could also remix it. You could copy the prompt, or you could go image to image and literally bring it in. So let's just, I'm just going to click remix. And so it's going to bring this in, and I should be able to just hit. And so here you'll have image to image to bring your stuff in. This is my previous library. But they also have these different tools. Let me just click generate. Let's just start with an image. They have the Photoshop tools as well, like Playground, where you can highlight in a section and then give a prompt on top of it, so you can do your Photoshop prompting. You know what I mean by that? Like if I take an image of you and I put glasses, I just go over the eyes with a little brush and I say add Ray-Bans, and it'll like, so this just created these images. So now there's things that I can do in here. Create an upscale, remove background. Some of these will let you go in and bring it into the canvas. But let's just go back to the top here. How do you reset? But I don't want to get too deep into this. I can definitely do that with you. But yeah, Leonardo and Playground have the ability to actually search different types of images and then start that as your base. And then you could upload your image to that prompt and let it create an image in that style. And then you could say, now make the background at night with rain, riding a motorcycle with a leather jacket, and it'll just do that. So you could Photoshop that type of stuff. What I would recommend is just look into what's called in painting. So if you go to YouTube and you type in painting with Leonardo.AI, I'm going to copy that. And then you will do the same thing with in painting with Playground at playgroundai.com. These things will show you basically how to literally step by step. And this is what I was trying to do, was get this canvas thing up that he has here. So let's see, he'll probably upload an image any second and put it onto the canvas. There you go. Okay, so now that you have the image on the canvas, you can now get like brush tools and say, you know, add leather jacket, change hat, change light. You can just literally do the text prompt after you have the image uploaded. So that will show you.
Yeah, I've done that with Playground, but I still it still seems at times to give me wacky shit.
Yeah, look, I know you want to do it yourself, and I still think it's better to find people that are like really, really good at it. And
I just want to see if what's possible. You know, like that's all.
Yeah, it is possible. You know. Matt Wolf did some really cool things. Rich, Matt Wolf is from our industry. Matt. He has a channel. So Matt showed how he trained his face, and then he showed how he could take any image. It's called prompt. It's called pose prompting. And so you could get an image at Unsplash of a guy going like this. And then you could say, okay, upload that. And now add my character to that. And it'll literally make Rich Schefren doing this. So he has some really cool videos showing that. So what's really nice about that is you could find an image that's already doing what you want at a royalty-free image site. And then just say, okay, now that I've trained you on my picture, just apply me to it. So he's got some videos that show how to do that.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Yeah, because he creates every thumbnail from scratch with a workflow. So I'll share my screen just one more time. I'll show you the video where you want to see that. So if you go to YouTube, this is MRE Flow. And so like 4 videos ago, he has this right here. This is exactly how I make my thumbnails. Right. And then so he shows how he made this thumbnail right here. And so he's got himself. He can do whatever he wants with himself. Here's how you can do the pose. This talks about doing the pose. So you could see in that thumbnail, he took this lady and made himself do the pose. So you can do anything. But I will say Images is the sweetest science of AI that I've ever played with. It is a sweet science, but you can do literally anything. Matt has broken down all of those videos. In fact, I can do like a little text intro to Matt. You guys should probably just get on like a half hour.
No, I know Matt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Then just say, hey, dude, show me the workflow. You know, because this is what I'm looking to do.
He says he's flooded with opportunity and busy.
Yeah. Getting him on this live stream, I had to be a little bit of a pain in the neck, but we got him on. Yeah, but not that he's got an ego. I'm telling you, the guy is super busy. His channel's blowing up, and he's going through that phase right now where he's going to go from 100,000 subscribers to 1 million probably in 90 days, and he's got a whole new career. It's really exploding. So, so let me show a couple of things that we did, Rich. Just a couple of things that I. If you say I get it, because my users have seen this, 90% of them.
Right.
So if you say I get it, I'm not going to go through it all. So this is something that we call uploading the consciousness of your business, and it's how we start. We create a project. Oh, and let me show you also this. This is brand new, Rich, in OpenAI Playground. They got a brand new thing that just came out yesterday. For some reason, I don't know why they're not letting you save, but I'm pretty sure they're going to allow that any minute. So this is the old OpenAI. Okay. They've just added a few new things down in here, which is new. This new chat thing is interesting because system, this is where you prime it. You're an expert, like all the prime prompting goes in here and it never forgets it. All of the messages that you're asking for never starts going into the neural network of the project. Like, oh, you've given me so much information, I forgot the original that I'm supposed to be an expert. So you can say you're a helpful assistant. You are a marketing person. And you can say my business is about this, and it'll have all of this information. Soon, here's why this is important. Let me switch to this because I'm about to die. I think I just died. Bear with me just a second, everybody. My AirPods got disconnected.
Yeah, I'm seeing you.
Rich, say something.
I'm seeing you. Okay, now I see the screen. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So let me go back to. I didn't put my screen on. What I'm saying was this was the original, right? Right. This is the original one where the price was 2 cents for, roughly 750 words. But their new one now is this thing called chat. Right. Okay. And with the chat, they have this thing here called system. And the system is where you give those rules, those prompts that Sam Woods was given. Right. That goes here. So your requests never get bled in. When you create a long project, it starts to forget what you told it was an expert. It starts thinking that it's now, strategic profits, because there's so much in there. So you can drop down to this is even new too. This wasn't here yesterday. So you can do 3.5 turbo. The tokens are so ridiculously cheap now that they just went from 2 cents for 1,000 words to 2 cents for 10,000 words, 10 times cheaper. And so I'll just give you like, you are a marketing expert, right? Obviously we can get a Sam Wood one, right? But so what happens is here, I say, what is the best funnel for a 997 software, right? I don't know what this is going to be. I could probably ask a better question, but just showing you how the flow works here. All right. So what's nice about this compared to ChatGPT is that soon, I'm going to go back to here. Soon, you're going to be able to save this. Right. And you're going to be able to share it. And that's the problem with ChatGPT right now is you got to share your Gmail account with somebody in order for them to see, a prompt, right? It's not as easy. So Playground is pretty cool. But getting back to this right here, we call uploading the consciousness of your business. We did this here with, let me just refresh this so I can go all the way down to my bottom here. All right, we're going to see something. Show more. Okay, there we go. So I've perfected this process 3 or 4 more times. But now I start it with, I give it a prompt of who you are. And I say, I want to give you some information about my company. Is that okay? You're this, that, and the other thing. And so we call this doing, basically a brain dump. So I've created a document that has 25 questions that you can answer. But the new way that I would tell somebody to do it is just record yourself and then get it transcribed. Like just talk everything. And then by the time you transcribe it, it gets rid of the 20-second lapses. So this is what I did for Fit Class. But then once you've uploaded the consciousness of your business, right? The DNA of your business exists in this chat. This now becomes your slave, for lack of a better term, for anything that you ever need written. So this is just a little one here that I like to do. So I'm just going to read it because it's fun. But this is really interesting, Rich. Like all of this is my prompt. Write me a pitch that I can use on Shark Tank, make it fun, witty, and with a sense of humor. I've read this about 5 times, but it's interesting when you hear it. Good evening, Sharks. Welcome to fitclass.com, the ultimate virtual fitness marketplace where you can sweat in the comfort of your own home. You know how it is. You finally muster up the courage to join a gym, and before you know it, you're surrounded by buff, toned individuals who make you feel like the before picture in a weight loss ad. Well, we're here to change that. With Fit Class, you can work out from home, from the privacy of your own home, in your pajamas if you want to. And with our built-in tip system, you can even earn money while you burn calories. We're official partners with Zoom, so trainers can reach a global audience, and you, as an attendee, can access a variety of fitness classes from yoga to CrossFit and everything in between. And the best part, it's free to join for both trainers and attendees. We're not just shaking up the fitness industry, Sharks. We're revolutionizing it. And we're not just asking for an investment. We're offering you a piece of the action. So who's ready to get it? Blah, 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 right? I mean, it literally wrote a pitch. But Rich, I've asked it, I'm going to spare you, you get it. But I said, give me a 3-minute explainer video for in front of the site with the B-roll. Opening shot, frustrated woman in black and white. Like once it knows the project, I don't have to explain anything anymore. And now I've done, this is the next one here. I've changed this from navigation to pages. So the first thing I do is I say, what pages do I need for this website? Once I have the pages, the next thing is to say, okay, for the home page, give me a block. So this is a workflow. Give me a block by block section. And then I go into the hero section. There's another prompt here that says, write me the copy. What's the background image? What's the opacity that's I need? What's the call to action button? And et cetera, et cetera. And it will literally build out every single thing. And so this literally, Rich, I'm not kidding you, right here, everything that you're seeing was 100% done with telling it about my business. And I simply shared this site with ShareGPT to Debarshi on the team. And he literally followed every single block guide for every single page that it did. It told me not to name this attendees. It told me to name this Get Fit at Home. And so Get Fit at Home, this is the copy. Every single thing here was literally written with those prompts. Let me show you what we did for Paul Hoffman. We did it for Groove.ai. We did it for, literally, I uploaded the consciousness of Groove.ai. And then I said, I'm creating a webinar. I need this. I need bullets. Use a hook. Use blind offer. And then later explicit for the checkout page and all this. So this is Paul Hoffman right here. I asked Paul to be a guest because he's like, brother, I heard you do. I said, Paul, I don't have time to do this with you. But if you can do me a favor, write this document. I'll do this for you live for an hour. So you can see the flow change, right? You're an expert consultant and copywriter with expertise in direct response marketing. I need your help. Can I tell you about my business? It says, absolutely. Now, Paul gave me so much stuff, we had to paste it in 3 parts. So I pasted Paul's stuff here. Yeah. And look at this. When it was done, we went in and I do like what I call like the litmus test. I ask it, to give me an elevator pitch. And if this seems right, we've got it. And Paul was like, brother, oh my God, he was freaking out. I said, rewrite it in 8th grade level, et cetera, et cetera. We did the Shark Tank thing here for him as well. And then we did the brand website. We did video sales letter. So this is a pretty cool workflow that I think is really important when you're starting a project. Is just like I did with the investor thing. Dump every part of the DNA to seed the project, and then
I'd love to see writing a Facebook ad. I'd love to see those questions.
Yeah, Donna will share that right now. If she, I'm sorry, Donna. Donna. We're kind of like a team. She's gonna put that in the private chat or text it to you, and our users have it as well. Let me show you a couple of other things, Rich. That's real interesting, real quick. All right, so this one, excuse me. This is one here. Okay. So, the biggest problem Rich Schefren has, right, It's like I've
You've
got
got
all
lots
this
of them.
friggin' right. I've got all this content. I'm doing these 1 hour live streams, and I want somebody to go in and find the JRE clips. Like I want like the 7-1. I had this
Right.
flow of consciousness about how to create good headlines, and I got to go tell my team to go back and find them. And I also want to, everybody's saying we got to do these shorts, right? For YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, these 1 minute little shorts that can be done, right? So what we did is we created a little workflow. So Rich, we're going to go and we're actually going to do this right now. So I've got this prompt guide that, that I'll share with you. And what this does is it's meant to find, and these are the instructions here, to find different sections that you could give your video editor for you. So watch what you do here. Let's go to Rich Schefren's YouTube. What's your YouTube? Strategic Profits?
Or I think it's Rich Schefren. I don't know. It might be Strategic Profits. Yeah, you know. Let's see. What's my channel?
Strategic Profits.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Does this look like you? All right. What is this right here? This is you talking. This is exactly it. I'm not sharing my screen. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, this is you, right?
Yep.
Okay. So watch this. Number one, you need this prompt, this thing. I'm going to hyperlink it right now. You got to put in GLASP, Chrome extension, and I'm going to link this link right here for everybody and put it into the doc. Okay. And I am going to now link this so that everybody has it. Okay. And so this gives me this, Rich. Check this out.
Okay.
Right here. See this?
Yep.
Transcript and summary. With a click of a button, I transcribe your video.
Right.
And now I'm going to upload it to ChatGPT. Watch what I'm going to do for you.
Okay.
Now, you know what this was about. So you're going to tell me, Mike, that's full of shit. It's making stuff up. I don't know what the heck it's talking about. All right. So this video discusses, now this we know because it just did a summary, but watch what we're going to do now. I'm going to take this screen and I'm going to make it, I'm going to use this thing right here. I'm going to go half my screen. Where's my little half screen? Okay. We're going to go left here with this. And then I'm going to take this and pop it out. And I'm going to go right screen. Okay. And okay. So I'm going to take my very first step is to add this prompt. Okay. From now on, when I refer to the conversation, it's about the conversation you just analyzed. Okay. It says, yes. Very good. Okay. Now I say you're an expert content creator, YouTuber, educator, teacher, video editor, and marketer. Your specialty, and this is a little like token that we're putting in here that I could reuse it. Anytime I say specialty, it knows that it's going through the conversation and finding nuggets. So let's put that in there. And it's going to say, thank you for your kind words. Okay. Now add this. So just like how Joe Rogan has a video podcast that his team goes in and finds the best 10-minute clips, blah, 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 blah. Your specialty, right, is these are called clips. Your specialty can also be the same for shorts. All right. And blah, 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 blah. We will refer to these as shorts. These are 1-minute things we're going to use on TikTok. So does that make sense? Can I give you a task? So I'm going to copy this.
Right.
Like this. And I'm going to paste it. And it's going to say, yes, that makes sense. I'm here to help. Now, I've noticed if I don't do this, it kind of gets lost in the weeds. It forgets what's going on. So I just want to remind it one more time. Do you recall the conversation that we analyzed? It's bringing it, as we say, back to the forefront. Yes, get to the friggin' point, Mike. I can help you. All right. So now I say, okay, here's my task. I'm going to take this thing and let me show you what I'm saying. I want you to find sections in the conversation that are worthy of being clips and shorts based on your specialty. Then I want you to state whether you found a short or a clip. Then I want you to give me the start and stop timestamps. Then I want you to give the text start sentence and the stop text sentence so the editor can find it easier. Then I want you to come up with a title for this I can use on YouTube, then the description, then the keywords, then the thumbnail design, what text we're going to put on the thumbnail designs. Then I want you to categorize these with either virality, newsworthy, controversial, education, pop culture, or humor. Then I want you to provide the entire transcript you selected of the short verbatim, but only for shorts. Here's a sample outfit. So I trained it on like what I want it to look like if John Doe tells a story about him kissing himself. When I'm done, once you have this information, I'm going to give it to my editor. Rules you must follow, right? So it's just this long little prompt I'm going to give it. But you're noticing there's something here that I just want to remind it one more time. So I'm going to go in and paste that summary in that section right there. So I'm going to paste this. I got to go all the way back and find the summary. Here's the summary that it gave. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to put the summary right in here. And I'm going to hit paste, and hopefully, Rich, you're going to tell me that, those are some clips that, sure, I can do that. Please provide me the timestamp of the conversation you want analyzed. What's the first time the prompt broke? Let me just see here. I'm going to, where does it say timestamp? I'm going to take that out just for this purpose. It seems that, you know what? Let me just hit submit again. Maybe it's just being finicky. Okay, look at that. That happens with ChatGPT sometimes, right? All right, Rich. I don't know. You're going to help us know.
5 o'clock on a Friday, Mike. Your employee is not happy with you.
Oh, we're going over. It is literally 5 o'clock. Exactly. All right. So we will get this wrapped up in just a couple of minutes. Donna.
And I don't mean me. I mean ChatGPT, your employee, just in case you thought I meant me.
Oh, I get it. I thought you were like, Mike, come on, give me a break. I got to go. It's Friday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's only 2 o'clock for me. I'm good.
Yeah, and you're my partner, not my employee, right?
Oh, but I have to go. Wait, let me make sure. Let me just see. Hold on. Let me text her. See what the deal is. Hold on. Keep going, I guess, and I'll.
Yeah. All right. So this is basically the title. Were you talking about why people join mass movements?
I was. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So in this video, the speaker discusses. So that's your title for YouTube. In this video, Rich Schefren discusses why people join mass movements and how their personal frustrations and distractions can project them onto the world and others. The speaker provides insights into understanding why this is critical and effective. Keywords for YouTube: mass movement, personal frustrations, effective marketing, your thumbnail designs. Reason why I chose this. I chose this because it's an essential point that many people may not have considered. The concept of projecting personal frustrations onto a cause is a powerful motivator for many people, and this clip could provide value and perspective. Here's the category, etc. It found a clip, and let's see if it found a short that you could use. You could literally give this prompt to your video editor, and they could go find this stuff without having to watch the videos. Or you saying something, I don't know if it was at the beginning or what video it was in, but one of my videos last week, right? So this is a workflow for you to get a video editor to actually not have to watch your videos, but just go find your stuff.
I dig that.
You got to run, Rich? You got to run?
Yeah, I got to run. But where is that prompt? Is that in that document? Same document?
I'm going to text you that Google document right now. It's
cool.
Literally going to pop in your text in 3, 2, 1. All right, you got it. And I was going to show you a couple more. One is how to get table of contents. I'm just going to show you because my audience knows it, and I'll show you one time later. But this, let's see, Groove.ai.
And just to let you know, Mike, I dropped Rich the link with all the documents that we've shared from all week. So
cool. Yeah. So we've been creating a document. So look at this, Rich. We did the same type of process for this table of contents that you're seeing right here under a 3-hour and 40-minute webinar. And we basically just had somebody go in and find the talking points and just like say, Mike talks about this. And then I have a workflow that tells ChatGPT to rewrite all, and in 1 second, it just rewrote these with a blind offer with the goal in mind to create curiosity to make the person want to watch that part of the webinar. And it wrote all of this copy for a 3-hour and 40-minute webinar by using that same similar method. We put this on our site. Compared to having a replay for 3 hours, who's going to watch that? Doubled our conversions on our replay page by using this workflow. And if you want to see that, Rich, if you want to see that, just go to Groove.ai /case study. It is and anybody can see it. It is a 13 video of me walking through the exact workflow of how we did that. And we have a link to that workflow so that other people can do that as well.
Very cool, man. All right, so we got to catch up when maybe over the weekend if you have some downtime after you're totally recovered.
Definitely. You know, this has been a 6-hour, 5-day webinar. I mean, live stream. This person says, this is all friggin' awesome. Thank you, Mike, Donna, Rich. So appreciate it. The thing is not everybody here was for all of this. Well, sometimes they see this again for the first time. Yeah, I've got another 3 case study videos that I'm going to be making if I've got the energy to close out, because we close Sunday. So, Rich, I want to thank you. I got to let you go. When you say you got to leave at 5, you got to leave at 5. Somebody's waiting for you. So take it easy, everybody. Rich, thank you. We'll catch up.
All right. Talk to you later, man.
Right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up. Donna, you can come on, say your goodbyes. I'm going to say the final little call to action-y thingy here. Donna's going to leave this open for the next 10 minutes. We said we're closing it at 5, but I got to give you the final chance to get this. So that is at Groove.ai/replay. You can get the extended option to get the 4-pay plan right here. We're going to leave that open for a few more minutes so you could go there while you're multitasking, listening to us. Look, we've done Groove-A-Thons before, but I don't know that we've done 6 hours where I was on like pretty much where I didn't get a break and somebody else filled in. Donna was literally there in her chair every single time, with the exception of petting the dogs and bio breaks as well, just like me. It's been a pleasure. We have to thank all of you folks here. We're going to ask everybody from I believe it was Mark Wilder, Eric Wiener, Salit Timot Campus. I don't think I said that name. Danielle Heschke, Stephen Weber, and Ryan Gerarter. Thank you for all you people, you 50 people that backed this project, or more today, because some of these payments are $250. So, I mean, let's actually see how many names of people that backed this project just today. Okay, 47 backers of the project today from this live stream. We want to thank you so much. This is it. No more. There's no more. If you want to see anything more like this, you're going to have to back this project, because we will be doing live streams and teaching stuff as we're developing this software. We're going to be doing trainings. We're going to be all things AI. And we got a private Facebook group where all of this stuff that we've been sharing, all of this stuff is now going to become insider information. It's going hidden behind a paywall inside of a Facebook group. So you have to go to Groove.ai right now before we shut this down. You've got about 5 more minutes to become a backer at this price of 4 payments of $250, also with a PayPal option. Donna, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Take care, everyone. We love you, and I'm going to give you the last word here.
Oh, I get the last word. Guys, I am so excited to get started with our backers. We're going to continue the training, continue the education. By the time Groove.ai comes out, you are all going to be prompt geniuses with the information that we're going to be providing you. And I'm just super, super excited about this product, about what it means for Groove, for the Groove community, and just this has been a very, very exciting week. And I know 2 days ago, it felt like we wouldn't ever reach this moment right now when we finished our 30 hours of live stream. So, Mike, I hope you have as relaxing a weekend as possible. You absolutely deserve it. You definitely carried this live on your back. So we all thank you for your energy and your efforts.
I don't want to speak because I gave you the last word. But just thank you. Thank you. We love you all, everybody.
Well, in this
take
case,
care.
I'll give the last word. I'm gonna play us out with a 1-minute commercial just for the sake of wrapping it up. Love you, Mike. Love you, Groovesters. Thanks for your faith and your love in us, and we will see you on our next live stream.
Hey there, it's Mike Filsaime's AI Avatar. I hope you're enjoying the AI Week Groove-A-Thon. We're going to be here every day this week through Friday, streaming from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, talking about all things AI with some awesome guests and workshops. But right now, it's time for a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, let me tell you about something exciting, our backer project for Groove.ai. By backing this project, you can get lifetime access to Groove.ai and never make a payment to us or anyone for almost all of your AI needs ever again. But hurry, this opportunity is expiring soon. So head on over to Groove.ai/backer to learn more and become a backer before time runs out. And here's something special for all paid or lifetime Groove.cm customers who back our project before we close. If that's you, you'll get a massive bonus of 3.75 million words of free AI content. That's equivalent of getting 3,500 emails with 1,000 words each. That's right. That's 1,000-word email every day for a decade. Don't miss out on this incredible bonus. Act fast and become a backer of Groove.ai before midnight tonight. All right, that's it for now. Let's get back to the AI Week Groove-A-Thon.